Afternoon. Oh, the joys of trying to get set up streaming on another platform. I'm used to just kind of just getting up and going because I just already set up stuff through Twitch however long ago. Did you guys know it's Easter? I totally forgot until I was getting some breakfast and someone at the corner store I was at wished someone a happy Easter. I'm just like, oh fuck. I don't know. It doesn't make really a difference to me, but sorry I had to delay this a couple days. I was because I spent I spent Friday recording the new bonus video, which apparently a lot of people thought when I posted about it that it was a fucking thirst trap. It's like, no, fuck, that's a screenshot from Grand Theft Auto 5. That's not even me. I'm not nearly good looking enough to post fucking thirst traps. What are you on about? Hey, Nightfall, thanks for making the jump back to YouTube for this. Yeah, that edit went by faster than I thought. I thought it would take a lot longer to edit that, but no, that went by pretty quickly. I got that all edited yesterday morning, and I wanted to start this stream yesterday, but that bonus video took time to upload. It's finished uploading around like 2 o'clock, and I wasn't even up for when it finished uploading because I was tired. I took a nap. I got up around 3, and I had a commitment at like 6. And I'm just like, you know what? If I'm gonna stream, I want to stream for like 4 hours ish, maybe. So I didn't want to especially because like Paper Mario 1,000 Year Door, this is like a 30-40 hour game. It's an RPG. So I didn't want to do it in like small chunks. My family, we call it Happy Resurrection Day. I call it Zombie Jeebus Day. Honestly, like the thirst trap comments, like that kind of, like I didn't like that I didn't find it funny. I found it honestly kind of not appalling, not sickening, but like I was like, oh god, why? Like I didn't like that. Like I mean, I don't know how much of that was joking though, because I can't really tell all through text. And like I have friends who do that kind of stuff. Like I know at least like 1 or 2 sex workers, and you know they're all cool with that. And, you know, good for them. I don't have that sort of charisma. Have I played the remake? I haven't touched my Switch since I did the Final Fantasy VI video, my brother. Because like my Joy-Cons have drifted so fucking far, and it's not worth it for me to drop $80-90 on a new set of Joy-Cons, because there's nothing I really play on the Switch. Like, it's not fucking worth it to me. So like, God, what's come out on the Switch in the past like 2 years that would interest me at all that I can't get anywhere else? I mean, setting aside like Switch 2 stuff, because obviously I want to play Pokemon Legends ZA because I love Pokemon, but I don't have the fucking money for a Switch 2, especially now. You know, I'm trying to make this move work, which, while I'm thinking about that, one thing that YouTube has incorporated into their live streams is super chat goals. So let's try that. Let's do something a little modest here over the next 3 hours. Did it start or did it not take? I don't know. An error occurred. Of course an error occurred. Get fucked. Never played the Paper Mario series, so it's all new to me. I've played. Okay, so it did take. Okay. I rented 1,000 Year Door around the time it came out. My godfather and his wife, I was at their apartment. Their house had flooded, and they were staying in an apartment for a little while. And I was staying with them for the night. For some reason, I think either my parents had come down to Florida to like check out houses or something, or it was. I think it was the same time I rented Pokemon Coliseum, because this was 2004, obviously, and And that night, or the next day rather, I was staying with them at some point because my godfather's wife had like a bring your kids to work day. They don't have kids, so like she asked like, hey, do you want to come with me to the office? I was like, yeah, sure, that sounds fun. I'm 9 years old. I don't know what's what. In fact, the mouse pad I got from there is the mouse pad I'm still using to this day. And yes, it is as filthy and crusty as you can imagine. But you know what? It's got a built-in like gel wrist rest. So, and that's still good. So it's like, hey, not a lot of mousing room, but I'm used to having a small mouse pad anyway. I've got a wrist rest built in. It still feels good. Fuck yeah, I'm keeping this. 22 years later, still going strong. Hell yeah. Only thing that looks interesting to me is Donkey Kong Bonanza and Mario Kart World, but that's not nearly enough. Donkey Kong Bonanza looks kind of fun, I guess. I played a little bit of Mario Odyssey, and I enjoyed that. It's the same team. Mario Kart World, yeah, it looks like a Mario Kart. I liked Mario Kart 8. It was the first time I really, truly enjoyed a Mario Kart. I liked Double Dash back in the day, but coming back to it was like, man, I do not vibe with Double Dash now. Hate Mario Kart 64. Never vibed with like any other Mario Kart, except like DS was okay. I played a little bit of Mario Kart DS. Never played Mario Kart Wii or Mario Kart 7, though. Switch 2, not worth it, IMO. Oh, god damn, we're already starting. Oh, man. Some GP free efforts. Thank you, Tron. Give me a big ol' heart there. Man, now I have to, like, stay on top of this viewer activity tab. I have to monitor things differently than I would on Twitch. But yes, thank you very much. The hope is that I can use these stream like once or twice a week on YouTube to kind of build up the funds to help finance the move, because like that's gonna be something. Thankfully, things are looking up financially over the past year. Things have been a little rough here. I'm not gonna get too into details, but the short version is I've had to pay like basically double rent to cover up some stuff for the past year. I don't have to do that anymore, so I'm trying to put away like at least $200 a week if I can swing that, so that I can have at least like $5 or $6 grand saved up so I can make the move up to Massachusetts or Rhode Island, or failing that, New Hampshire. My understanding is that New Hampshire is like the south of the north, which, but hey, be better than here, honestly. Like the first 5 hours or so of ZA, but it fell off so hard. I mean, people say that about like any modern Pokemon, so I still go in for it. It's fine by me. Double Dash is fun. I like how nuts it is. Played with that a ton in 2024 for the first time. So, when I was working on the Final Fantasy X video, this was in December, Joey from Super RPG Friends, he came down to visit. John flew him down. And so, it was the Super RPG Friends, Frank, John, and Joey. And then I came over. We were at John's place. And John's going to show up in some videos in the future. He in his house, he's a huge game collector. In fact, he is loaning out to me for the 10-2 video. Hold on. He's loaning me the Tiny Bee controllers for 10-2. I've opened them up just to like, you know, see how they're all set up, and this is like, man, this is, ugh. I am dreading using that controller, but I have to use it at least a little bit. But anyway, John, in his front room, he's got 4 TVs set up with 4 Game Cubes and 4 Wavebirds on each to do Mario Kart Double Dash LAN. So even though there was only 4 of us, we each had our own Game Cubes, our own Wavebirds, and our own TVs to play 4-player Double Dash with like huge-ass screens. And it was interesting. That was the first time I played Double Dash in over 20 years. It made me realize, wow, I don't like Double Dash as much as I thought. And wow, like Double Dash LAN kind of poo-poo as far as like, it just kind of like doesn't give you many options. It kind of throws you in. Like you can choose your racers, and I think that's it. It's been like 4 months. But man, like it was an experience, and like he's wanted to get like a bunch of people over to do proper 16-player LAN for Double Dash, and like if he does that, I don't care how shit I am at Double Dash, I'm in, but because that's just fun. But yeah, ZA is pretty good, but Legends Arceus was probably better overall. I played like maybe 30 minutes of Legends Arceus. because I never got it. I was not in a place to buy it when it came out, and my ex, when we were dating at the time, like, her sister got it, but she got it digitally. And that's how I was able to play it a little bit, because, like, oh, well, you don't actually have the game. I can't put it in my Switch. I'm not going to invest time into this because I'm not going to be able to actually, like, have my own progress. And, like, just looking at it, I'm like, man, I'm not sure about this. Like, I know a lot of people were kind of gaga over it, and you know what? That's cool. And I've thought about, like, getting Arceus and making a smaller video about it. But, like, man, that's an investment of time I never had, and I would say I don't have now. Right now, it's more an investment of money, because I'm thinking of cramming 2 more videos into this year's schedule. 2 smaller videos. One would be a retrospective, but it would not be terribly difficult. It'd be Jack X. I've already recorded the first 2 cups of Jack X this weekend. I'm probably going to record the 3rd tonight if I don't start playing 10-2 again, because I've got 4,000 words on the 10-2 script. I wasn't able to do much with it today because I actually got a full night's sleep and I went to bed kind of late, so I kind of lost a good chunk of my morning to that and laundry. I wrote like 250 words, just like opening synopsis, this like up to like inciting incidents, which was really short. The context section of 10-2 is nowhere near as long as 10's. The 10-2 video in general is probably not going to be like super, super long. Like if it hits 3 hours, I'll be surprised. Because so much of what I'd be talking about was the groundwork's already been laid by 10. In college, we would have huge game nights on a big screen playing Double Dash. This game is really flawed, but those are still fond memories. Honestly, like, yeah, like what matters in that case is the memories. Because, like, you know, that's why I would want to do the LAN party if John ever got it done. Not because I love Double Dash, but because, you know, I love John platonically. He's not watching right now, probably. Haven't played Pokemon in 20 years. A lot of people haven't played Pokemon in however many years. And honestly, I considered this year doing a Gen 1 retrospective in February. And I even recorded playthroughs of Green and Blue before I even did the Final Fantasy VIII video, and I have plans for when I do Red. I know what I'd be doing for the retrospectives for Pokemon, but it's like, man, I don't want to put up with the modern adult Pokemon fan base. I really don't. Because it's oh my god, there's no such thing as a civil conversation in like modern Pokemon discourse. It's so bad. It's so bad. What I would do for Pokemon is I wouldn't talk about the remakes until I get to the video on their respective generation. So Gen 1 would only be Red, Green, Blue, Yellow, Stadium. Gen 3 would be Ruby, Sapphire, Colosseum, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Emerald, Gale of Darkness, all in one video, which is a lot. But honestly, like, I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be really interesting, but it would take a while to get there, and my god, just it'd feel like a minefield to do Pokemon videos at this point. Like, no matter how you talk about it. And I try to keep things positive. You guys know that. Like, not that I'm not critical, but you know. Hope you end up enjoying Thousand Year Door as much as I do. It's one of my top 3 GameCube games alongside Metroid Prime and Wind Waker. Thanks, James. I mean, I liked what I played of Thousand Year Door back in the day. And I like what I've played of Metroid Prime. I haven't finished either of them. I've barely scratched the surface of Thousand Year Door. And I've never touched Wind Waker. I have the Wii U version of Wind Waker. Well, technically it's my ex's. It was a Christmas gift I gave to her, but we've got it here. I'm not a Zelda guy. I've hardly really played many Zeldas, so I can't really comment on that. But thank you. I hope I enjoy it too. I've heard great things about Thousand Year Door. Are you going to do a Paper Mario retrospective? No. No, this is purely because I am trying to move in September. My lease is up mid-September. And I don't want to stay in Florida anymore. I'm trying to move up to New England because I went on vacation. I got back from vacation last week, and I spent the last couple days of it in New England. It wasn't my first time there around Massachusetts and Rhode Island, but I love it so much. I've got friends up there. And I looked at some rents for like studios and 1-bedroom apartments, and honestly, I think I could swing it. you know, which so like I thought, you know, with this, I can stream a bit, shore up some numbers. And I know that sounds really cynical, but it's true. I can shore up some numbers. And I unfortunately would have to like probably sell stuff that I've collected, games, Big Finish Doctor Who CDs, a good chunk of which are out of print, most of which are 8th Doctor. So I thought, you know what? A lot of games I've collected I actually haven't really played or finished, so I'm going to put these to votes. And Paper Mario won the first vote, which I shouldn't be surprised by. It was the only RPG on there, and most of you are here for RPGs, so it's like, okay, that was a foregone conclusion. Like, it's not, and it wasn't even the most expensive game on there. The most expensive one I put in that poll was Futurama on Xbox, but yeah, Paper Mario 1000 Year Door, like, that's 50 bones. 50 bones I can put towards whatever after selling it, but I want to finish it first. You know, what's the good of, you know, selling it if I never actually got to play it? So does it feel like a little bit of work? I mean, I guess, but you know, the chat, you know, there's a social component with the chat. Oh, let's scroll back up a little bit because I'm falling behind on chat. I'm getting too into answers. Not into the games of Pokemon, so that's lost on me. It happens. Pokemon's one of those games where if it didn't catch you in your childhood, it's probably never going to catch you. I played Emerald and Diamond. Emerald's good. Diamond, I'm not a big Gen 4 guy. I've only played through Diamond and Platinum once. I don't even know if I could sell my Diamonds because I tore the label off of my cart years ago, so places probably wouldn't even take it, even if I just demonstrated, hey, this is a legit cart. Yeah, the modern Pokemon fan tries to find the bad in each game, but that's the case with a lot of fan bases these days, sadly. Yeah, the internet's fucking poison. Been playing and replaying the Gen 1 games, and it's been years since I felt this happy. Yeah, Gen 1 people always say, oh, they're so bad because they're all spaghetti code, they barely work, and it's like, if you just kind of engage them at their level, like, they're still fine. Like, baseline fine. Like, I still think they're good. Like, are some things annoying, like needing a whole turn to wake up from sleep or being, like, unable to do anything if you've been hit by a rap? Yeah, sure, but, like, it's not like those are oversights in the design. Like, it was designed like that. Very intentionally. So, like, these are things we didn't think about back in the day when we were kids in the late 90s and early 2000s. It just was what it was. Am I glad that it's not like that anymore? Yeah. But, like, Gen 1 is a special experience, and honestly, Fire Red and Leaf Green don't capture it. Fire Red and Leaf Green, I think, are kind of a lesser version. If you kind of want to know what I mean by that, like, watch Tama Hero's video on Fire Red and Leaf Green. Like, she encapsulates my thoughts on those remakes very well. Which is another reason why I'm kind of hesitant to do Pokemon videos, because, like, she's kind of covered a lot of my thoughts already, and I don't want to just feel like I'm cribbing her notes. Let's see. Consuming... Oh, Gen 1's consuming the past year of your life. Good thing. I got an N64 and both Stadium games when I was at Retrofest in October, with the hopes of, like, using them for a Pokemon video. But, like, you know, we'll see what happens, because, like, with Stadium, you gotta have the original carts. You gotta have the actual, like, Gen 1 and 2 games to get the fullest out of those, especially Stadium 2. Because, like, Stadium 2, like, gets you a lot of stuff in Gen 2 games. Do you plan on doing retrospects on other Square titles that aren't Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts? I want to come back to Chrono Cross, or I want to come to Chrono Cross at some point, because that is kind of like the natural next step, and I already kind of said at the end of the Chrono Trigger video that I will do it at some point. I'm hesitant about Chrono Cross because of that battle system, and I rewatch Modular's Chrono Cross video regularly. It's comfort food to me, and I've told him that, and he's a little embarrassed by that, but he's still thankful. But yeah, like, also with Chrono Cross is like that's still Masato Kato, and I want to get to that before the 11 video really gets kicked into high gear, because that's what he did right before working on FF11. And apparently John is watching. Hi, John. But yeah, like, Chrono Cross I want to do. I do want to do a video on Xenogears. because I did get Xenogears when I was at Retrofest. My PS1's disc drive may or may not be on the way out. I don't know. I haven't really checked it. But that's one of the reasons why I added a couple new tiers to the Patreon, a couple new higher tiers to help with maintenance, and also, again, to shore up the cache. And there are some perks of those higher tiers. If you want to be an executive producer of my videos, you want me to hear you say your name in the credits, those are on the higher tiers. But anyway, yeah, Xenogears I want to do at some point. That's like kind of a titan, as it were. That's something I'd have to really buckle down for, and I know that people have asked about it. Yeah, Chrono Cross and Xenogears, those are the only other Square games on the docket right now. All right, where did I lose the plot? Because there's more of you guys than I was anticipating. Going back to Futurama, the game wasn't fun. The Leela Sun levels are the bane of my existence. I have actually finished Futurama in the past on an old channel where I was doing like more traditional game reviews. Yeah, like that. It's not a great game, but it is funny. Like, you go to Futurama the game for the cutscenes, which, if you have the Beast with a Billion Backs DVD, you got that covered. It's surprising that it's so expensive, though. Like, it's a $300 game, and I got it for $30. I was very lucky, but my only exposure to Pokemon is from the anime. That's my Pokemon experience for you. I mean, the anime is nostalgic as hell, my dude. I feel like a lot of people critical of Gen 1 were not around back then to experience just how big the Pokemon craze was back then. I think a lot of people who are critical of Gen 1 were around back then, but they learned the stuff post hoc, or way later, and now just kind of want to act high and mighty. But, that's just me. If you use an awakening, you use your turn waking up anyway. Yep, pretty much. Why haven't you done a video on a Nintendo game yet? It just hasn't kind of fit in. Inside baseball a little bit. I want to do the Mother trilogy. I do. Because that is a blind spot I've been meaning to plug for a while. I've played a chunk of Earthbound on the Wii U Virtual Console, and I've enjoyed what I've played. But, yeah, the Mother trilogy, that's something I want to do. I feel like it wouldn't be too terribly intensive. I know that a lot of information on its development and stuff has been collected, I think, on starman.net. And I have friends around me who are super, super into Mother who could help me out there and point out any blind spots. And I was kind of slating that for next year. Maybe that'll happen. But I kind of want to But the only things I know for certain I'm doing next year are Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2, which one of the things I'm trying to take care of before the move is get this DS sent off to get a capture board installed for that. And a Final Fantasy XI, obviously, which I was hoping to do for the 25th anniversary next May. That's probably not going to happen because of how much time I've had to put into other stuff. So 11's probably going to be next Christmas. Because, honestly, like, I need as much time as I can for that. I want to do 11 right because I know between everyone here in chat, you guys either are super well versed in 11 or have nothing or know absolutely nothing, and there's almost no in between. And that's generally the case there, and I want to do both camps justice. It's a great game, by the way. I have to do the rank 6 through 9 missions for each nation right now because I finished the Rise of the Zillert main story. I'm loving 11. I think it's fantastic. You should play it if you haven't. My server's unfortunately closed, but hey, 11 just keeps winning. All right. Hey, Perry. I speedrun Stadium 2 games extremely hard without importing your own Pokemon. Yeah. Stadium games are fine. Sucks Switch players can't play the game properly. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. I think using rentals is interesting in Stadium 2. A lot of viable options. Stadium 1, the options are more cut and dry. I mean, I want to try the rentals, obviously, just to see how they are. Ask Liam Triforce he did Mother Trilogy retrospect at the same time you posted your FF9 video. Did he? I've only seen like a couple of his videos here and there, and they never really stick out in the craw. I would play 358 Days Over 2 on hardware, but won't be anytime soon because the L button is jammed. Dude, my DS Lite that I got back in 2007 has always had one dead pixel, like in the lower third of the top screen, and the A button has always been like caved in. It'll still work, but there's no like pushback. Like the other face buttons will spring back up, the A button is just constantly depressed, and it's always been like that, and I'm so upset about that. But I'm not looking forward to using the screen on the original DS because it's poo-poo. It's poo-poo by comparison. FF11 is like a mythical unicorn. It exists, but also weirdly doesn't. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I like 11. I will always sing its praises. And I haven't even gotten to Chains of Promathia yet, which is the one that people, like, go gaga over. I'm one of the few who is in between on 11. I know all about it. Have played 14 for 8 years. Have a meaning to give it a try, but haven't yet. A lot of people have been jumping from 14 to 11 since the Alliance raids. And apparently a lot of people are, like, really dissatisfied by Dawn Trail. I don't know. I have very limited experience with 14. But between the two, like, 11 feels so much more interesting, so much more satisfying. But then again, I can only say so much about 14 narrative-wise. First-time stream watcher. Hey, so are a lot of people. Welcome in, Tats. How are you going to do your 11 retrospective? All right, so with 11, I know I brought this up in other places, but obviously because I never say it in a video, I can never expect everyone to know. With 11, I'm going to talk about every expansion, like as though it was its own mini video inside of the larger video, as much as I can, with as much information as I can gather, which is going to be tough. So there's going to be the context section on the base game, which I have written. It's the longest one so far. It's probably going to be like 45 to 50 minutes of context. Then however long for the main game, for the base game, all the way up to the rank 5 missions, so beating the Shadow Lord. And then and also talking about like how the game was updated a little bit in that first year, like how the rank 5 missions weren't in the game at launch. They came around in like August or September 2002. Talk about like some things that happened in the game, because some things have been have been cataloged and written down. Then, after talking about 11's initial reception and sales, which we have to an extent, then do the section on like the development of Rise of the Zillart, then talk about Rise of the Zillart, its reception, development of Promathia, its reception, and just etc., etc., etc. Do all that up until now. Then we talk about the legacy of the game at the very end, well, we'll talk about the legacy of, like, the individual parts of it as we go, but talk about the legacy of 11 as a whole at the end. So it's going to be a very long video. It's going to be longer than the 10 video, for sure. I'm projecting it's probably going to be, like, 8 hours long. That's not me, like, saying I want to make it 8 hours long. I never aim to make these videos as long as they are. They just kind of happen that way. But considering how many other people will name a video retrospective, and it's just basically like a beat-by-beat plot summary with like minimal or very repetitive commentary, I think I'm doing all right. Like, how many times have you guys seen that video? I don't know who made it, and I don't want to put anyone on blast. It's like the ultimate Final Fantasy X retrospective, and the thumbnails has like 4-hour analysis. I never watched it. I never felt the need to, mainly because like I was working on my own FF10 video, so I wanted to avoid cribbing from other people. A couple people from the patron Discord went and watched it, or at least tried to watch it, and reported back, yeah, it's basically just plot summary. And there are people who see the runtime of my videos and they ask, okay, how much of this is just plot summary? Or they just avoid it because they assume that's all it is. And I get that. But, you know, I can't convince everyone. Changes when 11 actually develops its narrative and presentation props. I mean, I thought Rise of the Zillart's presentation was great. I thought the narrative as presented in the base game is already pretty interesting. So I'm curious to see where Promathia goes. How would you feel if Square just out of the blue went, FF8 Remake is coming? Okay. Whatever. It's fine. As long as the original is still out there. They don't George Lucas it. Because, like, whatever. It's fine. I wouldn't have a very strong reaction to it, which is why like I talk about the hype behind a potential FF9 remake in the FF9 video, and I had actually like recorded a bunch of like different potential reactions just in case an FF9 remake was announced. And like I don't think I when I say in the video is true, I don't think we need an FF9 remake. Like, it's fine. Did you see the Mario Galaxy movie? No, I don't really care. I'm not in a position to be like spending money on that kind of stuff right now because I'm trying to save for the move. I didn't really care for the last Mario movie. I thought it was like pretty fucking boring and just like exactly what you'd expect. Like, yeah, there's Mario. He's doing stuff. Like, I'm one of those people who would prefer to watch the 1993 movie. Not because I necessarily think it's good, but I think it's much more interesting to watch. It swung for the fences. The Illumination Mario movie just felt really safe. Like, I like Charlie Day as Luigi. Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong is okay. That's about it. 11 Retrospect Part 1, 2, and possibly 3. No, it's going to be one video. It has to be one video, because with YouTube, if you do, like, multiple parts, like, a lot of other people will say, yeah, if you can, like, wring more content out of it, then do it. I don't like that, because not everyone's gonna stick around to watch all of them. And then, of course, there's, like, the ad revenue question, which, yeah, unfortunately, I do have to think about that. And it sounds cynical to say, but, like, you know, just concentrate it a little bit. Keep it all in one. You get that extended watch time. You get more dollars. But, like, as far as, like, wanting to see earlier cuts, like earlier chunks before they come out, again, there's always the Patreon. You don't even have to go for a high tier for that. Like, if you want to see early access, you want to see early cuts, you literally just have to pledge $1 a month. I know I'm sounding like a broken record and a shill right now, but that's how it goes. Did you play the remake, or is this your first playthrough? My first full playthrough, it will be. I have not played the remake. I do not own the remake. I do not care to get the remake because my Switch has been collecting dust since I did the FF6 video. I've seen that FF10 Ultimate Analysis. It sucks. It should be called FF10 Retelling. It's weird for me to... I guess. I haven't watched it. I don't care. I'm not going to watch it. And again, I don't want to put whoever made it on blast. But, like... it is what it is, I guess. I don't know. Coming at it from two very different worlds. It's weird for me to say this, but the first Mario movie somehow did more for me, even if I acknowledge it's not a good movie. That's fine. If you enjoyed it, that's what matters. That matters way more than anything I could say. I'm confused. Do a Ratchet & Clank retrospective, or is that not out yet? No, I didn't do a retrospective. When I go through the Jak and Daxter games, I'm going through the Ratchet & Clank games as well. So those are bonus videos on the Patreon. So like those aren't like retrospectives. You're not going to hear me go into development history on anything. Those are just those are very modest videos. Like they're modest reviews. That's kind of the branding there. Yeah, I don't intend to do like full Ratchet & Clank retrospectives anytime soon. I probably could, but based on how the Jak and Daxter videos have hit sort of a diminishing returns, partially because of like them getting put into YouTube restricted mode, Ratchet & Clank, I don't know how super viable that would be, but I'm not going to say no to the future. Prepare my butt for 8 hours then. Hell yeah, do it. You're streaming on YouTube, you're going full-time on here, basically. Yeah, I mean, it's probably the better play, honestly, to do it on here, because I've noticed a lot of people, they don't want to watch on Twitch, and that's fine. And just looking at the analytics here, like, this is my first YouTube stream. I've already got like more people watching right now than I ever did on Twitch, which is cool. You know, this is where you guys are. Huge fan of your retrospectives. Love the critical analyses and clarifications of some plot points and gameplay decisions that some people deride without attempting to understand them. I do my best. I think part of it comes from the fact that, like, I absorbed a lot of good and bad retrospectives on YouTube over the years, and I'm coming at this from a very different perspective. That was the whole goal when I started them. because I come from a film background. You know, my degree is in cinema studies. So I'm focusing on them more as stories and as art than as just like games. And I've been in the capital G gamer culture or on the fringes of it or observing it for years. So I've seen how other people talk about these things. And as I've gotten older, I've felt disconnected from that. So it's like, hey, you know what? Let me throw my hat out there. Not talking about the Illumination, I'm talking about the 1993 one. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, like the 1993 one is more interesting, even if it's like, you know, not good. Jay Wunter, thank you for the sub. Like, it's funny. Like, I don't know. I don't think I really should have that notification on, but that's something to work out later, I guess. I like the remake, but mostly because it confirmed Vivian is trans, and as a trans girl myself, it meant a lot to me to see her be fully represented. Wanted to say I love your take on Ferris from FF5. I've heard about the Vivian thing, and that's cool. That they was it like a translation thing that was kind of like aired out from the GameCube version, and then they just kind of rectified in the Switch version, something like that. But yeah, I was like, yeah, cool, awesome, trans rep. The Ferris thing, I that's something that's. I'm to say that I'm proud of that, I think would be kind of overstating it, but I felt that the Ferris thing is definitely something worth talking about. And like, it's also the reason why I don't look in the comments section of that video, because it's a fucking cesspit. Like there's still people who comment and their comments get held, and they show their whole ass. They're fucking terrible people about it. Like someone said, like, don't bring your fetish into talking about Ferris. I'm like, what the fuck? It's not a fucking fetish, my dude. Trans people exist. Even if the nomenclature was different back then, trans people exist. Trans rights are human rights, motherfucker. If you don't leave my trans homies alone, I'm going to identify as a fucking problem. Sucks, but I did enjoy the Jack videos for what it's worth. I come for the FF and Cage, but enjoy the occasional side quests. I loved doing the Jack videos, and I'm glad that even though like Jack 3 got hit super hard by the restricted mode shenanigans, you know, just looking, again, this is a little inside baseball, just looking on the business end, I didn't lose money on those videos. Like, they I don't know if they're in the green, but like I didn't lose money. I'm still good. They weren't like a catastrophic failure. People did watch them. None of them were a failure. They all succeeded in what I set out to do. And like for Jack X, like that's not going to do super well if and when I do it. And I want to try and cram that into the schedule and probably do it kind of soonish, depending on how well the script for 10-2 shakes out within the next week or so. But Jack X probably isn't going to do super, super well because it's a racing game spinoff. It's probably going to get hit by restricted mode by default because it's a Jack and Daxter game, and apparently that's just a recurring thing on the channel. But I don't really have to put much money into the Jack X video as it stands, so it's like whatever money I put in, I'll probably get back within a couple days. It's no problem. I am perfectly fine with throwing a Jack X video out there because it'll still be a net positive at the end of the day. Because, like, the money's one thing that you can measure. The goodwill and the goodwill you can't measure. You can't quantify goodwill. And of course, you know, it will bring in some people. Some people will see it, and they'll like it, and they'll check other stuff out. So, doing a Jack X video, no matter how I sliced it would be a net positive. Had to log in. Oh, I see. Thanks, John. Let's see. Your retrospectives are very earnest. It's very obvious that the games mean a lot to you, which is something I find lacking with some creators. Yeah, and I try to make that come through, especially since, like, with Final Fantasy, I started going through the series with these videos. Like, I played ahead. Like, by the time the FF1 video came out, I was playing FF8. But the footage you're seeing is of my first playthrough. I'm coming at this from the perspective of someone going through these games for the first time. And I'm trying to find the good in them. I try to focus on the good in them. And I'm not going to overlook flaws. But, you know, I'm looking at them as art. I'm trying to, you know, do the best I can with showing where they really shine and what developer intentions were, if I can find that. And of course, showing all my sources. Film studies background. Your style suddenly makes a lot of sense. Oblivion just aside. Thanks for subbing, Oblivion. I gotta get rid of that particular alert in Streamlabs. Can I do it in here? Can I? Okay, yeah. Get rid of the subscriptions, just because like that one can go off more often. So, like the 2023 one more, the 2023 Mario. Hey, that's fine. You're allowed to like it. I'm not going to tell you can't. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. In the original, they removed her transgenderism completely. Meanwhile, in the remake, she just all but outright looks at the camera and says, "I am transgender." I mean, the way that you're describing it is a little clunky, but like, again, net positives. I'm not in your. I'm a cis dude, so my opinion only means so much in regards to how the representation is done. So I'm just going to defer to you. Your Jack videos are excellent. Same with your Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy ones. Thank you. I put a lot into the Jack videos, and I met a couple other YouTubers. Well, one's more of a YouTuber, the other less so. But I met I met through doing them, specifically the Jack 2 video. Power Cell Zeke, she did some fun Jack videos a while back, including like the Jack and Daxter Iceberg, which did help. She maintains the Jack and Daxter archive, which has been a huge help. And Jay's reviews. Jay shared the Jack 2 video, and he loved it to death, which is really cool. I loved his DCAU videos back in the day. And I got both of them to cameo in the Jack 3 video, which was great. I'm hoping to get both of them on for the after show for a couple of the Jack videos. But that's probably not going to be for a while yet. I've got after show plans basically running up through the move. Let's see. Unfortunately, I'm not surprised about people claiming the fetish shit, but so based of you to say trans rights are human rights. Yeah, fucking... I think anyone who says that, like, anyone talking about trans issues or talking about trans people in a positive light just has a fetish is just telling on themselves. Honestly. It's like, hey, like, if you, like, I don't like the fetishization of any group of people, of any minorities, any racial minority, any gender minority, any ethnic minority, whatever. But, like, come on. Come on. It's kind of funny that your first Jack and Daxter video came out a few weeks before DK Bonanza's reveal. Did it? I honestly have no idea. Because I was like rushing to get that done, and then jumping right into Chain of Memories because I wrote and recorded those at the same time, and then jumping into Jack 2 while also working on Final Fantasy 9 and scrimblowing the Final Fantasy 9 video. Man, last year was rough. Last year was rough. Jack X is the only entry I've never played. I'm excited to see your vid on it. It's good. If you have the means, I'd say definitely play it. It's a really good kart racer. It's my favorite kart racer. Replaying it though, I'm really starting to see the flaws with it, especially when it comes to tuning your vehicles, because like tuning your top speed and acceleration, man, like you start just slipping and sliding all over the place. It's awful. I want to say as well, I was really surprised by your takes on Kingdom Hearts 2 sometimes, but I also generally agree in a lot of places. I have a hot take. I think KH1 is the best game in the series. I think that's a reasonable take. I go back and forth between 1 and 2 Final Mix a lot, because 2 Final Mix I love for the challenge, I love for all the post-game stuff, but Kingdom Hearts 1 I love as a whole experience, like independently of difficulty. So like, yeah, like definitely I respect you being in regular Pat's corner. The Scrubs pitch in the KH2 video is perfection. Needs Sora and JD goofing around now. Yeah, oh man, the KH2 video was tough to work on, but I wanted that bit in there. Maybe I was a little delirious working on that, but it all came from the heart. No pun intended. Esperoba, she did the art and animation throughout that video. Originally, that little bit of animation with like Turk, JD, and Sora, that was supposed to be like a still shot, but she got way into it and made it a little animation. She did great on everything she did in that video. I'm so thrilled with how all that turned out. Can't wait for Recoded. It's going to be the funniest thing ever when all these characters are talking to a main character who isn't even real. So Coded is the one game I haven't actually played in the series, aside from Union Cross. I've watched the cutscene movie on 2.5 once and immediately discarded it because none of it fucking mattered. So it's going to be interesting. But obviously I have to talk about the original version, and thankfully I downloaded a whole playthrough of some Japanese lady recorded off her phone years ago. So I can talk about the original to some extent. The original has been dumped. I don't know if 8 is actively working on it, though. Hate you for making me think and wish that the Scrubs world was in Kingdom Hearts. You're welcome. In regards to kart racers, have you played Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed? Yes, I have, and I think it is great. I haven't played it in a long time, but I thought All-Stars Racing Transformed was great. I loved it. Now I have to watch Scrubs at some point because of the bid. You do. Don't watch it on Hulu, though. Don't watch it on streaming. Get the DVDs. Because for the first several seasons, they had to change the music for streaming because they didn't work that out in the contracts, and the show was much lesser for it. The end of my TCW in season 2 does not hit without Rhett Miller's Come Around. Plus, the DVDs are like super cheap, so like if that's a concern, don't worry. I'm lurking because I'm working. Hope your day's going well. Thanks, Treaky. I loved your horses video. I only skimmed it though. But I loved your horses video, conceptually. Happy to catch you live. Your videos are insanely good. I've seen every single one all the way through. Thanks, man. Your FF9 video is my favorite. FF9 was fun. FF9 was great. I'm surprised. I don't think anyone pointed out in the comments section of 10 the clip of Pepper Ann that Hetty Burris was in. That I use that specifically because she's talking about Nietzsche's will to power. As a callback to the FF9 video. I don't think anyone pointed that out. And I'm kind of upset nobody commented about the clip of Hetty Burris in Foxfire that I used. Like, I don't drop an F-bomb in that video, but Hetty Burris does. That's not what you think of when you think of Yuna, so that's kind of why I put that in there. And no one said anything. I'm a little sad. The post-mortem on the FF10 video is almost done, by the way. Like, it's in its last stretch. I should hopefully get that up for patrons this week. Scrubs is a masterpiece. Yes, I'm enjoying the new season. We've got 2 episodes left. Not that I ever use Hulu anyways. Yeah, fuck Hulu. It's the less money you give to streamers, the better, honestly. Own your media. Physical is always better. Physical is always better. You're right, John. That's me. You need to hide the horses video. Don't hide the horses video. FF9 was an interesting game because I went into it not thinking I'd like it, but came out the other side absolutely loving it. That's a lot of people's opinions, I find. Like 9, I didn't know what to think going in, and I was kind of so-so at the beginning, and then I took a break because like I had just moved. I was in a weird place mentally. And then I came back to it and I fell in love and I ugly cried and 9's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Pepper Ann is a Disney show I haven't thought of in many, many moons. A lot of people haven't thought of Pepper Ann in many, many moons. I don't even know if I watched it at the time because, like, I watched a bit of Disney's one Saturday morning on ABC because that's the block it was on. I think I mainly ever watched it for, like, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command here and there. I honestly can't remember. I was not a Disney kid, which is insane considering how much I love Kingdom Hearts. Fuck yeah, physical's always better. I own about 200 Blu-rays. I don't even know how many I own because I don't catalog it. I might have to sell some of it to help pay for the move, though. One of my Blu-ray sets I want to sell. I want to sell the fucking Harry Potter set because I don't want that in my fucking house anymore. But at the same time, I feel kind of gross for like making money off that and giving it to someone. Ugh. I don't want that to persist. Someone who played FF9 for the first time last year was great. I'm going to tell you the story of the 1,000-year door. An awfully long time ago, in a strange and far-off land, a big, bustling town thrived. I can't read that. It was a town where all people lived very happy lives, and it was said that the town was very prosperous. But one day, tragedy befell this blessed place. A great cataclysm struck the town and its people.
Darkness filled the skies, and the earth roared and shook. It was as if the very world had come to a violent end, and been but a single night. The town sank into the depths of the earth.
Okay, then.
Many moons rose and set. Stories of the town passed into the pages of fairy tales, and when the town's site no longer held relics of its past, people gathered at that spot and built a new town. But word soon spread among the people who moved in that an ancient city lay deep underground, and that a magnificent treasure rested there. Indeed. This is the tale of the fabled treasure of Rogueport. Yes, this is where it begins, in the sea town of Rogueport. The tale of the quest for the legendary treasure and the 1,000-year door starts here.
Is that a fucking noose? That's a fucking gallows. By the way, the image quality is not going to be great because I'm running this through composite. Oh man! Oh, it's just like running. So Toadsworth. You don't like Toadsworth? Oh, okay. I guess that just skips it. Oh well. Hold on. You guys were going off. Really enjoyed the context segments in your FF videos. You do a great job of painting a picture of what was going on at the company at the time. Really looking forward to the 11 video. Yeah, thanks. That's the hardest. That's probably like the hardest part of these videos. Is the context section. Just because I have to like scour so much and like seek out whatever I can that isn't like on the internet. It's honestly still kind of amazes me that I talked about like the 2001 The Space Odyssey inspiration for Trance and FF9, and then literally days after the video goes out, like Games Radar is commenting on it because like Famitsu put it up in their web portal. That's right, the GameCube D-pad is a worthless pile of garbage. So I have to use the fucking stick. It's like some kind of mad one. What are your plans after finishing the Final Fantasy series? Do you think you'll do other long JRPG series? Have you thought about it yet? That is so far in the future. I'm not even thinking about it. Dragon Quest would be the natural next step. Never seen Pepper Ann, even though I've seen a good bunch of Disney cartoons like Recess. I remember I went to see the Recess movie in theaters, but I never really watched the show much. I don't want Harry Potter in my house anymore. Quote for the ages. Yeah. Fuck J.K. Rowling. My mom got me the Harry Potter 4K box set for Christmas 2023, and I'd be like, yeah, thanks, Mom. Oh, God. Like, were you out? Were you out to her at the time, or... Actually, no, that's too much of a personal question. I'm sorry. Now, let's see here. Yeah, that is awkward, though. Like, ugh. I have a... she's basically a manager at my job. She loves Harry Potter. She has, like, a Dobby tattoo. And, like, I kind of, like, mentioned it offhand to her. It's like, you know, J.K. Rowling's, like, kind of a piece of shit. She's kind of a big turf. And she's like, I don't care. I love these books. I'm just like, okay. And I just left it because, like, at the day job, I don't want to rock the boat too much. I just want to, like, hey. Because I wait tables, so it's like we all kind of rely on each other. So it's like you don't want to make enemies. So, you know, kind of, ugh, I don't like it. The art, style, and signage, to be honest. Hated the character, but now he's one of my favorite characters in the game. I was hating from the outside, Cloud. I love Steiner so fucking much. I'm so glad I got Modular to read a couple of his lines toward the end of the game. Because, like, man, that moment where, like, Steiner's like, you know, I'll follow you to Kingdom Come as Zidane having his, like, mental breakdown. Ugh. It's perfect. You sell it to someone, you're keeping them from buying it in a way that she makes money. True. You're right. audiobook reading when? I won't lie, it's something that I've thought of for like small things. I've done dramatic readings of stuff for friends. I've done like dramatic readings of like reviews of like sugar-free gummy bears on Amazon, just because the prose on those is wonderful considering the subject matter. AAA games wish they looked this good. It's all about art style, baby. Just me, or does anyone else miss memory cards? We're just nostalgic. We're just nostalgic. Have I played Star Ocean? I have not. I was out. My mom didn't know anything about Rolling's history. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, if you don't know, then. Still have it, but have trouble getting rid of gifts. I understand. You don't want to feel like you're kind of betraying that person or whatever. I get it. And I was talking to a buddy about FF9. I described Steiner's arc as someone leaving MAGA, and it took him out. Love that goofy-ass knight so much. Yeah, I mean, you're right. What kind of mic do you use, if you don't mind me asking? It's, AT2020 from Audio-Technica. It's not a fancy mic.
Bit of rough weather. Quite sure you want to just embark here. You say there's a princess waiting for you? Is that so? Of course, sure. Well, if that's what you think, then I won't stop you. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Like I said, I haven't really played this game in, like, over 20 years. I remember the paper airplane, that's about it.
You got guts coming here. You look a bit green, so I have a wee bit of advice on me. Hit that save block to save. The thing about life is, you never know when you're gonna kick the old bucket.
Just love some of the new modern replacements for old memory cards. I have a PS1 memory card with Wi-Fi to upload, download saves. Yeah, I've seen Mem Card Pros for like PS1 and 2, and I do kind of want to get one, so I don't have to just keep buying memory cards for projects. But I do need to like have a sacrificial memory card for the Jack X video, because I do have to talk about that bug. Do you have series that you love so much despite the author not really a good person? That's a good question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. You can take my PlayStation, just please leave my memory card. Well, I'm ruined. Yeah. I'd remember a princess, probably. Probably.
You're a beautiful woman, probably.
Why do you want this chick anyway, pal? Owe you money? Is she your girlfriend? I mean, she kind of is.
The crystal stars, eh?
You know, now I get why David Gallagher spends like the first hour of his stream just talking to chat. Might be a weird example, but I love some Ghibli movies despite Miyazaki being kind of an asshole. I mean, like, yeah, he's kind of an asshole, but he's not like a bigot, as I understand it. And I think there's a world of difference between the two there. Try to separate art from the artist whenever possible. It's the only way I can even remotely enjoy Rurouni Kenshin. Oof. Big oomfies. I was just talking about that situation to an extent with a couple friends last night. Like, I haven't watched it, but I do know that the author had some materials on his hard drive. So. Can't flee this fight. I didn't want to. Battle time, Mr. Man. Just jump on him and hit him with your hammer. First playthrough, basically, yeah. Bam. Someone who left Genshin Philippines. Kind of an asshole, morally reprehensible, our worlds apart. Yeah, they are. I got star points. Get 100, you will go up a level. Oh, it's just experience points. Okay. Wahoo!
It's go time.
Oh my god. Huh, so this is what the Mario 128 demo was for. No, I know it was for Pikmin. Been told I can be a little bit of a bitch, but people still like my reviews I do on Letterboxd, and most importantly, I'm not a bigot. There you go. Plus, like, there are enough people who give women a hard time just for being opinionated anyway. So, fuck them. One of your favorite games up there, Final Fantasy Tactics. Tactics is good. Tactics is good. Could be not playing the remake though, because I don't have the remake. Because like I'm working to move in September, and I know I'm gonna have to sell stuff to lighten my load and make ends meet. And Paper Mario, 1,000 Year Door, is something I can sell, but I haven't actually like played it. So it's like, you know, I want to play it before I sell it. So both versions are good. Just curious. Yeah, you're good. Looks like you just rolled into town yourself. Yes, I did. I already hate it here. Hey, it's me when I moved to Florida as a fucking 9-year-old. There are freaks and weirdos everywhere. It's nasty. Again, Florida. Well, the place is called Florida. I mean, Rogueport. So I should have expected it, but sheesh. Still haven't played Tactics despite being such a huge FF fan and liking tactical RPGs. Kind of want to try the new remake of it, though. I've heard the remake's good. I don't even own it yet. People ask here and there, am I going to update... I either do a video on the remake or update my retrospective, and no, I don't really have anything new to say about it. Still find it a bit weird. Some people seem to be treating the Evil East Chronicles as a remake when it's basically a remaster. I mean, in the most literal sense, it is a remake. They did remake it from the ground up. Like, but that's a very literal sense, though.
If it isn't Master Mario.
Got the fucking people from Super Mario Sunshine in the background there. They're the fucking FBI or whatever.
Hell, their road tastes punk.
No, though, they're with the mob. Well, FBI mob. At this point in time, what's the difference? Bit of a coincidence. We won't forget this. Oh, God. Bit of a coincidence bumping into one another in this sort of place.
So tell me, Master Mario, what in the world brings you to this wretched little burg?
Indeed. Played the Evil East Chronicles and it's pretty solid. The voice acting is odd in a game like that, though. I have no comment on it because I haven't really heard the voice acting much other than, wow, Ben Starr really is in everything now. And wow, the mouths they paste on are really fucking robot chicken, aren't they?
I was about to ask you that. We stopped in this town to acquire a spot of fuel for our ship, don't you know?
Oh no, he's Canadian. Don't you know?
I only took my eye off her for a moment, but as soon as she did, she vanished, eh? You know how headstrong she is, Mario. I just assumed she'd be back momentarily, eh?
I don't know. Should I do Sean Connery or Canadian? Well, Newfoundland. Let's be real about that.
At this point, I fear we must embrace the possibility that she may never return.
Are you doing Sean Connery for Toadsworth? I'm flipping back and forth at this point. They don't call him Ben Starr for nothing. Fucking, it's something wild. Right after it was announced that he was Clive in Final Fantasy 16, Eyes on B just DM'd him on Twitter and got an interview with him. And it's like, man, that's so fucking cool. I wish I can get an interview with, like, a cast member from Final Fantasy. But it's like, man, I don't have the cred. I don't have the cred that their agents would be looking for. Like, I think the closest I could get would, like, be maybe Ray Chase, but, like, that's a ways away. Well, there's one other person maybe for another Final Fantasy, but I'm gonna keep that under my proverbial hat right now. Newsontown graffiti on the walls, gang warfare, truly the Florida of the Mario universe, yeah? Or this Mario universe, because I think one of the Mario and Luigi games like basically just says that this is like an alternate dimension of sorts, because there's like, because you team up with like Paper Mario and Paper Luigi or something. Maybe you could get Ben Starr when you do the FF16 retrospective. I'd have to find a way of getting in contact with him, or his agent. That's the trouble there. Guessing an FF13 VA. I don't even know the VAs for 13, and like, yeah, that's like maybe the closest one, because like because the 12 VAs I think were all theater actors, right? So they might be a little harder, but I said on both sides of the 16 bait, but damn, I love that a lifelong Final Fantasy fan got the opportunity to be the main protagonist in an FF game. Yeah, I'm happy for him. Like, Ben Starr seems like a cool dude, and I think that if I were to find a way to get in contact with him to do a sit-down interview to talk about FF16, he would absolutely go for it. I met Ray at a con. He does seem like the kind of guy who would just interview with whoever. Seems like he doesn't have an ego and is cool with talking to people. Yeah, like, he did do an interview with, I think it was PJ, a long time ago, and he put that up on the No Sad Face channel in the off-season. But that interview wasn't specifically for No Sad Face. Troy Baker is Snow in 13. I know that much, yeah. I believe Lightning is Ali Hillis? Ash is voiced by Carrie Walgren, who's also a popular anime VA. Ash. Princess Ash, 12. Final Fantasy 12. Okay. I know he did an interview with Susie Hunter, who was the first video I saw by her. Who's Susie Hunter? Is that Sphere Hunter? I just understood that the name of her channel is a reference to 10-2. Goddamn. Okay. I just got that. Or am I just reaching? Sphere Hunter. Okay. Because I only know her for, like, putting out a bunch of Resident Evil videos. I don't think I've actually ever watched her videos. Gunther. Okay. .13, that's a video I'm looking forward to. 13's gonna be something. That's gonna be a video. Tattle ability. Okay. Do you not like 13? I played 13 for 2 non-consecutive hours years ago and did not enjoy what I played, but I'm going to go back into it with an open mind. So. Professor Frankly. Heal gold. With a fake credit card. They have credit cards in the Mario universe? Jesus. That's evil. Smells like a profitable situation. Yes, indeedy. Look at my star is finally starting to shine. Not that it's any business of yours. On the east side. Don't know what, there'll definitely be something. Yeah. Looking forward to 12's video too. Really divisive game that I really look at really favorably overall. My understanding is that it was divisive when it was new, but with the Zodiac Age and the stuff that came between that and TZA and the international version, because it's like not exactly the same as international as I understand it. Like they added a bit more to it. As far as like license boards or something. At that point, when people got their hands on that, people started speaking more highly of it. '13 was when I first started really keeping my ear to the ground in the industry, so for better or worse, I have a lot of nostalgia for the build-up and release of it. I imagine a lot of people do. I mean, I remember the talk of Final Hallway 13. That was like the big talking point at the time. Hey! Asshole. 13 been getting critical resurgence over the years. I've noticed that in the Final Fantasy subreddit. Like, it seems like every other day there's another thread that's like, why do people hate Final Fantasy 13? I love it. And it's like, yep, we're at that stage of the cycle. Because it was at a time where I was discovering myself, and I was also 16 when I played it, and it was also my first new release FF game. I got into the series in 2008 with 4. I think it was the first one I ever tried, and then I tried 7 later, and I was really liking 7, but didn't get to finish it until way, way later. Secretly hoping that a majority of your future videos line up with Cool Life events because you were on it the past year. I mean, we'll see what happens. Zodiac Age is a much better version, I agree. The class system license boards let characters have more defined roles. Yeah, because, like, the original, like, everyone basically just has the same license board, right? That's my understanding. 13 also came out in the most critical time of game reviewing. It also was very linear at a time when a lot of people here wanted open worlds. Oh. Compensate me, Mr. Clumsy. No, I don't want it. No, fuck you. Oh, man. I don't know what I'm going to do there. What up, Aiden? Thanks for stopping in. How am I this Easter? I forgot it was Easter until, like, I went out to get breakfast. I think a lot of people look at 13 better in retrospect because they're far and away removed from the intense buildup and anticipation, so they can afford to be much kinder to it. Yeah, probably. But there are always going to be people who just cannot let that go. I'm a wanted Goomba. I was a thief in another town up until about 3 months ago. Yeah, good one. But then the heat came down and I needed to hide out, so I came to Rogueport. Now that I told you, you gotta keep it a secret, okay? I don't know. Something shady about that guy. Never minded linear style of 13 because the entire series is linear. It is. It just isn't so. It just usually isn't so naked about it. Item shop will probably help. Maybe. Hey, there's the fucker. Fortunately for me, I was going to work on a film shoot this weekend, but came down with a fever and had to miss most of it. Oof. I feel that. I was a PA on an MTV show years ago, and after a week, the whole crew got COVID. A contact lens? Wait just a moment. The real problem with 13 isn't unique to it. It was the symptoms and growing pains all early RPGs were coming to terms with in the, at the time, new HD era. Yeah, basically. Reusing assets was even more frowned upon, and they were more obvious. Took more time and resources to build more bespoke assets. Special order one right away, but it'll take a while. Check back soon. Fine. Get prizes, including rare items. Remember when people said towns would be impossible in HD? Yeah, they misinterpreted a quote, right? Since you do videos on Square titles, are you going to do retrospective on Super Mario RPG? No. I have no plans right now. Maybe at some point, but not right now. I have the rest of the year planned. Ooh. Ooh, a fortune teller. Talk to me from the other side of the table. Merlon, not Merlin, Merlon. Which with 3 shine sprites, I can power up your partners. Well, I don't have even one. Good to know. There he is! It's the man! What's up? What's your opinion on what Yoshi P said about the younger generation not having as much of a connection to FF because of the rate of new mainline games? He's got kind of a point, I guess. Because, like, they do take longer to come out now. They don't have multiple teams working on them like they did in the late 90s and early 2000s. I think it's a little short-sighted, but since you're moving, I moved last year, and I know that every cent matters during moving, so I wanted to help in any way I could, and I also just really love your content. Good luck with your move. Thank you, Emily. I really appreciate that. Hope that your move went well and you're still able to keep your head above water. Yeah, they mostly meant in terms of scale because old RPGs are very perspective warping, and doing them one-to-one in HD and comparable quality, especially in engine and not pre-rendered, would be difficult. Yeah. And of course, the closer you get to realism, the less you can rely on people to, like, buy into abstraction. Not to toot my own... I'm pretty good at remembering. Yeah, okay, whatever you say, old man. He said his name is Woohoo! Not who. He's Mario, you know, the famous one. Got lucky last year and had a huge tax return, which helped me move. I also got a big one this year, so that's why I wanted to help you out, pay it forward. Thank you. I don't get tax returns anymore, so that really means a lot. I had to pay taxes. Like, I got my AdSense check in the middle of my vacation, and more than half of it went to paying for car insurance and paying my taxes. Thankfully, I got through my vacation all right. Even with, like, God, like, of course, like, as I was locking in my vacation plans to drive to Atlanta, then Nashville for lunch, with a friend, and then up to Akron, Ohio, and then up to Massachusetts and Rhode Island, and then all the way back down to Florida, that's when fucking gas prices surged and all that fucking bullshit. Hopefully it doesn't go fucking nuclear. Hopefully gas prices aren't going to go to like fucking $10 a gallon. God forbid. Archaeologists and historians have to search for truth in those fairy tales, though. Yeah. She really wants to find this legendary treasure. In that case, I'll cooperate with you however I can. About the treasure, there are many mysteries surrounding it. Some say it's an infinitely vast treasure hoard, while others say it's a magical item. Some books say it's actually a monster, while still others claim it's an empty chest. So many different theories. Obviously, it's impossible to divine the truth from among them. $10 again. Time to hit up the farms for horses. Oh, God. Oh, God. I mean, there are people around here who do have horsies. But I don't know. I can't ride a horse. Take the 7 crystal stars to the 1,000-year door. I don't drive, but seeing the rising price of gas has me so scared for what's happening to the U.S. economy. I'm in Seattle and saw gas for $6 at a gas station that's about a 15-minute walk from me. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. PA gas was $4.19 on Friday. So, gas where I am was $4 when I left for my vacation. And everywhere I went just about, it was lower. Like, I saw it at $3.39 in some places, $3.69 in others. It didn't hit $4 again until I hit Pennsylvania. And then it was like $4.06 in Connecticut. And then, of course, as soon as I get back, it goes up to $4.29. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This magical lamp taped to the doorway will show you where to find the crystal stars. Interesting. I do think scale is the biggest issue with making a video game world believable. Yeah. It's scale, but also style and presentation. Got my driver's license in 2005-ish, right when gas really started to rise at the tail end of the Bush era. Oof. I've seen on like some back roads moving between like different parts of Florida, like shuttered gas stations that have been closed for years that had like signs saying like $4.59 for gas. And it sucks because like when I got my license, like prices were still in like the $2 range. Like if they were ever $3, that was like exceptionally high, and now it's like $4 right now. And I'm just like, God damn it. God fucking damn it. And I hear people say, oh, no one complained it was this high under Joe Biden. And I'm just like, I never saw gas this high under Joe Biden. Fuck you. Not to turn it to that topic, but still. You get my meaning. You get where I'm coming from. Holding this a lot before the legendary door. What are we doing just sitting here then? Gumbella? Mario? Off we must go this instant. Let's take this magical map to the legendary door. Did you check the remake out? No. I haven't touched my Switch since I made the Final Fantasy VI video. Do you have advice for someone who's jobless for now but can't seem to find a new job now? My only option seems to be jobs I really don't want. Take what you can get, man. Just take what you can get. It sucks, and I wish you didn't have to, but you have to. Just, you gotta do what you can to survive. I'm lucky I live in a city with such great public transit. I'm from Texas originally, and part of why I left is not just because of how dangerous it is to be trans there, understandable, but also no public transit. Yeah, there was a time when I was considering moving to Austin, but I was like 10 plus years ago. But, you know, since then, you know, Austin's just become like the new Silicon Valley and just gotten fucking awful, which is a shame. I used to really like Austin. I went there for RTX 3 times. If any one of you ends up in Austin, go down to 6th Street and go to Casino El Camino. It's a little dive bar, like kind of grimy, The staff is not very friendly. You gotta order your food up at the window. But they make some fucking great burgers. Fucking do it. No, action commands. I'm gonna say no. Cars all but mandatory in Texas. Yeah, it's a huge-ass state. Some education again, but man, I don't want to be suffering through exhausting jobs prior. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I can't help you there, sadly. Because, like, when it comes to education, like, you're going deep into debt. You're not going to be guaranteed work, especially now. So many jobs are just being taken away and given to fucking AI, which doesn't even fucking work. Ah, okay. Right there, just before you land on the enemy, press again. Alright. I love your retrospective on Final Fantasy VII. Thanks, Finn. That was a tough one because it's Final Fantasy VII. Everybody knows everything about that game. There was no way I was going to bring anything new to the table there. So I had to focus more on my own experience there. And, you know, talking about death, that was kind of the big part there. Just before the enemy strikes you. From Austin, 6th Street is fucking amazing. Yes, alright, you know then. You know. Can't just repeatedly tap A to guard. That will not work. Oh, fuck you. The action commands change depending on the attack. Better stay on your toes. Hammer action. Bam. Say there is one big thing you'll miss out on by not playing the remake, but I won't spoil it. What, did they add something? Or is it the Vivian thing? Because we already went over that. Just before the enemy attack lands, what is it going to be, a counter? Oh, it is a counter. I also like the one in FF8 because that's the first I ever played. 8 is a lot of people's first, surprisingly. 8 was a balancing act because, like, so many people are so hard on that and they have their own wild theory. So it's like, all right, I have to approach this meaningfully, but I also have to say, no, that's fucking stupid in the most diplomatic way possible. And, like, there were definitely people who, like, were not listening to what I was saying. But hey, you know, I can't reach everyone. You did, yeah, it's the Vivian. I knew about the Vivian thing, like, as the remake was coming out, because people were making noise about it. I got it. I mean, this isn't, like, a super hard game. I don't need to be, like, super precise with a lot of this, right? It was technically your first. Older brother owned it, and I had briefly seen him play 7. I remember asking him with 8, where's Cloud? Whenever Cloud... No. I talk back and forth with Mars Girl a lot. She does my captions for the Final Fantasy videos, and others whenever there's the money for it. And a running joke we have with the Final Fantasy VII Remake series is, whenever Sephiroth isn't on screen... people should be asking, where's Sephiroth? God forbid. I am not looking forward to doing videos on the remakes. It's like, I've said before, I'm going to do the compilation of Final Fantasy VII when I hit 50,000 subs. And like, a lot of people consider the compilation to be consider the remake to be part of the compilation. I do not. It is so much of its own thing from its own era. I remember watching your Kingdom Hearts video a couple years ago. That would have been when it came out, yeah. I'm surprised that ended up being, like, my most popular video so far. Because, like, there is not a whole lot of crossover between Final Fantasy fans and Kingdom Hearts fans anymore. A lot of Final Fantasy fans are very resentful of Kingdom Hearts. So, like, doing Kingdom Hearts videos was, like, kind of a gamble. Because it's like, man, if I go into this, people are going to feel like I'm taking time away from the videos they actually want and feel are worth actually making for videos they feel are worth nothing. So, hey, like, doing them annually is kind of the compromise there. But next year's March Caprice is the last one, so the Kingdom Hearts schedule is going to have to get shaken up. I do not need your fortune telling. If they make a Paper Mario movie, do you think they'll cast Bernie Sanders as the Goomba Professor? That would be funny. But Nintendo would have to remember that Paper Mario exists, and I don't remember the last time they made a Paper Mario game. Who's the hottie you got there with you? Oh, okay. No, yeah, that tracks. What's a fine-looking Goomba doing with a tubby mustache man like that, yeah? Cold. Only make a KH3 video, now they made 2. KH3 is not gonna be for a long time. Like, probably like 5 years. Because there's Days, Birth by Sleep, Coded, and Dream Drop Distance to do before then. And I want to keep Kingdom Hearts to, like, 1 a year if I can. Unless, like, they start, like, blowing up in views, then I might do, like, 1 or 2 in a row at some point. But... yeah, I figured I can't jump on Spiny Goomba. And I have to jump for him. Press Y to change the order you to attack in. Bam. I mistimed it. Origami King was 4 or 5 years ago. Okay. When's the Mystic Quest retrospective? I have no plans to do Mystic Quest at the moment. I think that 8 is the best, but haven't played a lot of them and don't remember them perfect, but I do still think it's the best. Sorry for the spelling, not my first language. You're good. It happens. Most people, like, native speakers of English don't spell great on the internet anyway. You're fine. I mean, I respect 8, but I still stand by, I don't think it was as good as 6 or 7. Or honestly, 5. Probably 4. Maybe not as good as 3 either, in my opinion. A lot of people are kind of down on Final Fantasy 3. Like, I am one of, like, 2 people that I know who actually, like, does like Final Fantasy 3. But the other person that I know, she's only played the 3D remake, and I told her, I'm sorry, I don't like the 3D remake. I don't. So by the time you do KH3, KH4 will have another year before release. We'll see where that comes. We'll see where that comes out. I know I'm not going to do a bespoke video on Melody of Memory, so, like, after the year after KH3, the KH3 video, the KH4 video would probably be next. That'd be fun. I don't know if you care about Smash at all or not, but did you see Paper Mario has added Smash Ultimate via the modding community? I like Smash. I have not played it in a while, obviously. I don't even look at Smash modding, because, like, that is even less of my wheelhouse. Like, I don't even have Smash Pass 2, and that's the one with Sora in it. So you'd think I'd be all over that. I've only played Sora in Smash once, and that was when I was in Atlanta a while ago. I went to the Battle and Brew, and we played there while I was waiting out a hurricane. You need to grab some snaps of the KH3 console so you can use them later. Yeah. The plan is, hopefully, John, the script for 10.2 will be done this month, and then I can bring back the Tiny Bees like late this month, early next month, and I'll have a whole list of stuff that we can do B-roll for that segment. For those who don't know, like, John is a collector. He has one of like 5 special, like, super limited Kingdom Hearts 3 editions of the Xbox One X. So we're gonna get some B-roll of that for that eventual video. Get that done ahead of time. It's gonna be funny. We're doing a new segment. We're gonna be like recording them in bulk in one day. Our friend Joey did it for his video on Dragon Quest 3. It's called "I Have This and You Don't." It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun a little bit. I want to do another Frankie Bits segment with Frank before I go too, because I loved that at the end of Jak 2, and most people did not see that. We thought about doing it for Final Fantasy X, but there just was not enough time, so I might do it for 11, because I feel like a Vanadil travel agency would be fun. It would have been fun for 10, because like, because he had the thought of like, you want to go play Blitz, you want to go see some Blitzball, you want to ride the shoe buff. Oh, fun stuff. Gotta do the fun stuff to keep you busy. Totally forgot about the Battle and Brew. That was a cool place. Is it not there anymore, or did you move away? Bad place to take it. It's cool, but way too expensive. It is expensive, yeah. Bad place to take a date because we barely played any games except a little bit of Mario Kart. Drinks were cool, though, since they were like potions. I enjoyed going there. Like, I was there to escape. I was in Atlanta to escape a hurricane at the time. Like, Mario goes, he's like Marge Simpson. Thought of buying the remake of 7, but I don't really know if I should just buy the original. They're two very different games. So, like, play the original, then the remake is my opinion. Because, like, the remake kind of expects you to know what went on in the original, or else you're kind of missing a lot of context. Because I'll trot out that old tired line. It's not a remake, it's a sequel. I had a coworker who I had to explain, like, the stuff with the wisps and stuff, like, that wasn't in the original. And, like, it kind of blew his mind that remake was not a remake. Sort of. I'll be out of town 27th to the 8th, so before that or after works. Yeah, totally. Rides the shoot buff. Yeah, we want to ride the shoot buff. Battle music is like an inside of a computer. On this game? Either way, you're at my wedding. Oh my god, PT, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the name. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. There's just a lot of you guys right now. Hey, look, it's the paper plane. I'll see you again, dude. I'll see you again in 5 months for Sailor Boy's wedding. Stand by that take. Do I also just have a lot of issues with remake? I hate stagger systems. We were talking about it in the patron Discord about stagger systems. They don't feel like you're being rewarded for playing well. It feels like you're being punished for not playing 100% optimally. Everyone else, nothing. Oh. Locking me in this box. I was bummed. That's one way to put it. The remake is my friend Jenna's favorite game, and I love her, but she and I have such huge different takes on the remake. I think the remake is 6 out of 10 personally. I mean, I like the presentation. I like remake more than Rebirth. I still haven't even finished Rebirth. Because, like, man, the padding is what kills it for me. Like, I'm beelining the story in Rebirth, and it's still just taking so long to get to the same points. And that's considering that they skipped Rocket Town in Rebirth. And they, like, sanded down Cid's rough edges. And it's like, yeah, I get, like, Cid would not play well today if you just translated him 1-to-1. But, like, man, instead of just, like, dodging it, actually, like, take that head on. Too bad Square seems to absolutely love them. It was not my favorite part. rid of 16. Yeah, it's something I'm really not looking forward to when I get to 13 and 15 and 16. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream and have a good day. Thanks for stopping by, Guard Cancel. I'll try and do this a little more regularly. What do you know? The key looks like a key. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. Thinking overall, I think in the last 10 years, for every new game, you have to do research and then play the game, but luckily not all games. Yeah, I mean, with a lot of stuff, like, information about the game will come out, like, a fair amount of time after the game has been released. So, usually waiting is not a bad idea. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Like, if Final Fantasy 17 came out right after I did a 16 video, I would probably still wait a bit. Especially because, like, you know, I do like to talk about the game's legacy, and when you don't have a lot of time to work with, it's still very fresh. You can't talk about legacy. By the time I get to the 16 video, it'll have been out for like a decade, probably. So I can talk about its legacy at that point. Ooh, excuse me. I haven't even played Rebirth, but the padding in Remake was my big issue, along with removing the mystery of Sephiroth. I don't mind stagger systems, but in Sev Remake, I feel like enemies are bullet sponges and just take forever to kill, ruining the flow of combat. I set the game to easy mode just so I could just, like, get a move on, and at that point, it's like, okay, now I'm not engaged, really, with the gameplay. Which is understandable, because it's basically like a story mode, and that's what I was there for more than anything. But it's like, man, I wish there was, like, more of a balancing act there. I'm definitely not going to play on the hardest difficulty mode, that's for sure. What are your overall thoughts on Xenoblade? I haven't played Xenoblade at all. I've never owned them, never touched them. I've barely looked at them. I'm not going to touch them until after I've played Xenogears and the Xenosaga trilogy. And I know that, like, you don't have to. I know they're not all the same story, but I want to see, like, how Takahashi's, like, vision and direction and chops as, like, a game director or writer or whatever evolved over time. A lot of people ask me about Xenoblade specifically. So, it's kind of, I don't know why. It's always Xenoblade. Sometimes Xenogears, and maybe once or twice Xenosaga. Wuggly wuggly woo, you're cursed. Enjoy that curse, sucker. Who is this? Like, Dave Grohl is the devil and Tenacious D in the Pick of Destiny? You'll turn into a paper airplane. Hell of a curse. I wish I could turn into a paper airplane in certain areas. That'd be sweet. Oh no, he went from a PNG into a JPEG. Huge Xenoblade fan. Never touched Gears or Saga, but super respect that approach. I admire Monolith Soft so much because of how they refined over the years. Yeah, I get it. It's terrible. Yeah, I mean, I don't know really many people who, like, actually, like, went through all of them. Like, people usually just come up and talk about Xenoblade. And I just have nothing to say about it. Like, honestly, like, of, like, the games that I have most, like, people most requested me to, like, do videos on, I think Xenoblade might be at the top. Wahoo! Whee! We did it. Might be a nitpick. I really dislike the new voice of Zack in the remakes. Maybe I'm overly attached to Rick Gomez as I replayed Crisis Core a lot on PSP, but the new VA sounds flat. I think he's fine. I have not played Crisis Core in any capacity yet, so I'll judge when I get there. Because when I do the compilation video, I will play the Crisis Core remaster as well. My paper airplanes never fly; they remain stationary. I'm trying to figure out the pun there. That flew over my head like a paper airplane. So hey, your puns fly.
It's the 1,000-year door. So the legends are all true. There it is, big as life. Come, let's move closer.
Like fucking Yoshi. Crisis Core is great, but it's really the only thing in the compilation that I like. That's what I hear. I hear Dirge of Cerberus is good if you emulate it and use the keyboard and mouse mod, but I'm not willing to set it all up for... Emily, I'm gonna... Stationary. Ah, that went over my head. So, Emily, I'm gonna drop some knowledge on you. Dirge of Cerberus doesn't require a mod to use mouse and keyboard on PS2. Like, it's literally built in. It's in the manual. I haven't played it, but I looked through the manual, and it says that in there. I'm pretty sure that it works with the North American version, too. Yeah, like, I've only watched Advent Children out of all the compilation. Man, Advent Children is not good. Advent Children Complete is even worse. Because, like, at least the original Advent Children was well-paced. I recently played through Hades 2 without playing 1, and it was amazing. You can really pick up that game and just play. It was one of the funnest games I've played in years. I got Hades 1 recently. I played it a little bit on the Steam Deck months ago, and I was getting into it. I've thought about streaming it, because it feels like a really fun stream game. And I was going to do a bit with it, and I kind of already spoiled it. Because I can't do the bit now because I've already called it Hades, but I would mispronounce the title every which way. Hades, Hades, however you can imagine it, but never Hades. But I can't do that now because I already said it correctly when reading your chat. Oh well, maybe enough time will pass and some people will forget about it. As an OG FF7 fan, I feel like I'm in the minority that actually still really liked Remake and Rebirth. I had to mod Rebirth on PC to give enemies more HP, though, because by the time you start to get into the flow, the enemies just sort of fall over, but it made bosses true sponges. Oof. Yeah, I mean, like, if you like Remake, then by all means, don't let me take that away from you. Enjoy it. Sincerely.
It looked as if a mysterious power was given to Mario. One way or another, we should return to my place and study the map closely.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, yeah. Let me just bring Dirge of Cerberus down here. And let's just double check the manual here, because I'm pretty sure there's mouse and keyboard controls in here. Yep. Just USB mouse and keyboard. Now you know. I do need to pick up Dirge of Cerberus International for that video, though. And that's a little pricey. Like, I think the cheapest I've seen it is like $80. Mario can now perform what is known as a special move. Ooh. Stuff like this is better explained by example rather than words. Would you like to try it out? Sure, why not? I wish I liked the remakes. I don't have a huge attachment to 7. Never have, but I feel like it falls victim to so many AAA games with how bloated they can be. I mean, like, with 7, I do have a strong attachment to 7. Not nostalgic attachment, but still attachment. And it was a huge game at the time, and the intent seems to be wanting to, you know, wow people now the same way it wowed people then, and you gotta do that through scale, because 7 was huge for the time. But even now, like now, it doesn't feel so massive. To most people probably wouldn't feel that it's very massive. Have you ever played one of the Metroid games? I've never finished a Metroid, but I played a good chunk of Metroid 1, 2, and Prime 1, and a bit of Prime 3. I like what I've played, but like Metroidvanias, search action, whatever you want to call them, I like them in concept, but I can never stick with them. I don't know why. And I've thought about doing a Metroid retrospective, because A, it would finally get me to actually finish a Metroid, and B, hit tilt left to shoot hearts and fire. Oh, I see. But, like, I don't know how much information I could really dig up about them. I don't know how interesting those videos would be. There's a reason I don't play a lot of modern-day game releases, mostly because of the bloated nature of them. It's part of why I also got so heavy into film over video games, mostly just play fighting games and roguelikes now for their quick nature. I can't play fighting games for shit. My brain and my hands fall out of sync way too quickly. Like, the only fighting game I got into lately was Dragon Ball FighterZ, and I suck. Like, roguelikes just feel repetitive to me, personally. Like, and they're also time sinks, and with how much I have on my plate, like, I can't afford a time sink. Like, I got into Destiny 2 again for a hot minute, and I had to stop. I had to, like, quit cold turkey because it was starting to eat up all of my mornings doing my dailies and my weeklies when those came up, and it's just like, man, I can't do it. And now, like, I want to get to playing Marathon. Not the new one. I want to get to playing the old ones very soon. Because because Aleph 1 is free. It always has been. And now it's on Steam. So it's like, okay, now it's just... it really is basically just a click of a button now. But my feeds... my Blue Sky feed is just full of people talking about the new one. It's just like, I don't want to fucking play an extraction shooter. Why is Marathon an extraction shooter? Fighters also get boring fast for me since they usually have no interesting story mode. I mean, no comment on that front. It really is just a gameplay thing for me, and like getting me into like other fighters, like say Guilty Gear or whatever. Like, I don't care about any of the people here. I have no attachment to anyone. I don't care. That's why I got into Dragon Ball FighterZ, because it's Dragon Ball. I love Dragon Ball. So when they announced GT Goku, I was like, oh hell yeah, give me the little guy. Give little guy. I have a soft spot for GT Goku. Well, I have a bit of a soft spot for GT in general. I'll only defend it so hard. The most I'll say is, like, just watch it for yourself and form your own opinion. But that ending, oof, that ending is so fucking good. They were cooking with that ending. Well, going to sound like a stereotype, but I got into Guilty Gear Strive solely because of Bridget, and while I'm not that great at it, I've never felt more included in the community than I have with Strive. I mean, hey, like, if Bridget coming out as trans got you into the game, yes, I'm aware. Like, that blew up my feeds for a while too. Then what does it matter? Like, you're in, you got your foot in the door, you're enjoying it, you're feeling included in the community. That's what matters at the end of the day. Going to play a game and truly enjoy it, it has to have a good story. A crummy story can be made up for with like really good and engaging gameplay, in my opinion. It's harder to make up for crummy gameplay with a really good story, in my opinion, because it feels like more of a slog to force yourself through to get to the good parts of the story. Still the only Dragon Ball media that goes past the end of Z. Yeah. Actually, yeah. It's still just GT. I mean, like, if you're like trying to make sense of like a fully cohesive timeline, though, it's like don't even bother, because like Toriyama never cared about canon. Daima does not line up smoothly with Super, and Toriyama worked on both, so. I haven't even finished Daima. I've only watched the first few episodes and like one of the later episodes just to see how they do Super Saiyan 4. Because of course, you can't be in a fandom on the internet nowadays without people immediately spoiling shit as soon as it happens. That's like, I'm not caught up on Doctor Who, but I know like who the villain was at the end of Shooty's first season, and that, you know, he regenerated at the end of his second. Like literally right after it happened, I could not avoid it, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I feel like Square Enix is becoming too reliant on the WoW factor to sell Final Fantasy. Obviously, I don't know the economics of AAA game development, man. Are those games expensive to make? The budget for 16 was pretty modest for like AAA games. Like, I think 16 cost like 60 million, which is still a lot of money, but it's not like the bloated budgets you see for like Spider-Man 2. And you'd expect Square Enix to spend a shitload of money. I might be misremembering, though. Wish people would stop pretending Super is the real canon sequel to Z when Toriyama wasn't even that involved with it. Toriyama did, like, the outlines. He did approvals. He did some character designs, but yeah. Yeah, like, it... And plus, like, Super is, like, split between the manga and the anime, so... I mean, there's a divide between Super Truthers and GT Defenders, and I'm just like, ladies, you're both terrible. Just enjoy the thing. I like Super for what it is. I'm fine with it. It has its flaws, but like Dragon Ball in general has its flaws. It's whatever. I haven't watched GT since I was a teenager, but I remember liking the Baby Saga. That was about it. Hated Super 17 and Omega Shenron was okay, but was just evil for the sake of being evil. With GT, it was a lot of really interesting concepts that fell flat in execution. But, like, I'm not a fan of Super 17, but, like, the stuff they did with, like, with the barrier between dimensions breaking and the Dragon Balls being at the center of that, they set up the ending of GT so fucking brilliantly with that. And the dub does not get it across, if I remember correctly. Because, like, they don't say it outright, but Goku did die at the end. But it's not clear because the line between the living and the worlds of the living and the worlds of the dead have blurred. There's no separation between them. When you saw Cell and Frieza, who were dead, they didn't have halos. None of the dead people had halos. So that removed the tell that Goku would have been dead. He's not being affected by Omega Shenron's blast when he's building up the Spirit Bomb because he's dead. He's not like Cell and Frieza, like, they were practically invincible when they were dead, when Goku fought them. So they set up that ending so well, and the dub just does not get it across. I also played through Pokemon ZA, and that had some good aspects, but damn, that intro was long, in my opinion. They could have written the story a little better. Like I said, I haven't gotten to ZA. I haven't even played Arceus. The only generation of Pokemon I actually haven't finished was Sun and Moon, because, like, man, every 2 minutes, you're held up by a cutscene or a tutorial or something. And that didn't change with Sword and Shield. But I was able to push through Sword and Shield just fine. I think people, like, overhate those games. They're not great, but they're not terrible. People hate Scarlet and Violet because of the technical issues, and, like, I'm not going to say people's experience with that is wrong. I certainly wish they performed better at launch. But I didn't have nearly the same amount of issues with it that a lot of other people did. And I loved the open world of it. I loved how it did try to do something a little new with the formula. But man, like, the conversation was only on the technical stuff and only on, oh, they pushed this out the door. And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to excuse any of that. But, you know, there's a lot more we can talk about. And thankfully, it looks like they've been taking their time with Gen 10. Which I still haven't actually watched the trailer for. For the pipe beneath the town. I thought GT was good from Baby onward. Like, Baby conceptually is awesome, but, like, when they get back to Earth and everyone's already infected, oh man, the tone is fucking incredible. But then he beats Goku, and then after Goku goes Super Saiyan 4, after that, it's just downhill with the Baby Saga. It's just downhill. GT is okay. Also, Super Saiyan 4 looks nicer to me there than Daima. I agree. I prefer GT Super Saiyan 4 personally. Never watched Dragon Ball in anything but the English dub, but if he's dead, why does he show up at the World Tournament as an adult? It's been nearly 20 years as a heads up. They don't say anything outright. The implication is, like, he died, but he ascended to something beyond mortality, like, more like a Sun Wukong thing, I guess. Kind of like, you know, semi-divinity. Because, like, only Pan saw him. So. But there's also Hero's Legacy. He spoke with his descendant. I think Scarlet and Violet is a little overhated. It's still not good, but I had no problems with them. I think they're solid. I think Scarlet and Violet were solid, just not in a technical sense. The more I see Goku, the more annoying he gets to me, but I'm quickly annoyed. Goku's Goku to me. That's all I can really say it. Your flower points to use the power smash. I may as well put it on. No reason not to. I'm the last year of my film degree, and my professor is not really that great. Nobody in the class really likes her. Thankfully, I only had, like, one professor like that. But, like, he also was teaching, like, a very particular abstract course. And he did not teach it well. He was, like, kind of up his own ass, but he got better. He got better. We got through the class all right. Goku Black arc is oof to me. Goku Black is one of those... It's one of those things where it's something that's super cribbed from GT. As far as execution, like, they come around it really differently. I'm alright with it. I don't really mind. I think it's mostly pretty solid. I don't even really have a problem with the ending, honestly. It's fine. Like, I've thought about doing more Dragon Ball videos, but the response to that Broly video is just so fucking dumb. Like, so many people in the comments, like, setting aside, like, the people that were, like, trying to stand for Vic Mignogna. Like, the amount of people who just, like, didn't understand that I was talking about, like, character writing and, like, actually, like, building up a character. And not just, like, power scaling and stuff. It was just like, man, I can't. I just fucking can't. Fuck all this. A lot of my classmates are in open revolt and are preparing to make a complaint to the dean to get her fired, which I think is an extreme reaction. But do you disagree, though? Thing's kind of soggy. That's a tentacle. This is a squid. Blooper, that's what it's called. Not really a big Mario guy, so I only know so much. Great boopily boopily. I don't know. Googly moogly. Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, anyone? Somebody with some serious moxie. Yeah, Mario, moxie, yeah, checks out, I guess. Some saucy mustache guy. Saucy? Last time I actually was invested in Goku was Majin Buu, and after that it was just a slog, but I keep watching for Gohan. They murdered my boy. Gohan's fine. I think Gohan's been fine the way he's been going. Surprised how much peeps disliked Super Broly was quite an eye-opener for me. Yeah, I was really surprised by that. Because, like, hey, here's, like, a version of Broly who has, like, actual, like, character and emotion and who isn't just a big angry boy. And they were just like, oh, no, but he only got angry. He only got angry and then became a rage monster. At least the original Broly was having fun with it. And it's like, there was nowhere to go with the old Broly. He was just a rage monster. Just because he could think doesn't mean that he wasn't anything more than that. There was somewhere you could go with Super Broly. There was an actual, like, sympathetic character. She's not doing a great job of teaching, but I don't know if I want her to lose her job over it. Fair enough. Intro to Scarlet and Violet took me like 4 hours. Felt like an idiot for not just rushing to the part where I could ride Miraidon before actually exploring. Yeah. Kakarot. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, especially like with Second Coming, Broly's character was diminished. And that's the version of Broly that we would see in all media afterward. Like, we didn't get to see, like, the sociopath much that we saw in the first movie, and I like Broly in the first movie. I think there was something interesting there, but it was only interesting for that one movie. I actually wasn't expecting to dislike it, as I don't like Z Broly. Even as a kid, I didn't like him, and while I respect your video, I still don't like him overall. That's fine. A good chunk of it is nostalgia, I'll be fair. I'll be reasonable about that. The music does a lot for me. The dub music does a lot for me on that front. I mean, like, there's a reason why I have Aquavita on vinyl. Like, I dropped like $80 to get that. I don't even have a record player. I just love that album that much. Plan on doing the post-game Super Boss in this run? I didn't know there was a post-game Super Boss. I mean, we'll see, I guess. Pretend Broly returns and Bio Broly never happens. I'm not so down on Bio Broly as a lot of other people. I don't think it's great, but I don't think it's, like, the worst thing ever. Honestly, I kind of prefer it to Fusion Reborn. Like, I think Fusion Reborn is just kind of boring. You're darn blooping? Ow. It's mean. Recently, they've done good with Gohan, but in Super, they absolutely did not do him good. It has ups and downs with him, I guess. That was a bit, to be sure. The Super Boss thing, I don't know. Like, I haven't played through Paper Mario Thousand Year Door before. Or any of the Paper Marios, for that matter. I don't think Bio Broly is the worst, but it's pretty meh. Yeah, I mean, most of the DBZ movies are pretty meh, so... Like, the only legitimately good ones, I think, are... Dead Zone... Dead Zone, Broly 1. I kind of like BoJack, all right. Dead Zone, Broly 1, BoJack, and Wrath of the Dragon out of like the originals. Those are like the only ones that I would say are legitimately good. People sleep on Wrath of the Dragon though. Like apparently a lot of people think Wrath of the Dragon is just boring, and I'm just like, why? Like there's some good character stuff in there. What are you talking about? I like the first cool. Yeah, I thought about that. I don't know if I would call it good, but like, the first Cooler movie can be fun. I cringe seeing Gohan's beast form. His hair looks so dumb. I was a little back and forth with the beast form. Ultimately, where I came down on it is that it's literally just nostalgia baiting for when he went Super Saiyan 2 in the Cell games. And after that, I was just like, I don't like this anymore. Have you seen the Pluto anime? I don't know what that is. I'm not really an anime guy, so if you ask me if I've seen X or Y anime, 99% of the time the answer is probably going to be no. Especially if it's something that came out in the last, like, 10 or 15 years. What was Wrath of the Dragon about? It's the short version is like what if Dragon Ball Z and Godzilla? That's like the super short version, but that doesn't sell it. That doesn't do it justice. The emotional core of it is Trunks being jealous of Goten for having an older brother. There's an alien wizard who gets everyone to use the Dragon Balls to unseal a magic music box that unseals a great hero who has half of basically Godzilla trapped in him. Trunks looks up to this ancient hero as an older brother figure. They start to bond. That's where the emotional core of that movie is, and it's good. It's really good. I was kind of hoping after Super Broly to canonize Cooler 2. Obviously, that's not going to happen. I saw Superhero in theaters, and while I thought it was good at the time, I rewatched it on Blu-ray and thought it was just fine. Didn't do much for me. Yeah, Superhero's fine. Like, the best part about Superhero is that it does stuff with Gohan and Piccolo. Like, it is the Piccolo movie. That's the best thing about it. They did some fun stuff with the Red Ribbon Army I thought was fun. It was very unconventional. It's something that you wouldn't expect from a Dragon Ball movie. Pluto is made by the person who did Monster. I don't know what Monster is. you're gonna have to explain a lot more. Not an anime guy either, but the Pluto anime on Netflix is terrific. It's basically a dramatic, more mature and complex retelling of an old Astro Boy arc. Oh, I never read or watched any Astro Boy, so I only know Astro Boy like conceptually as like a proto Mega Man sort of thing. Like in the very broadest of strokes, like Rockman / Mega Man is basically Astro Boy. Unless I've got that very, very wrong. But I don't even have Netflix, so it's like, oh cool, I can't watch it. I can't watch it even if I wanted to. I mean, like, I personally don't have Netflix, but we do have Netflix here. Like, one of my roommates has it. I need to get back to the new season of live-action One Piece, because I watched the first couple episodes when I was in Rhode Island with my friend, and I really liked Season 1. I like what I've watched so far of Season 2. Cannot get with the anime, though. Just cannot. Oh, look at all the Goombas. Kill all the Goombas. That's also why I really dislike Beast Gohan. It just feels like a nostalgia wank going, look, it's Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Yeah. And, like, I know that they were kind of setting up to, like, give Gohan a new form, kind of. But it's like, man, this doesn't feel earned, really. I mean, it felt about... It felt less earned than Super Saiyan 2. Like, the rage Gohan felt was still justified. I get it. But, like, it doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. There wasn't nearly as much on the line as there was with Cell. There wasn't as much build-up as there was with Cell. And with Beast Mode, it's like, oh yeah, this is cool. Whereas when Gohan went Super Saiyan 2 against Cell, it's like, a lot of people interpreted it as, oh, this is cool. But in reality, it's like, oh no. Oh, this is not good. Like, the quiet kid broke. This is not good. You don't need to understand Asteroid to understand Pluto's. I assumed that it. Yeah, I didn't need to, but it's like, you know, I'm just saying. I'm just thinking out loud. You watched Bleach? Oh, I watched like the first 20-something episodes of Bleach back in the day. But like once they got to the Soul Society, I dropped off. I was like, man, it was cool until you started like getting away from the modern day setting. Turn on that OP and I'm gonna be taken back 20 years though. Back when I was watching some anime in 3 parts per episode on YouTube. Those were the golden days. Gonna step out for a bit, enjoy the game. Thanks, Aiden. Thanks for stopping in. One Piece live action's greatest live action, in my opinion. It's good. Like, just as its own thing. Like, I don't feel like I'm missing anything by not having read the manga or watched the anime. And I know One Piece is a thing, but I can't. I just can't. I'm not a fan of the style of the anime. I can't. What up, Hound Dog? Thanks for stopping in. One Piece live action is fantastic, and I've never watched or read it. Yeah, that's kind of where I am. I remember when 4Kids was pushing One Piece back in the day. And I've watched Red Bard's video on Dub Piece, and that's a fun video. Honestly, kind of a shame that, like, Red Bard is indeed back. But, like, her videos since she came back not gotten the same traction as her old videos. I think that's a fucking crime. I want to like anime, but there's a lot of common tropey stuff that really irritates me. Hot spring scenes, tournament jokes, stuff. Yeah, that's kind of where I am with it. A lot of anime is like super tropey, and not like ways that I find endearing, just ways that I find really annoying. And like the culture around it too here, like there are people who like will go watch like every anime that comes out like every season, or like at least the first episode, and I'm just like, why is it specifically anime that this happens with? Like you don't, like you never hear people be like, oh, I'm gonna watch every show that's coming out on network TV this season. It's always with anime. Like anime is a fucking monolith, and I'm just like, this is weird. Hello, Pike. It's stuff that's present in every anime, it's in a lot of them. Yeah, especially like a lot of the popular stuff. Like I love Cowboy Bebop, and that does not feel like anime. That feels very Western. And that's probably like kind of why I really like it, because like the thing is with a lot of anime too is that like a lot of it does not respect the viewer's intelligence. I mean, granted, that's a lot of shonen mainly, where like they're explaining what happened as it's happening and then reiterate it right after it happens. Like I prefer stuff that respects the intelligence of the viewer, and also people don't fucking yell about incessantly about how great it is and make me not want to take a look at it. Like people keep gassing up like the elf girl one and not really saying like why it's good or anything. I'm just like, shut up about the fucking elf. I don't care. Stop it. Not gonna watch it now. I got an email from, like, Crunchyroll, who I'm not even, like, subscribed to anymore, but, you know, they send marketing emails. It's like, oh, it's everyone's favorite elf. You can buy a plushie. And I'm just like, I don't even know who the fuck this is. She's not my favorite elf. Stop it. Tournament arcs. Yeah, I got what you meant. Catch up a little bit here. Dragon Ball always takes me back to watching low-res subs in Real Player. Oh, Real Player, dude. If I was ever to get into One Piece, the anime is absolutely a no-go for me. I'm not watching 1,000 episodes. Yeah, no. There's One Piece, which cuts it down significantly, but I don't know, like, how much the anime they've got cut out. They cut down the manga, though. Imagine my surprise taking a break from going through FF7 for the first time, and I see this stream. Yeah, I try. No, you're not an anime guy, but I really think you'd get a kick out of Kino's Journey, Beautiful World, the old 2003 version specifically. I think you brought that up to me in an earlier stream? I think? Might just be me, but fan service stuff really annoys me. Not watching this to ogle the women, I'm watching this to enjoy a story. Especially because a lot of fan service is towards, like, high school girls. It's like, I'm 31, dude. Golden Boy, that's got adult women. I've heard Golden Boy is, like, genuinely endearing, but, like, I prefer older stuff, so Golden Boy is, like, kind of automatically something I'd be more interested in just based on that. It's still tropey. It's still kind of a little lecherous, but, like, at least it's with, like, adult women. Freerin. Okay. Watch one episode of every new anime thing was more for when there was only a handful of new shows each season. Now that there are hundreds over multiple streaming platforms, yeah, no. I know, dude, I know people who do that. Like, not even, like, just, like, for their job. Like, they just do that. And it's like, okay, that's on you, buddy. I liked it when it wasn't... I liked it. It wasn't amazing, but it was a fun watch. Oh, Golden Boy. Yeah. Definitely recommend it to you. Yeah, I mean, I know they just... A Blu-ray for Golden Boy just came out. I know that. I mean, like, it's so old and it's so... Petalburg? Wait. I'm not playing Ruby and Sapphire right now. What's going on? Yeah, like, Golden Boy's old enough that I could probably, like, find it on, like, archive.org or something. It's probably on there. I mean, I found the Serial Experiments Lane Blu-ray on archive.org, and I downloaded that. I still haven't finished it. I got, like, halfway through the show, and then life happened. I've loved what I've watched of Lane so far.
Once that dragon hooktail was spotted flying around this area, well, it didn't help tourism, put it that way. People just stopped visiting.
Lane, Bebop, and Evangelion. I love Ava. I watched Ava for the first time right after my Pop-Op died. But, like, man, it's so fucking good. Like, so many people who watch Ava don't get Ava, and it's so frustrating. Berserk. I considered watching some Berserk when working on the FF7 video, because I kept hearing people say, oh yeah, Cloud's Buster Sword is inspired by Guts' sword, and I just could not find anything to back that up. I mentioned Guts in the video because, like, it's such a pervasive thing that people bring up. You got me into Dusu, so thank you for that. Hell yeah, brother. Anyone who hasn't listened to Dusu's album Aquavita, listen to Aquavita. It's so fucking good. Serial Experiments Lane has a banger opening. It does. I love... People make edits with it. Like, there's a Sopranos edit with the Lane opening, and it's so fucking good. Why do the Sopranos get all the memes? That's funny. He's old, really, really old. Really, that's one way to put it. Watched Ava near the end of 2025. It's really great. I was one of those two people in the FF8 fit. I think I saw your comment. Yeah. That you specifically said, yeah, it's me. I'm one of the two people who doesn't know Ava. Aquavita and Feng Shui, both CD and vinyl. Wait, Feng Shui's on vinyl? Well, I haven't sat down to listen to Feng Shui because Aquavita is just like such a high bar, and I'm just like, man, I'm afraid I'm gonna listen to their other albums and they're just not gonna compare. Watched Ava when I was in high school and come to terms with being trans, and the episode Take Care of Yourself hits so damn close to home for me, especially the scene in which Shinji says, but I don't understand myself. Where am I? Who am I? What am I? Ava hits a lot of trans people. A lot of people look at Shinji as trans. And, like, obviously textually that's not what's going on. I understand why. Because Ava is about understanding yourself. It is about forging genuine human connections. It is about figuring yourself out. So, like, I get why people, like, LGBT people, but especially trans people, would resonate so hard with it. I said I'll take a rest. And, like, I've been asked, like, do you think Shinji's gay or he's going with Asuka? It's like, I don't fucking care. That's not the point. Like, the self-discovery, that's what... The self-discovery, understanding oneself, filling in each other's gaps. Go outside and talk to people, you fucking nerd. That's Ava to me. A lot of people get lost on, like, the shipping. Like, same with, like, Final Fantasy VII, especially in the wake of the remake. So many people get lost in the sauce over, like, shipping. Between, like, oh, do you prefer Cloud with Aerith or Tifa? And I'm just like, look, he's going to end up with Tifa. That's just the way of things. But also, you are missing the fucking point. I think he's bisexual at the very least, especially after... Oh, yeah, his scenes with Kaoru. And yeah, I mean, like... Yeah, I do read him as at least bisexual because of just how close he was getting with Kaoru. And I do prefer the old dub, which, you know, Kaoru says I love you there instead of I like you. But, you know, that I just, yeah, I do read his, you know, relationship with Kaoru as being, you know, romantic, more romantic in nature. You know, I do see those affections as being in that ballpark. So, I think anyone who tries to say, no, there's nothing like that in there, it's like, look, you can say it is not that, but come on. Come on. Top the old castle beyond this hummock. I haven't listened to Feng Shui yet, but they did a small run of vinyl of it last year. Briefly heard the opener, and I love the drum sound. I'll take a listen. They just added Tendrils' album, Anaphase Baby, to Spotify, and I'm like, thank God, I've been waiting for this for so long. Because they only put one of their songs into Broly. They put the Invisibles in there, and they use it twice in there. But on the old VHS tape, on the intro where they were talking about the music, they instead play a little bit of No Cure. So that's... So I've been, like, rocking out to that, and I'm like, man, I want to hear an acoustic version of No Cure. I think that'd be pretty good. That album cover goes hard, though, for Anaphase Baby. It goes so hard. Ironically, I get the impression that go outside and meet people message is lost on a lot of Ava fans. Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. That's why they had to do End of Evangelion. And Anno was just like, I'm not even going to be subtle about it. I'm not going to be subtle about this. They're sending me death threats. They don't get it. I thought these people understood, and no, I got to bring the hammer down. It is beautiful there, no? Museum mustache. Oh. Love the lovely little cabbage. Jesus Christ. I know that she's a Goomba, but, like, I'm not sure, like, any woman would be flattered by being called a lovely little cabbage. I also prefer the old dub, mostly just for the voices themselves. I like Ray Chase as Gendo, KC Mongilo as Shinji, but none of the new cast besides them really worked for me. I'm fine with the new cast for the most part. It's like with the Ava dubs, you're choosing between a lively dub, but a script that has its inaccuracies, and a more accurate script, but performances that aren't quite as lively. Going outside can do wonders for peeps. Give it a try. Yeah, I've been trying to walk out, go for like 30-minute walks at least every day. I got to do mine after I'm done here, or like after a nap or tonight or something. But I usually try to do it early in the morning, like when the sun's not out, because no matter what, I'm going to come back sweaty and my hair is going to be damp because of all the fucking humidity. But, you know, try to get around that as much as possible. Like, set a playlist. Set a playlist that's like 30, 40 minutes long. Go, you know, have a set route. And just, you know, time it so that when the playlist ends, you're basically right back at your front door. A friend of mine sent me an eBay link to an Aquavita listing a few years ago, way after it sold out, and somehow it was a vinyl signed by the whole band, and you somehow snagged it. Awesome! That's fucking awesome. Especially since they were only, like, they had a pressing of, like, only 300 copies. And, like, I don't know if the lyrics to that album are online now, but, like, they're in the fucking gatefold. And that's fucking great. I've started getting more vinyl recently. I went to see Rocket in Atlanta in November, and I got both their EP and their album on vinyl. And when I was on vacation, I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I got Songs for the Deaf on vinyl there. And when I went to the Exchange afterward, I got Like Clockwork on vinyl there. So now I only need 6 more Queens of the Stone Age albums, and I've got all of them. And I'm just like, man, if only, like, there was a vinyl pressing of Era Vulgaris that had the bonus tracks, like, you know, Era Vulgaris itself. Because I finally cracked into that one, and, like, I love that track. It's a miracle something like FF8 doesn't feel anything like 7's shipping insanity. Probably because, like, they focus specifically on Squall and Renoa. That little cabbage thing reminded me of my ex who used to call me Little Princess. Had to ask him to stop. After a while, I found it really creepy. Yeah, I'd imagine, because, like, trying to put myself in your shoes. Because, like, little, that implies, like, youth, like, little girl. Princess, that compounds onto that. But, like, again, I'm not in your head, so maybe I'm off base. Maybe I'm a spot on. I don't know. I need to stop watching. I have a slight thing for Koopas. Keep it in your pants. You folks looking for crystal stars? Yes, I am. What did I hear about those dang things again? Hooktail's got what you're looking for. Enormous ornery dragon eats folks, they say. I may have heard the name. Yeah, sure. It's actually pretty accurate. Felt like I was being treated like a child with him. Turns out he also ended up cheating on me with another trans girl. Ooh, I'm sorry. Specifically with another trans girl. Was he sent... Again, I don't know him. I only know just what you're telling me. He sounds like a bit of a chaser. You'll accept no reward? I didn't say that. What an unselfish man. You're noble indeed. Say your name was again. Wahoo! Murphy? Yes. Murphy Mario. Super Murphy-o, brothers. It's Mario. I appreciate that, Murphy. They are nice eyebrows. This guy's old. Then I'm going to Hooktail's castle. Find the secret pipe near this village. There are a lot of secret pipes in this game. You need stone keys to use that pipe. The keys are somewhere in the Schwank Fortress, just past the village. All right, so we're going to the Schwank Fortress. There's a push that Peeps wanted it to be Quietus rather than Quistis rather than her. Easiest way to tell they missed a lot of the optional stuff and didn't take Renoa with them back to the garden. So I learned recently, like, just based on, like, how her name is spelled in Japanese, like, Quistis' name is supposed to be pronounced Keistis. And immediately we were both just like, no, not doing it. It's Quistis. People tried to rake me over the coals a bit for saying, you know, Kina the way I do. Imagine the fucking earful I would have gotten if I had called her Keistis for Final Fantasy VIII. Holy shit. Just wish he would be more, you know, manly sometimes. Yeah, okay. Why I have to fall for someone like him? Man, like the heart wants what it wants, girl. I feel like focusing on who Cloud's love interest is missing the point, maybe. I feel like didn't really focus on the romance in FF7 anyway. Yeah, it does miss the point. I mean, like, there is the will they, won't they thing. Like, there is that aspect of 7 in there, but, like, that is not the point. The whole point is that, like, Cloud doesn't understand who he is. Hey, I've seen this guy. He looks like a fucking wimp. Sorry, Land of the Right. He's saying I'm calling her Quistis. It is what it is. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna bat an eye at you calling her Quistis. I'm not. I'd be a hypocrite if I did. This is Anne Toad. Need to replay 8. I got an email? What, do I have a fucking BlackBerry in my pocket? Ever since watching the retrospective, I realized how much of it I forgot. I know it's never been one of my favorites, but I really did forget 90% of it. Yeah, there's a lot there, and there's a lot that's easy to miss. I replayed it when working on the scripts. I knew I had to, because I had, like, kind of... A lot of stuff had passed me by, and I didn't come to grips with the battle system and junctioning and drawing until, like, way later. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go into it full understanding of what's going on. May receive email from people you've met on your journey. You can read these emails in your mailbox on your mailbox SP. I do know that there was, like, a cell phone receiver for the Game Boy Advance SP, so this isn't that out there to me. Important things. Frankly, email. In e-form. Remember Professor Frankly? He's back in e-form. It's highly unlikely to receive emails like this one while you're on your journey. Or highly likely. So check your mail often. He's throwing stuff out. This is the one use for the C-Stick. With Rogueport Direct Mail Service, our direct mail service will provide you with regular, timely news updates. We hope you enjoy our service. Okay. Speaking of FF8, did you ever watch Spoonie Experiment? No, I did not. I did not watch any of Spoonie's videos. I know some people brought it up in the comments. I know that, like, Anthony Gramuglia, he mentioned Final Fantasy VIII at some point in one of his videos. I can't remember which one. Talking about how, like, discourse changes over time, and he said, like, people's thoughts on FF8 changed because of Spoonie, and I'm just like, I was like, had to fight the urge to go fucking talk to him and be like, Ant, you fool. Ant, Spoonie didn't move the needle. People were already pretty divided on 8. Spoonie just amplified sentiments that were already there. But no, I didn't watch it. I didn't feel like I had to watch it. And I didn't want to bring up Spoonie because I know Noah had been through the shit mentally. And I'm under no illusions of, like, what my reach is, but I didn't want to kind of, like, drag Noah through the mud. You know, I just wanted to, like, leave him alone. Not that I think, like, anyone would, like, come after him or anything if I shined a spotlight on him. But I didn't even want to chance it. Yeah. Let me go to the fortress. Hey, it's him. It's Wimpy Koopa. Koops. He wants to be a party member, doesn't he? Koops. Koops, wait. fine. Hope Noah's okay. Used to watch him in the Channel Awesome cast a lot as a teenager, but obviously he's had a lot of mental health problems, and I overall just hope he's okay. He's been doing better, as I understand it. He's still sorting stuff out, which, you know, let him take the time he needs. You know, it's strange, like, because, like, obviously, like, because I talk to Mars Girl on the regular, because she, like, captions my videos, and, like, I would never have expected to, like, just, like, be talking with someone who is, like, involved in Channel Awesome in any real capacity, like, much less, like, have, like, a friendly relationship with them and just speak candidly about it. And it's fucking weird, like, just hearing about some of the stuff, like, from someone who was there. Not my stories to tell, obviously, but, you know, someone who did watch Doug for, like, years as a teenager, and then completely dropped off after Change the Channel. It is very surreal. Surprised they haven't updated the Switch version of this game to run at 60 FPS on Switch 2. It's weird it's locked to 30. I had no idea. That is kind of weird. FF10 made me cry because the love story it tells and how it ends has some very poignant similarities with my years-long relationship with my boyfriend. Oh, I hope... Oh, God, I'm sorry. Like, I hope it's... Man, I hope things work out for you, because, like, that kind of paints a pretty harrowing story. Not really worth watching anyway. I only saw it once and never again. It's a really dated and poorly aged review, which even he clearly doesn't think very highly of on reflection. Yeah, the only part I know of is where he just, like, makes mock lyrics to Laveri Fatali and is just gay over and over, which, like, yeah, that was super, like, 2005, 6. I don't know when Noah made them. Definitely imagine that's weird, especially as someone who grew up watching their stuff. Doug is a man who I really admired back in the day, and though I don't watch him anymore, I can't deny that his content had a big impact on my taste in YouTube videos, and has made me consider doing some type of video essay content myself and lead me to write long-form Letterboxd reviews. Yeah, like, I can't deny Doug's influence on me, but it's like, you know, you don't want to say it out loud. And what's weird is that, like, after all that went down, there are still, like, people who stan Doug who don't really care about everything that happened, or just kind of treat him as like, he was just a little guy. He didn't have any idea. He didn't have any power. It's like, no, he was involved in meetings and shit. You know, he's culpable. Damn it. Come on. There we go. Yeah, but you can't fight them, right? They don't take damage. Yeah, they don't take damage. Fuck. They're immune. Wait. Come on. This'll... Come on. Alright! Let's see. Reminds me of a lot of less than stellar stuff I watched years ago, and only within the last 3 or so years did I really do my best to get my head out of my ass and be better. Yeah, it's kind of how it ends up with a lot of stuff from like the 2000s that we loved. From what I know of Spoonie, haven't watched his content myself, I guess it pissed a lot of people off because it had a lot of irony, poisoning, humor, just cynically shitting on stuff in his reviews. Yeah, that's kind of the long and short of it. I can only imagine how he would have approached like Kingdom Hearts. One of my former friends, unfortunately, is one of those people. He genuinely believes Kick-Assia is a good film. Kick-Assia has its charm. It's not good, and I wouldn't go back to it. We had to stop being friends when he would say some horribly misogynistic things. Oh, God. I'll let you finish up the second half there. Going to go. Love your videos. Have a good day. Feels weird to say because it's like 9 p.m. Hey, I mean, like, yeah, you're all good. Thanks for stopping in. And if he was going through a period, it was when I met him a few years ago. I was going through a period where I was very, very... All right, I'll let you finish up your writings there for both these. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Sneak attack me, why don't you? I got some items here. I got some fire flowers. Let's do it. Get fucked. Shortly before I met, I had a dream where I met the best friend I ever had. On. Then I woke up and they were gone. I developed this irrational fear where my best friend was a dream that would go away. Oh, your boyfriend. Boyfriend, best friend. Someone very close. Got to get some work done, but thanks for streaming. Take care. Yeah, thanks for stopping in. Second message is sending. Typed it twice and it's not sending it all. It's bizarre. That is weird. Maybe refresh and try again. Because I was having issues when I was trying to start the stream with messages not sending. That feng shui vinyl is low in count. As a heads up, if you're interested. Bandware showed around a bit less than a dozen left. I don't think I'll be getting it. I'm not in a position to be blowing money on cool stuff right now, unfortunately. Yeah, thanks for saying so. All right, yeah, I cannot jump. This is super not good. Screen black review, I got a problem on my end. It might just be you, because it's showing fine for me. And I got to the end of FF10, the specific way it ended resonated very personally. First game to make me actually start sobbing. Love my boyfriend, glad he tolerates me every day. That's good. Alright, I have to run. Alright, so I need POW blocks. Or... can I use the power smash? It is weird. Just said vile things about Lindsay, Lupa, and Mars Girl. Oh, yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Oh, fuck. I can't do anything to these guys. Sorry to get sapped. No, you're good. Never get the peeps who have this weird disdain for the Tidus laugh scene. They're doubling down. Like, I saw people who were like, we just don't like the performance, dude. It's like, the performance it's accurate. It is what it is. Hey, a pow block. That's just what I need. Wahoo! Wahoo! Pow. Bingo. Ow. That hurt. When I was trying to make amends with him, I actually linked him your FF1 and 2 retrospects early on, and he called your voice pretentious and over-wordy, whatever that means. I don't know. There are people who don't like my videos because I actually, like, don't just talk about them as games, I guess. Blame the director, not the actor. Yeah, I wouldn't blame Jack Fletcher. I don't know. I think I sound like a fucking Muppet. And not the good kind like Tim Rogers. I want to say, enjoyed all your FF retrospectives. They're really good and well made. Can't wait for the next one. Thanks, David. Hopefully you won't have to wait too much longer. 10-2 is slated to be by the end of May. I need to start a new playthrough of it. I'm going to start playing International probably tonight on my probably on my own time. I might stream it. I don't know. Oh, I'm hurting. I'm hurting bad. Mario's hurting bad. Mario's in peril. Mario's big hurty. I think we all sound like Muppets. Maybe. Like, did I just not hit any of them? What the hell? There we go. I somewhat agree that Hetty Burst's performance for Yuna is a bit wooden, but I also think that fits that character and story they were trying to sell quite well. I agree. I can't totally get over it, but I get it. It's a huge hot take, but I like 10-2 more than I do 10. I don't particularly love either of them, but there's something about that girly pop energy of 2 that I love. I find it charming. I really like 10-2 soundtrack. I love the energy. The structure, not so much. Its particular brand of ATB, I'm kind of so-so on. But man, that soundtrack's good. I'm also, like, just in my 2000s nostalgia era. I wish I was a child again. I yearn for the days that I didn't live in fucking Florida. So, there's definitely that to consider. Let's go back to the inn. I wish there was a run button. Your content isn't for everyone, but I really enjoy what you're doing and have really enjoyed everything you put out so far. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Eric. I do my best. And I try to, change it up a little bit here and there, which is why I've already said this to my patrons, but, this is kind of buried a little bit. So I think that having this go out to the people who actually are like, yeah, I want to sit in on streams isn't so bad. On the community post I made back in like February, where I announced that I was doing like KH2FM streams and stuff, and laid out like that I was going to be moving and plans for that before the Ohio plan specifically got kind of scuttled because I'm not giving up my fucking cat. I said that there were going to be 3 videos that were part of a trilogy for the rest of the year after 10.2 was done. And that trilogy is Halo. We're finally doing Halo retrospective. For a while, I thought it wasn't going to be necessary. I thought that people generally knew like the development history and impact of Halo, and then over the last like few years, I saw people just kind of like not realizing just how influential, just how major all that was, and just seeing the history kind of get forgotten outside of like the core fan base. So I was like, all right, I guess it falls to me. So yeah, that's the plan. If I know some people figured it out because I said July 7th and 77 days between installments. But yeah, that's confirmation for you. You know, we're not friends anymore, and partially because of what he said about my videos, but mostly him just being misogynistic and things he said about former CA producers. Yeah, it sucks cutting out like a longtime friend. I've been there. I've been in a very similar situation. What do you think of any FF game? They all have great soundtracks. I mean, I'll see how I feel about like 12. Yeah, the misogyny is not okay. Sorry, former friends. Like that. Can't believe Kamari got shafted on the gameplay and writing perspectives at the same time. Kamari's cool. Kamari's a bro. Of how much you go into with your vids, it doesn't just feel like empty regurgitated stuff a lot of FF vids fall into. Yeah, that's the hard part, is actually finding something meaningful to say, but also pacing it well. Because like there was stuff I didn't talk about in the 10 video. Like I didn't talk about like the cloisters. Like that was a huge blind spot. But man, like that video was already like 5.5 hours, and you wanted more. Love your content. I'm a self-proclaimed FF hater, but it's undeniable that the games are made with love and the history is so intriguing. Thank you, I guess. Not really been into Halo myself, but I'm interested in seeing its development, so I'll be interested in seeing it from an outside perspective. All I'll say, without giving anything away, is that like a lot of people who haven't played Halo think of it as just like a dude bro shooter, when like there is more to it than that. Like all I can, again, without like giving much away, Halo 2 is about breaking free of the conditioning of organized religion. That is not an exaggeration. I've had MCC basically since it came to Steam. Didn't grow up with an Xbox. Grew up with the PS2 and 3, so I've never played Halo, so I haven't played more than like 30 minutes of any of them. Great fucking games. Halo 1 is super atmospheric. Halo 2's story really hits home for me. I love the Arbiter as a character. Halo 3 drops the ball in some parts, but man, like it's just so polished, and it's just such a great game to play. I love it to death. Halo 4 makes me fucking sob at the end. And the thing is, like, with Halo 1, I'm not looking at it as the start of a franchise. Obviously, like, all the stuff I look at it in context. I'm looking at it as the next Bungie game. So that's why I've been wanting to finally sit down and go through the original Marathon trilogy, poke around a little bit with Myth, if I can. Because, like, Halo exists in conversation with the rest of Bungie's work at that time. And that's something that a lot of people forget. Can't say I care much about Halo as an avid PlayStation owner, but I sure will watch the retrospective count on that. I'm trying to gather together people to do multiplayer matches, because I want to talk about the multiplayer as well. And I love Halo multiplayer. I'm going to like keep that pool small at first. I've got a list of people that I'm reaching out to first, and then I'm going to expand that pool to patrons. So like Halo 1 multiplayer, it's a fun party game. And if you want to like have a fun chill time sometime within the next like couple months or so, then like $1 a month you can get in the patron Discord. Eventually invites will go out for Halo multiplayer games at all tiers. There's something really exhausting about a lot of recent FF video essays I've seen where they kind of just debase into relentlessly bashing the most surface-level criticisms, and it's boring. I'm so glad you find a balance where you praise what works and criticize what doesn't. without being unbearably pretentious. Basically, you're a fair and interesting reviewer with good narration. I think I'm fucking pretentious as shit. A lot of people think I'm pretentious as shit, but thank you. I thought people didn't like Halo 4. I'm an outsider looking in, but I thought people generally didn't like the newer 343 games. So with the post-Bungie era, with Halo 4, a lot of people felt the gameplay was lacking, and it is. The sandbox feels restricted, even though like they didn't take anything away. It's just new enemy design. The macro story has interesting ideas, but it's kind of underdeveloped a bit. But the human story underneath it is so fucking good. It's like, and then with the 343 games, like there's a common criticism that I think only really applies to Halo 5, that like they rely too much on you being familiar with the expanded universe. I think that only really applies to 5. With 4, you don't need to understand any EU stuff to understand what is immediately going on. Would it help? Yeah, sure. To read, like, Cryptum and, like, Fall of Reach, I guess, and maybe Glasslands if you, like, just want to know specifically where the Infinity came from, which you don't need to know. Glasslands in and of itself is a good read because it's a good read. But Halo 4's story is heartbreaking, and it's beautiful, and I love it. Like, it takes the character of the Master Chief and, like, the actual, like human elements that were starting to creep through and, like, brings it to the fore. And it continues to do that with 5, and especially Infinite. Halo 5's biggest sin is that it expects you to know stuff from the books, doesn't give you any sort of primer, and it's focused less on the Chief and more on mostly new characters that you're given no reason to actually care about. Along with other spoilery stuff that, like, they couldn't put the genie back in the bottle with that. But hey, they brought it home with Infinite, in my opinion. But a lot of Halo fans aren't focused on stories. They don't care about stories. They care about lore. And I hate that. I love FF10, but I fucking hate the temple trials. Everybody does. Especially because if you miss the optional rewards, you're locked out of a lot of shit unless you want to fight super bosses. Well, that specific super boss, Dark Valifor, that's only international in HD. The original version, at least for North America and Japan, you could go back and you could get the one in Besaid without being roadblocked. You down to do Halo multiplayer? Sign up for the Patreon, my friends. Already in the Discord. You're already in. It's gonna be a bit before I start sending out like invites to patrons, because I still haven't finished setting up that separate server, and I want to get friends in there first. Friends and like VIPs, and just kind of do like smaller matches before expanding things out, so we can actually do like big team games. Those closer trials suck. I hate how if you don't get the destruction sphere, it locks you out of Anima without going back, then you gotta do the whole Dark Aeons, yeah. No one is going to know that on the first playthrough without a guide. I understand and appreciate what they were trying to do, but those temple dungeons were just not it. No. My brother is a huge Halo fan, and when I was still living with my parents and had him by proxy, he got Halo 5 day one. He seriously threw it in the trash can once he was done. I was shocked. Yeah, I wasn't thrilled with it either, and I got it day one. I'm glad I didn't get, like, the special edition, because, like, man, I didn't put much time into the multiplayer either, because, like, I wasn't feeling it. It is really unfortunate a lot of the really good, great character stuff for FF8 is optional. Yeah, it is, but, what are you going to do? And, like, Halo's lore is... Halo's, like, expanded universe is really good, too. Like, I dipped into, like, some more of it more recently, especially since they put out a book that takes place after Infinite and follows up on the Chief there, and that was really good. And actually, like, made me care about characters from a prequel book, the Rubicon Protocol, that I didn't care about before, but man, like, they actually made me care. They made me care about the Rubicon Protocol. Good on you. Halo 5 is still Xbox exclusive, by the way. Yeah, I have an Xbox One still. So that's not an issue. It is playable via cloud streaming through Game Pass. So like it is playable on PC technically, and I did play it a little bit through game streaming. It was stable. But it would be a long time before I get to Halo 5, because I would want to do ODST, Reach, and because I have to do ODST, Reach, and 4 first. Won an Xbox One at a convention where it was one of the prizes, and I sold it to my brother since he wanted it for Halo anyway. Yeah, oh fuck, I accidentally stomped on the thing. Yeah, like I haven't plugged in my Xbox One in like 4 years because I just haven't had a reason to, because like, get the digital copies of games, you'll get it on PC. Pretty much everything is on PC. So it's like, I have no reason to get to actually like, use the Xbox One. I have no reason to get a Series X, price aside. What's your opinion on that Combat Evolved remake? Unnecessary, does not look good, like, completely misunderstands the core design and appeal of the original Halo. And I heard rumors that, you know, maybe it's gonna launch in June, and I'm just like, please don't. Please don't launch in June. I don't want to have to make that big purchase and then, like, add an extension to the script for the Halo 1 video that's already going to be, like, on a time crunch just to talk about Campaign Evolved. I don't want to do that. I don't want to fucking do that. Don't make me do that. Taking Renoa back with you to Balam Garden really should have been made missable. Shouldn't have been made missable. That's pretty critical to me, and how much stuff you miss you don't take her with you. I took her with me on my first time through because I wanted to keep her with Squall. Maybe they were counting on that, but I don't know. The only Xbox first-party game I have ever played is Tell Me Why, and I was kind of mixed on it. I have never heard of that. I have no idea what that is. I've heard-y. Game made by the people who made Life is Strange. It was given away for free on Steam during Pride Month during Pride in 2023. Both main characters are queer in some capacity, but I was just like, it's okay. I've only played the first episode of Life is Strange, and like I thought it was interesting, but never got the rest of it. And now like they have another one out, like kind of like an ending thing that I've heard is like just kind of like fan service-y. Like made by fans for fans, and like I read the Aftermath article saying like, no, this is kind of like dumb, like conceptually. Something doesn't need to be made by fans for fans. And I was like, yeah, I agree. It doesn't. I don't know. Life is Strange is one of those things, like, it kind of feels like it did pass me by, but at the same time, I'd probably still vibe with it if I actually, like, took the plunge. Because, like, I'm still open to it, but, you know, time, money. Thanks for stopping in, David. Have a good sleep. The only Xbox game I've ever really wanted to play were Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey. Wonder why Sakaguchi hasn't wanted them ported. I don't know if it's a matter of Sakaguchi not wanting them ported or Microsoft, because they're both owned by Microsoft. I recently got I recently picked up Blue Dragon, and I've had Lost Odyssey for a hot minute ever since Modular did his video. Never played Life is Strange personally. I have the first one on PS4, but I never even downloaded it. Yeah, I've only played the first episode. Like, I don't get why people don't like it. Like, part of me thinks, like, just because, like, it's very sapphic, but I don't know. Seeing your gameplay Paper Mario makes me want to give them a try at some point. It's been chill. There's really not much thinking to it. Just timing. Definitely want to play Lost Odyssey. I'm kind of waiting for Xenia to get better to finally emulate it. Yeah, I've heard that like you can emulate. I think you can play through the whole thing on Xenia, but you know, there's just a lot of visual issues. Wish Nintendo would port more Mystery Dungeon games. Man, I've only ever played like Red Rescue Team, like back in the day. I've heard that like Explorers of Sky is really good though. Like, I was considering getting back into it when, like, they did, like, Super Mystery Dungeon, I think it was called, on the 3DS, but then I heard it was pretty bad. Then they remade Red and Blue on Switch, and I, like, downloaded the demo and never played it. Oh no, we're eepy. Explorers of Sky made me crack back in the day. God damn. I never actually, like, finish the post-game for Red Rescue Team, so, like, I was a dumb kid. I didn't realize that, like, even though I got Psyduck and did not want Psyduck from the personality quiz, I could have just, like, reset the game and, like, answered differently on the personality quiz to get something different. So I played a Psyduck, and I chose Pikachu as my partner. I never got far enough in the post-game to evolve, so, like, I never got... Like, there was, like, a 100-floor tower, I think. Oh, okay. But yeah, I never finished the post game of Red Rescue Team. I wonder if they're eventually re-releasing Lost Odyssey, considering its cult resurgence in recent years. I wouldn't hold my breath. I wouldn't. My whole thing with this is like that's not going to happen until something official happens. Pretty sure Gates to Infinity was the shit one. That was also on the 3DS. It may have been that one, yeah. Till I got Cyndaquil, because Cyndaquil is to this day my favorite starter. Mine is Bulbasaur, for sentimental reasons. I was a Charmander kid until we moved, and then I was kind of an outcast because like I did not fit in culturally. And Bulbasaur, I kind of vibed with because like nobody chose Bulbasaur. And since then, I've met plenty of people who love Bulbasaur. Some of my closest friends, like, they choose Bulbasaur. That's how you know they're a real one, if they choose Bulbasaur. They choose Charmander, they're a follower. They choose Squirtle, they're alright. Apparently Skitty in Red Rescue Team is cracked because Double Slap is absurdly strong. If I remember correctly, yeah. I was Squirtle kid for Gen 1, but I had blue version and my brother had red version. Understandable. All the way here to Schwank Fortress, you must want stone keys. Trico's Bay. I like the Hoenn starters. I like all three of them. Mudkip is my personal favorite, that generation. Which is funny, because I usually go for the grass starter. It's one of, like, very few generations where I go for the water starter. I, like, never go for the fire starter. Because, like, Gen 2, I go for Totodile, because Chikorita's hard mode. At least early on. I go Mudkip. I went Sobble in Sword and Shield. By terrible, I mean awful. Thank you for clarifying. Used to be friends with a Bulbasaur person. Used to. Oh, God. Were they an asshole? Or did you just have irreconcilable differences regarding starter taste? Okay, then. 65th Super Fun Quirk Quiz. 65 of them. Correctly answer 5 of the following questions, you win. 3 of them wrong, you'll suffer a cruel and unusual punishment. I don't like that. Lame, I always pick Chikorita for Torchic. Torchic for Gen 3. Chikorita's Gen 2. What's hidden in this place? Stone keys. Yes. Love how in Gen 1 most people gravitate towards Squirtle or Charmander, but the best choice was probably the one people wanted least. Yeah. In terms of, like, sheer type advantage, yeah. Remember when Pikachu specifically had their own dedicated VA for a game or two? Yeah, for Yellow, and then starting in, like, Gen 7, I think, Pikachu has just the actual, like, anime VA. Don't know why I got that mixed up. You're good. It happens. I like Chikorita's cute as heck, but, like, it's hard to use because it's a more defensive, supportive player. What do one Mr. Softener and one Fire Flower caught? I used to like using different starters every playthrough, but at the point in my life where I've just accepted I like Charmander the most. That's fine. I've grown soft on Charizard. Oh shit! I got it right. They were an asshole, sadly, and unfortunately, were the kind of person to simply put simply up her own ass. Gotcha. Yeah, I get that. Sucks. It only gets much harder from here, I can imagine. Kind of falls off halfway through the game, but I still like it. No, Bulbasaur still... So it doesn't do well against Sabrina or Blaine, but it comes back for a vengeance against Giovanni. Does all right against Bruno. His name of the mayor of Petalburg. Was it Couscous? I didn't get his name. Stop playing Pokemon at Gen 6. Oh. Alright, I got it wrong. So let down Gen 6 that made me drop the series. Gen 6, like, that's when a lot of people came back, but man, it was nostalgia baiting Gen 1 so hard, and the series just never really stopped doing that since. Like, that's when the series started getting, like, too easy. Like, it just gave you a Lucario. Fucking Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Like, they just gave you Latios or Latios. I'm just like, why? Why? Made the mistake of picking up the recent Pokemon games out of nostalgia for the DS era. Almost all the games disappointed me except Legends. Scarlet and Violet were so bad, I didn't even bother with Legends ZA. I like Scarlet and Violet. I think people are too harsh on them. Mainly just playing Persona, SMT, and Digimon Story now to get my monster raising RPG fix now. I like Persona. I want to actually sit down and play 1 and 2. Because I've heard great things about 2. But mainline SMT I'm just turned off from because of the fucking elitism surrounding it and the difficulty I've heard about. Digimon, I tried a Digimon recently. I just was bored to tears by it. I don't even remember which one it was. I was never a Digimon kid. Okay. Gotta take regular trainers into account. There are a lot of poison and grass users around the region. Not that they're hard, just that they're it's just faster to use than anything else. True, that's true. Maybe make up for them locking legendaries on limited events. Maybe, but like they still did that. Like you still had you could still have them as roaming legendaries in the post game. They just gave them to they gave you Latios and Latios version dependent like halfway through the game. Like you're still going through the story and they just give them to you. That's fucking busted. Then Venusaur sets in your party until the eventual water or ground type appears. I kept using Venusaur. Venusaur is still fucking good. Which of the following creatures have hands? Koopa Troopas. Mystery gifts were honestly a bad idea. I mean, mystery gifts did more than just get you like treats, like legendaries and stuff. Like there was record mixing and such in Gen 3, so you could actually like like go to each other's secret bases and battle each other like on off time like that. Oras Latios was an insane decision. Yeah, I don't like Oras. Like, I've seen more people show love for it these days, but like, no, Oras is just a straight downgrade. I haven't even played BDSP. Like, I've heard BDSP is just like such a nothing thing. Like, it's faithful to a fault. Persona 2 Innocent Sin has a great story, but the gameplay is awful. Like, some of the worst I've ever played in an RPG. Eternal Punishment's gameplay is better, but its story is also great. I mean, I'll get there when I get there. I've been asked about, like, doing a Persona retrospective series, but it's like, man, there are prerequisites for that. Like, even if I don't do videos on, like, SMT 1 and 2, or even Megami Tensei 1 and 2, and if... Like, there's just a lot of work I gotta do in order to actually, like, get up to speed for that. I really want them to port Persona 1 and both Persona 2 versions to modern hardware, but if your Atlas views them as too different from modern Persona and just wants to remake them to be more like 3 onward... Like, if they remake them to be like Persona 3 onward, like, that would do them a disservice. I would hope they wouldn't. But also, like, there isn't that much of an outcry for Persona 1 and 2, like, from fans of the modern series, because, like, they only know it's like, oh, there are these 2 other Personas. I want those too, and they don't even really look into what they are. They're more properly SMT spin-offs than what we think of as a Persona game now, which isn't a bad thing. It's just not what fans of, like, 3, 4, and 5 want. And I guess that's why they're remaking Persona 4. Because I have a friend who, like, fell in love with 5 and loved 3 Reload, and he just can't get past the visual style of 4 Golden, and I'm just like, dude, don't be that guy. That's a skill issue. I can't, but painting is okay with Eternal Punishment. I want to play Platinum on the physical game. I can't sadly do the mystery gift events. Actually, if you do it on a 3DS, you can do some DNS shenanigans. You can get a good chunk of the mystery gifts that way. I think you can do it for Gen 4. I know you can for Gen 5. Also, my brother in Christ, action replay is a thing. A lot of people don't really want remakes of old games. They just want entirely new games that use the scenario of the older games. Kind of. Because, like, the video games are, like, the one medium where, like, remake the thing seems like it's, like, something that for some reason people actually want. Like, for some reason, like, the old version just is not suitable for some reason. And that's part of the interactivity thing. But also it's just like, you know, just like adapt. If you want to play the game, play the game. You're asking for a remake, you're not asking for that game. P4G looks super charming to me. Yeah, I like the look of P4G and classic Persona 3. They look fun. They look nice. I got a Moon Stone. Because they don't look like anime-looking games. I don't know. I think it's not because of what they aren't so much as what they are, at least just for my friends. People say that about anime as well these days, because newer anime come out with ridiculous amount of animation quality, for better or for worse. I don't know. Like, I don't really look at, like, current anime, so I couldn't tell you on that front. It's because of like how you said interactivity, but also people want it to be accessible. I don't know if you watched Neryl's video, but I agree with him on his take that if you played RE2 Remake, you haven't played RE2, especially compared to the original. I agree with that take. I don't know who Neryl is. PS2 Persona games have some of the coziest aesthetic. PS2 Mega 10 in general. Yeah, I think it looks good. I mean, like, am I in my PS2 nostalgia era? Am I ever? But... Neryl's another YouTuber. I figured. I mostly watch me, him, and Spear Hunter. Oh. Like, not even Modular? Modular is good people. I was in his Ultima 8 video. Neryl goes over games like Zelda. Yeah, that would probably be why I don't know him. Give me the foop. Don't think I've heard of them. Maj is good people. Majullar. His Chrono Cross video is comfort food to me. It's not indicative of how he conducts his videos now, but it's still comfort food. His Lost Odyssey video, his Kino. Damn it. His Ultima retrospectives, wonderful. Super Eye Patch Wolf gasses those up. Modular from his Tales of Symphony Dawn of the New World video. Yeah, I vaguely remember. I remember that I did watch those. I don't remember much about them. I got the Sun and Moon Stones. I thought I was here for keys. Gaming YouTuber I want to come back is Brando EXP. Yeah, I miss Brando. His videos on the 13 trilogy were really good. But like after his JoJo video flopped, he just vanished. My favorite Neryl videos are the one discussing Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. I've never seen someone put into words how frustrated I was with the latter versus the former, as I do like The Last Jedi, but I do mean strongly hate Rise of Skywalker. I don't hate Rise of Skywalker, but it's not good. It's bad. It is so compromised. I have a lot of respect and admiration for Last Jedi. It's like it actually tried something. But of course, that just fucking broke the fandom. And ever since then, it's just like, I cannot fucking stand Star Wars. I'm not following anymore. Fuck all of this. Because the fans fucking ruined it for me. His Xenogears video is amazing. I never finished his Xenogears video because I don't want to be spoiled on what Disc 2 has in store. Like, I know there's the chair. That's all I know. I know that, like, there were production or budget issues with Xenogears towards the end, and, like, so it gets kind of end of Eva-y, and I know that Xenogears pulls from At Childhood's End, much like Eva, but I want to see how it plays out on my own. Oh, God. Oh, Christ almighty. I'm hurty. Oh, I'm hurty real bad. Have you seen Cobra Kai? No, I haven't even watched I haven't watched any of the Karate Kid stuff. Oh, this is not good. Ow. Oh, that's something. Better than nothing. The same way, haven't watched any of the shows besides Obi-Wan. I thought it was just the most nothing burger show I've ever watched. I thought it was fine. The most I know about Xenogears is that the Xenoblade series spun off from it, and Cloud mentions it when he's Mako poisoned because they used to be part of Square. Yeah. Xenosagas, I mean, like, well, Xenoblade came out of, like, Xenosaga, as well as Gears, but yeah. Alright, now it's just you and me. That's a win. Cobra Kai is really great. You don't need to watch Karate Kid movies to enjoy it. It stands on its own, but it does also help to watch the first 3 movies. I mean, it's just like, it's not for me, and it's on Netflix, and I've got other things to do with my time. Other things I have to do with my time. Xenogears is the blueprint for both Saga and Blade. Yeah, that's my understanding, sort of. Is there anything else on the other side? I doubt it. I thought I was supposed to get stone keys. Where are my stone keys? Or is it just the sun and moon stones? Probably just the sun and moon stones. Hearing you mention Scrubs World for KH2 is hilarious. Hey, I was barely joking about that. Give Scrubs. I do find it silly that Square is not giving Xenogears even a simple port, while they still try to sell expensive merch for it and use its music for stuff. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, I wonder what the deal is with that. For that matter, like, why haven't they ported Chrono Trigger to consoles? Like, I'm not, like, super over the moon with Chrono Trigger, but, like, for God's sakes, throw Trigger fans a bone. Just put it on fucking console. Don't lock it to just mobile and PC. I plan to watch Scrubs get stuck in my head, say that in a complimentary way. Remember, DVDs. Is Square even allowed to re-release Xenogears? Since it's really the only Monolith Soft team that made it and they're no longer part of Square. I mean, Xenogears is still owned by Square. They own it. I mean, they might, you know, there's a certain part of Japanese business culture where it's like, hey, maintain respect or whatever. So they might not. They probably wouldn't want to do it without like Tetsuya Takahashi's permission. But I don't see why Takahashi would say no. Wake up, Mario. Thank you. Still haven't watched your Chrono Trigger videos. I have yet to play Trigger or Cross. Overall, how do you feel about Trigger? It's good. It looks great. Looks great. Sounds great. I don't care that much for the characters. I think that the story kind of shunts off the most intriguing aspects that it has going for it right as soon as they pop up. And I think that it is grossly overhyped. But still good, still worth playing. Aiden brings it up in the new episode of Fun Factor that's going up, I think, this week. Oh no, Ty brings it up, and then Aiden says that he refuses to acknowledge the flaws that I mention in the video. I do hope Tetsuya Takahashi buys the rights for Xenogears someday. Square seems to have no interest in doing anything with it aside from selling merch. I mean, like, it'd be expensive as shit. And, like, didn't Nintendo buy Monolith Soft? So, like, it would have to be, like, approved by them, right? Or at least they have, like, some major stake in Monolith? Oh, that hurt. Don't do that. That hurted. I really want to try Chrono Trigger, but the way people talk about it, it's like the second coming of God of RPGs. It's kind of like, huh? Is it really that good, or just nostalgia bias thing? Part of it is nostalgia bias, definitely. Like, I hesitate. It's not entirely that. I think part of it is that, but it's not all that, because I've seen people like King K, like, they played it for the first time as adults, and they made videos calling it a masterpiece. And I'm just like, really? Okay. It's good. It's good. It's beautiful. But, like, come on. I played it right after Final Fantasy VI, and I was just like, no, Final Fantasy VI, like, had me going way harder. I had the DS version of Trigger back in middle school, basically when I was at the height of my fandom mentality for Square Enix and thought they could do no wrong, but I never played it. That's like $150+ game, the DS version of Chrono Trigger. So you're sitting on some good stuff. My thing with Chrono Trigger is that its characters are written like Dragon Quest characters, and Dragon Quest characters are usually very simplistic. Yeah, I agree. It's like the Dragon Quest part of that collaboration is what really brings it down, in my opinion. I'm one of the many people who believe FF6 is the best game in the series, and I didn't even grow up with 6. I didn't play 6 until my junior year of high school with an emulator on my phone. Like, I love 6. I do. I loved it so much. I convinced I convinced my streamer friend Kira to play it on stream. Granted, pixel remaster, but still. And I'm glad she's enjoying it. This week, I think probably tomorrow night, she's going to be going to Kefka's Tower, and I will be sharing that. I hope at least some of you will show up to her stream for that. But, like, 7 hit me about just as hard. 9, I think, hit me harder. Like, the more I play 6, the more the cracks show, especially in the World of Ruin. I still love it. I still think it's fantastic. But I think we have kind of, like, hit the point where 6 is starting to get overhyped. Yes, let me rest. Thank you. Wah! 6 isn't my favorite, but it's definitely my favorite of the pre-3D era, and I can easily see why it would be someone's favorite. Feels similar about 4 and 5, and I can see them being a fave of other people too. Yeah, like Aiden Moher, his favorite is 5. The secret best Final Fantasy, he calls it. And it's like, yeah, 5 is great. I just think that the localization that we've had since the GBA version kind of does it a little bit of a disservice, making it a bit too comedic. People think of it as the Saturday morning cartoon game, but no, but it's got heavy moments. A lot of people forget that. I'm going through 6 again via the Pixel Remaster, and yeah, the World of Ruin is definitely rough, especially with the fact, like you said in your video, the story just kind of stops. But I think that the characters and story and how they overcome the World of Ruin is really powerful and ultimately a beautiful story of overcoming hardship. The Celestine hits hard as someone who has unfortunately had suicidal ideation in the past. Yeah, I get that, and like I think that while, yeah, it does, like, the World of Ruin does start to show the cracks, I think that the character stuff is still strong, even if it is very scattered and non-linear. Like, I've had to sit in on my friend's streams to, like, so that she doesn't get, like, lost, so that she actually knows where to go, so she can actually do the things, because you're only given so much guidance. And before anyone asks, like, no, I've talked to her about it. It's like, you don't mind that I'm helping you like this. Like, no, like, she's thankful for it, so. Like, I had to distract her from, like, things that I had said before, because she didn't know about that the floating continent was only the halfway point. So I had to, like, jazz it up as like, hey, it's the end of the game. So she had no idea. Mainly using an IGN guide for the World of Ruin, I couldn't remember where to go at all and gave up just trying to figure it out. I don't touch the IGN guides personally. I use I can't even remember the site anymore. I think I used, like, Strategy Wiki, because, like, you know, they were well written enough. Did she let Shadow die? I made sure she didn't. I told her, like, when it asks you to wait, wait. Let the timer run out. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, I actually lost HP for that. Okay. Yeah, she's literally done everything except go to Kefka's Tower, so. I feel like having a guide doesn't have to be IGN's. For the older FFs and older RPGs in general is okay, especially since some of these games had so much missable content you couldn't see. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Hey, it's Koops. It's the boy. Would you take me with you to fight Hooktail, please? I'm begging you. Sure, let's go. Sadly, I don't like the visuals and music remixes of the Pixel Remaster compared to the SNES version. Yeah, same boat. I don't like, the colors feel very flat in the Pixel Remaster. I don't like the music. It just doesn't hit right. I was trying to convince my friend, like, when she started, like, hey, listen to the SNES version, please. She swapped it when at Figaro Castle, and she was like, no, it's too crunchy. And she swapped it back to the remaster. I was like, ah, it's not going to feel the same. Just because, like, it's not an elitism thing. It's that hearing the SNES version sounds way more impressive. Because it's like, wow, this was on a Super Nintendo. Especially when you get to Dancing Mad. Because, you know, someone said, I think it was Jeremy Johns, but fucking Jeremy Johns. That Dancing Mad is the musical equivalent of Michelangelo painting the Sistine Chapel with a box of crayons. And it's fucking true. We got the boy, we got the Koops. I never played the original versions of 1 through 6, so I didn't have the others to compare Pixel Remaster to. That being said, I always use the OG OST because I want to hear the original music. Good man. Disagree with the music aspect on 6, but every other game in the Pixel Remaster I agree. 4 is personally my favorite FF game, and I really dislike the Pixel Remaster soundtrack of 4. I barely remember 4's version. I also dislike the 3D remake version of 4's soundtrack for what it's worth. I thought 3D's was fine. It didn't really sound that different to me. I also find it weird the opera scene was the only scene that got the HD 2D treatment. I think they did that specifically to show off, to add an extra layer of grandiosity to that. I don't like that they added actual vocals. At least for as much as I played, the original music sounds infinitely better than the orchestral remixes. YMMV. Koops just looks like the average college student if they were a Koopa. Yeah, basically. Sometimes those MIDIs just hit. The range they got out of them was insane for the time. Limitations breed creativity, and that's what those songs were composed for. Yeah, pretty much. Striking goes with his main move, the shell toss. Oh, you can only have one partner in battle at a time? Oh. Oh, well. Better to have him than Goombella, I guess. Oh? Oh, it's your girlfriend. Do you think there will ever be an HD 2D remake of 1 through 6? I don't know. We just got the Pixel remasters. Give it time. Making Sabin and Cyan's or Kyan's unique ability too easy. Yeah, for the Pixel remaster, yeah. I agree with that. Because Kyan now, you don't actually have to wait. You just, set him and forget him. Which, Feels similarly about KH 2PS2 OST versus 2.5 Remix. Some of the 2.5 versions are obviously better, but the MIDI versions of Lazy Afternoons, 13th Reflection sound much better on PS2. Yeah, I kind of agree. I prefer PS2 Destiny Islands on KH1 versus the remix version. I like the had to save and blitz like you'd play a fighting game, but now they just show that command. Yeah, that's something I did appreciate, even if I don't like fighting games. It was like a nice little kind of nod to the other genre. I'm trolling with Mario. He's the man. Ignore me. Stubborn Koopa. Domestic abuse is funny. Not. Alright, good. We got Koops. Man, I've been paying taxes to Mario the whole... you've been paying taxes to Mario the whole time. It's just how it goes. Don't take it out on Mario. Yeah, Mario didn't do shit. Mario's just an ephemeral concept. Don't let OG Sid Highwind fans hear that domestic violence isn't funny. Oh. As someone who's going through 6PR, while I do like the accessibility of the Gil and the XP multipliers, it does make them way too easy, and I'm using them. That's fair. My friend, actually hasn't used them at all. I don't think she knows that they're there. Which I'm not complaining. You know, she can play the game how she wants. She's playing it on fucking mouse and keyboard because she's like, she's scary, but you know, that's whatever. Bam. Oh, very nice, very nice. Damn it. Coops, get up. Sleepy sheep. Playing this making me want to dust off my copy of the remake. Do it. No reason not to. I already forgot where this castle is. Only got an hour into the remake and I stopped, but yeah, I'm probably gonna go back now after watching stream. Yeah, it's been a perfectly pleasant time. I don't have any complaints really. Not anything worth really saying. Oh, I can swap in battle. Oh, it takes a turn. Damn it. I only bought it for the Vivian thing. Representation is a big thing for me. I get that. But again, like, this is just like... I'm only coming at it from my perspective, but it's like... I don't know. I feel like representation isn't enough. I feel like if representation is enough, you're like... I don't know. You need more than representation, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. Ah, yes, okay. Put the sun and put the moon. So I was surprised that the Twitter discourse didn't happen with Vivian like it did with Bridget. I remember seeing it on Twitter. So... After shooting it out, you can hold X to hold the shell in place. Okay. Or not. Or, okay, I thought that you could hold it in place. I have to be, like, really precise with it? Why did it work there, but not... Hold on. I gotta be out far enough for it, I guess. But there's no fucking room. Ugh. Hold on. I don't get this. Like, how am I supposed to do this? Oh, okay, hold on. I think I can do this. Or not, I guess. God damn it. I hate this. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Yes, please explain. They both switch at the same time. You need to send Koops to one of them by holding them in place and hammer or jump on it. Yeah, I got that much. I can't get him to, like, actually, like, be in position to be ready to hit it and then actually, like, hit it. Because then, you know, when I do, he just goes in the other direction. I don't get enough runway. I can't just leave him here because he follows me. And you doing the Koops one for the one on the right. I'm trying to figure out like how I would go about doing that because I can't get up on that block. He doesn't go up on ledges. There's not enough clearance here to actually like have him idle. Like I have no idea how I'm supposed to. I know what I'm supposed to do. I just don't know how to do it. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this it? There we go. All right. All right. Straight piping. Please let there be a save point or something. Oh, hey, look at Tremampoline. Trembampoline. Hold on. Wait, oh, nope. See here first. Didn't want to make my previous chat too long, but love the videos. Thank you for the hours of excellent essay and personal anecdotes on these amazing games. Thanks, Jack. I do my best. I grew up with the PS2. This is one of the first games I ever emulated when I got into emulation, so I have a lot of nostalgia for it. That's fair. I think the first game I ever like finished on an emulator was Sonic CD. So I've got a special place in my heart for Sonic CD. Like when that was like remade and re-released for like XBLA back in like 2011. Oh my god, I shat a brick. And it was like $10. Which I was used to XBLA games being like $5. So like I was like, holy fuck, that's so fucking cool. It's back. I don't need to buy a fucking Sega CD for my Genesis. Because I grew up with Genesis. I just didn't have a whole lot for it. Bingo. Bam. Oh, that hurt. Don't do that. That's not nice. Hey, don't do that. You're gonna pay. These guys are kind of tough. They're doing 2 damage. I don't like that. Getting a PS2 with Jack 2 in a racing game I got at age 5 is still one of my earliest memories in life. Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh, God. I feel old. I rented Jack 2 at Blockbuster when I was 8. First emulated game was Pokemon Silver, but it was emulated through the website. Afterwards, I learned how to download emulators for myself. Man, I don't even think you could, like, play emulators on a website when I started discovering them. Sorry, Pal Block. Oh, fuck. Oh, you make me dizzy. Attacks might miss. Okay. Damn it. Damn it. Days of renting games at Blockbuster. Those were the days. Got to rent and play Sly 2 and Kingdom Hearts 2 from there before my parents were able to get them for myself. I was able to get them myself for Christmas. Yeah, Blockbuster was a time. God damn it. First game you ever emulated was Mother 3, and I love that game, but I've never been able to get into Mother 1 or Earthbound. I, like tested a patched ROM of Mother 1 once, and I played some Earthbound on the Wii U Virtual Console, but that's about it. I like what I played of Earthbound, but, you know, just haven't really had the time to dig into it. And I want to do Mother 1 first, because most people do 2, then 1. If they play 1 at all. Give coins. Give coins. That's... So you... Huh. Fuck. Played it after Satoru Iwata died, did nothing for you? Oh, that's a shame. No, Mario, no! Mario's fucking dead. Oh shit, it's one of those RPGs. Okay. First emulated games were Earthbound, as well as Star Fox 1, I think. Still think Star Fox runs slightly better on emulated versus native hardware. It wouldn't surprise me. I want to at least try and finish this castle before we wrap up for today, because we've been going for a little while. Paper Mario is a Persona game confirmed. So it would seem. Maybe spoiled by Undertale, to be honest. Absolutely love Undertale. It's one of the few pieces of music that no matter how many times I play it, it still makes me cry. I can't play Undertale. Like, it literally hurts my eyes, and I don't know why. Fire flower time. Oops, no. Mike said the same thing, that it hurt his eyes. He loved music, though, and learned how to play Finale on the piano. Yeah. Well, it's good to know I'm not alone, at least. But also, Undertale's another one of those things where it's like, I hear so many people gas it up, that it's just like, no, I'm not going to do it. Just because you keep talking about it, no. Keep just building up these high expectations, and it's just like, no, I don't want to go into it with that. But of course, like if I do if I do a retrospective on the Mother trilogy, Undertale is the natural next thing people are gonna beg me to do. It's like, nah, can't do it. Can't do it. It would literally hurt me to do it. I'm not gonna do it. Sorry. I can for sure see the 1-bit black and white battles and high contrast colors being a strain. It might be that. God damn it. Get the fuck out of here. I need to heal. Give my coins. Give me my coins back. I need those to heal. Oh shit, I'm not going to be able to go back and heal. Oh, hey. Looky there. Oh, we gotta go up. What a career the Toby Fox guy has had, though. Making a critically acclaimed indie RPG, meeting with so many of his Japanese contemporaries, and then randomly announcing that he worked on Pokemon and Toy Story 5. Didn't know he worked on Toy Story 5. Didn't play Undertale till the pandemic. Some people also just aren't interested in certain pieces of media, and I think that's completely fine. Yeah, it's more like, it's not that I'm not interested on its face, it's just I'm so tired of people gassing it up. Like, the more you try to tell me how great it is, the less inclined I am to play it. Or watch it. You know, depending on the media. Like, it's one of the reasons why I'm not going to watch K-pop Demon Hunters. That, and I don't like K-pop. So a whole musical that is K-pop is just, no, that's not, no, you can't get me to do it. I think people are allowed to not be interested in pieces of media if they're even if they're highly praised. There's some movies I haven't seen despite how high praise they get, just because it doesn't interest me. I usually at least try, but like there's certain points where it's just like, no, I can't. It's obviously very talented, though the Undertale fanbase kind of intimidates me. You can definitely tell it's a successor fanbase to Homestuck. Yeah, kinda. That's the vibe I got. Actually, I understand why it's so good and how much it lifted from other RPGs and think it's as innovative as it is. I also wonder if the Undertale hype thing is similar to how people treat Expedition 33. Oh, God. Undoubtedly great game, but so much of the audience has never played another RPG, so they don't even actually understand why it's so good and how much it lifted from others. I think it's innovated. Yeah, like, I have a friend who loves Expedition 33. It's his favorite game of all time now. He hates turn-based RPGs. He refuses to play any others. And I'm just like, my brother in Christ. Please. If you love this, play what inspired it. Play Final Fantasy X. Saw K-pop Demon Hunters in theaters with my boyfriend, and my reaction was just, it's fine, it's whatever. I think the dinner we had with the film was better than the film itself. I've only listened to one song from it, and that's just because of, like, it was dropped in a conversation I had with friends when we were going through some stuff. Just so I could, like, understand where she was pulling it from. And it's just like, yeah, this, like, if I watched the movie, this would probably hit. I don't care to watch the movie. I don't like K-pop. It's not that I won't play, I just can't stand the noise around it. Yeah, especially with Expedition 33. Like, oh yeah, turn-based is back. Turn-based never left. You just weren't paying attention. Parts that interest me are how the game's different paths or commentaries and RPGs as genre. I haven't played Expedition 33, and all I know about it is that its premise is basically the original concept for Final Fantasy X. That's all I know. He looks like all the others. How do you know this is your dad? A lot of E33's appeal really is just not having an anime-inspired art style. Damn. That's cold. You're probably right, though. My last playthrough of this was Danger Mario, and it went pretty hard. I think I one-shotted the final boss and super boss. Damn, that's... sounds like a lot. The whole thing is so bizarre. It's like, you love this game, why not take a plunge and see what made it what it is? I agree the graphics are a huge part of why it's big. The whole writing off of weird anime games for Persona and Final Fantasy from Expedition 33 people is so annoying to me. The thing is, like, the friend that loved 33, it's not like he dislikes anime. I don't get it. Baldur's Gate 3 and Expedition 33 seem to have gotten the industry to reverse course on abandoning turn-based RPG in favor of real-time, but a lot of them just don't understand why people vibed with it. I don't think the people who actually made them understand why people vibe with them so much. Well, maybe Baldur's Gate, because I don't go into Baldur's Gate for the gameplay. I go into it for the story and characters. The world I couldn't give less of a fuck about. The systems I don't care about. I just play on easy. I don't fucking care. I tried playing Baldur's Gate 3 on normal, and it's just I kept getting stonewalled, and I'm just like, no, I'm just going to play on easy because I'm not here for deep gameplay. I'm not here for playing D&D. I'm here for the fantasy of it, for the characters. Cannot tolerate creatures that begin with kre and ends with ikit. It's an item related to Hooktail's weakness. Faced with Ultimate Doom, the Fiend will use any trick to save itself. If you hope to defeat it, do not give in to your kinder nature and fall for its tricks. Alas, I do not have the strength to continue writing. Already mist veils my eyes. My last words go to my son, Colorado. I love you, and I'm proud of who you've become. My son, Colorado, not Coops? Okay. I was about to say. A lot of the praise also has me feeling skeptical. All I hear is this how FF should be like. I see that a lot. It feels so disingenuous. I work as a pharmacy tech, and at my pharmacy, 2 of the songs they play over the store, radio, or whatever, are golden and how it's done. I'm lucky in that I have earbuds, and to be honest, most of the time I'm listening to video essays, including yours, or podcasts, rather than store radio. Yeah, I serve in a restaurant, and I have like a specific genre of music I don't like playing all the time out in the dining room. I kind of have to just like mentally tune it out. I think Larian definitely does understand that, so they've been making those turn-based isometric games for a while now. Yeah. I think Baldur's Gate 3 and Expedition 33 made turn-based more mainstream because of their mass appeal and presentation, but turn-based never really left, it just became more niche. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Metaphor Fantasio got kind of a shot in the arm after Persona 5. Mild spoiler warning if everyone cares. I think some people think stories with bittersweet, unsatisfying endings are more revolutionary than they are. Yeah, like in this day and age, like that's not really a big deal. Like that's kind of par for the course. Like more daring stories now are ones that are like, you know, have earnest happy endings, I guess you could say. My first of seeing you stream, love your channel for a while. Think you're the only other person who like Infinite as much as I do. Thanks, Garen. Garakion. Thank you. Like that video came out at the worst possible time, but I stand by it. Halo Infinite story is great, and Halo fans don't understand why. Let's talk about how you won't look at a piece of media people keep talking about. What's the difference between that and choosing not to play an older RPG you keep telling them about? I didn't say keep. I did it the once. But like for me, this inspired this. Oh, I'll take a look at this. It's as simple as this. It's as simple as that, really. People that are like, this proves why turn-based is back. Never really even play many turn-based games to begin with. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. Yeah. Do feel bad for some JRPG franchises that could end up bigger if people weren't filtered by its anime aesthetic. One of my favorites is Suikoden, and I think that deserves way more recognition. I guess I haven't touched Suikoden, so I couldn't comment. I'll be getting Aiden's book on the first 2 games when it comes out, though. Curious what my brother thinks of Halo Infinite since I don't live with him anymore. But I know he loves the series. I message him on Discord, but anytime I message, he never replies. Call him. Call him on the phone. Harder to ignore. My response to peeps that always go, turn-based is back, is just they never left. You just stop looking. You latch yourself onto a series for one and refuse to branch out. That's a you problem. Yeah, more or less. Oh, God. Weasel bones. Well, that was no fun. What if I go back in? There's only 2 turn-based games since FF7. P5 and Expedition 33 is a meme that honestly is sadly accurate. Yeah, I've heard that. So many people saying turn-based is back, refuse to play most turn-based games that release. I mean, a lot of people that say that also don't really look at the indie scene. They only look at the AAA space. So they don't really see anything other than, like, the stuff from really big publishers and developers. Granted, I hardly have any room to talk on that front. But still. Enslaved the graphical presentation of a BG3 or E33, but the appeal of turn-based games was never the graphics. Yeah, no. So many games, though, it's hard to blame them. Yeah, I guess. Since you're moving, you mentioned you're working as a waiter. Do you have a job lined up? Yeah. I mean, like, I don't work at a local place. I work at a chain that's all over the country. So, like, a transfer isn't really a big deal. I've done it before between stores when I moved to where I am now from a different part of the state. So that shouldn't really be an issue. The only issue on that front would be, like, the time between actually getting to where I would like to go and getting transferred into a new store. That's the only real difference there. And hopefully management actually working with the schedule that I would want to maintain, because I only work part-time at the restaurant, but YouTube, but I make more money. I made more money last year through YouTube and Patreon. So I can't go full time with this. Like I would not make it. And plus, like, the serving job, it keeps me grounded. It gets me extra scratch, eases up on my taxes, and it gets me some exercise. Which, you know, for, you know, working on YouTube videos and such, like, you want that. You want some regular exercise. Alright, so I guess I'm not going to be able to go through that way. Damn it. Gonna let an Expedition 33 fan who hates turn-based and anime play all the trails would be a fun experiment. I guess, yeah, I guess it would. Probably. My point was that if you're a fan of the genre, you'll seek those games out, and if you truly do care about turn-based, you wouldn't claim that Expedition 33 is like a validation that turn-based matters. As if turn-based games needed Expedition 33 to validate itself as a genre. Yeah, I agree, it didn't. I won't say names, but I know certain just basically does just nothing but run a channel dunking on FF, and Jack and Claire Obscure sent a screenshot of them in the server. I think in my downtime of doing YouTube and writing a video essay, especially since right now I'm hardly working and in fact collecting unemployment, but I don't even know what I'd want to talk about, and are people going to want to listen to a nasally trans girl talk about movies or something? I mean, there's always an audience. Sometimes you can carve out a niche. Just talk about what you're passionate about. Like, don't feel like you have to conform to other people's expectations. Don't feel like you have to talk about a trending topic. Talk about something that you love. Something that you haven't seen others talk about. Or talk about it in a way that, or at least talk about it in a way you haven't seen other people talk about. That's what I did with Final Fantasy. I didn't see anyone talking about it this way. And so I kind of filled that niche, filled that gap. Shit. Oh, fuck. Now I'm... there's a cricket somewhere. It's not in the castle. I think if you talk about something you're passionate about with good presentation, writing, style, and editing, it can captivate people, and just keep practicing. See many channels grow like that. Yeah, like, it's very rarely you're going to get something big out of the gate, unless you're like Lady Emily and you've got like a whole bunch of people like backing you up, which, hey, I'm not dogging on Lady Emily. She does good work. But like she had like Sarah Zed behind her. Like she hit the algorithm hard. She got a nice push. Have you tried Terra Enigma or any of the other Quintet games? No. I've heard the name Terra Enigma many times. I have no idea what it is. The only person I've seen talk about the theme of connection for FF8. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I think because like it just kind of passed a lot of people by. And also part of that does come from looking at it in like the cultural context. Like that's something a lot of people don't consider. Can't really say what good content is, but you know it when you'll see it. Yeah, more or less, yeah. It's just how I chose my name, and I'm not exaggerating a little bit about that. Oh, well, there you go. Any horror games you want to do a retrospective on? I'm not a horror guy, so not really. Terra Enigma is the unsung hero of the holy trinity of SNES RPGs with FF6 and Chrono Trigger. Oh. I'll take your word for it. I know literally nothing about it. Have you ever dabbled into Sonic? Yeah, I love Sonic as a teenager. I haven't played anything since... I haven't really played much of anything since Generations, though. I bought Shadow Generations, but I haven't really torn into it very much. I've thought about doing a video where, like, I go over all of classic Sonic, but it's like, I wouldn't really be bringing anything new to the table with that. So... Other, like, videos I've thought about doing with Sonic is, like, you know, reassessing Sonic Adventure. Stuff like that. Or, like, an earnest assessment of Sonic 06. Which some people have started to do. Like, there are people who are trying to rehabilitate Sonic 06, and it's like, that's not what I'd be doing. I would say right out of the gate, yeah, this is a bad game. It's not good. It's unfinished. It's buggy. But... there is a difference between saying it's bad and whatever, like, a lot of other people say. It's like, I think that people overhate it a little too much, but it still deserves scorn. Don't know why my message didn't send, but in regards to video editing, that's the one thing I don't know how to do at all. I know how to write, I know how to record, but video editing stumps me. It's practice. I mean, thankfully, like, DaVinci Resolve is free. It's a good editing program. It's very robust. As far as like teaching yourself to do it, a lot of it is just like watching other people and just studying what they're doing, like when and how they cut, and just over time feeling it out. FF8 was such a sleeper hit for me on my recent playthrough. I heard tale of the junction draw system, but clicked with it and how grounded the characters felt almost instantly. Good shit, dude. Like it doesn't click with a lot of people so quickly. Do you have a Switch 2? I do not. I don't see myself getting one for a while. I'm not in a position to get one right now. I liked Sonic around the 2000s era. Sonic Heroes Mega Collection Plus was my jam, mainly with Sonic. I did play Sonic Frontiers, thought it was okay. I liked Sonic Colors and Shadow Generations. I liked Colors enough when it was on the Wii. I didn't play the remaster. I've heard kind of dodgy things about the remaster. Haven't played Frontiers. I was like, open world Sonic, I don't like the sound of that. Probably best you don't as well. Best to not be in the radar of Sonic fans. They're crazy. Yeah, I'm very familiar with how crazy Sonic fans can be. Sonic Mania is probably my favorite Sonic game. Sonic Mania is really fucking good. Sonic 06 is bad. There's no denying that, but I don't think it's as bad as people back in mid-2000s YouTube said it was. Fucking... a long time ago, someone tried to get me to watch Game Grumps. And they told me to watch the Sonic 06 Let's Play. And I had to stop after 2 parts because, like, Aaron and John just, like, not paying attention to, like, what they're being told and then just blaming the game because they don't know how to fucking read. Fuck that. No, you're making it seem worse than it actually is. Fuck that. Fuck Game Grumps. Fuck Aaron Hansen. It's interesting to look into. Also, remake Project 06 rules. I've been meaning to check out Project 06. I really have, but just haven't had the time. I want to get the Sonic Unleashed decomp, but like I can't find a disc image, and I haven't been able to get a copy of the 360 version of the game. I don't even have like my old like fat 360 250 gig hard drive to rip it from. I don't think so. It's at my dad's house probably. I grew up playing the new Super Mario Brothers games on my new 3DS or my 3DS. I played some of New Super Mario Brothers. I had it a long time ago. I never finished it. I've never actually finished a Mario game. Most of them just aren't that interesting to me. They're very bland. Sonic 06 would have been good if they actually completed the game and fixed the graphical bugs and issues. The 06 fan mod where someone made where they basically fixed the game looked cool, but I don't have a PC. That sucks, dude. Especially now with like price of components. RAM, SSDs, GPUs have been fucked for a while. I got to ride shit out with my 3080 for a little while longer. Game Grumps are like that with every game. Doesn't make it any better. Fuck Game Grumps. Exactly why I don't watch Let's Play YouTubers. Hard agree. Don't despise Game Grumps or anything, but their content is just boring to me. Yeah, I don't. Let's Play is just not interesting to me at all. Like, at all. It's just so fucking boring. Did you ever see Aaron's sequelitis videos? I saw some of them, and like, like I don't know if I would stand by them now. I don't like Aaron Hansen. I don't. I was when I was at a friend's wedding a while back, there was like creator clash going on, and someone pulled it up, and I was like, I want to see Aaron Hansen get his fucking face bashed in. He won his fight, I think, because he sure as shit was not bloodied. Lying, there is one YouTuber who I used to watch LPs of. Clement! Oh, Clement. I like his Clement Remembers Final Fantasy videos. He recently followed me on Blue Sky when I told him that they were a partial inspiration for my videos. So I'm going to try to get him to read a quote or two in the 10-2 video. I like JonTron and Danny, but Aaron Hansen can take a hike. JonTron's a piece of shit, sadly. He's funny, but he's a piece of shit. Fuck JonTron. Danny seems okay, but like I don't care for Game Grumps. So I don't care for Ninja Sex Party or whatever other like second or third band they've got going on. It's just not for me. First 3D Mario game was Odyssey. I played a bit of Odyssey and I enjoyed what I played of that. The first 3D Mario game I played, I think was Super Mario 64. I got that on the Virtual Console, and that was fine. That was a fun romp. Never played Galaxy. I played some of Sunshine. No, I've played Super Mario 3D World. That was good. I liked that. Sure, when I say Game Grumps are like that with every... I'm not saying that as a compliment. They freaking blow. Okay, I got you. I watched Jay Frillis, but he's kind of weird. Yeah, I've heard like ever since the accidents that took his friend and his brother, he hasn't really been the same. But like also like I kind of like moved away from him when I realized like he's not providing much of substance. He's being a little cringy, and I hate using the word, but I have a friend who, like me, loves 2000 Sonic with its sincerity, but won't touch Kingdom Hearts. I'm trying to tell him that if you can take a story about a hedgehog stopping a planet being destroyed, he can handle a game where a kid tries to find his friends. That includes Donald Duck. Yeah, absolutely. Like, come on, it's not that big a leap. All right, so where the fuck am I supposed to find this cricket? Oh, no, I can have all of them. Am I supposed to leave the castle? Am I supposed to go somewhere else? JonTron sucks, but I can't help it. He's funny when I see clips of him, especially the 13-bit when he goes, the game's playing itself. Yeah, like he's funny. I'm not going to deny that. I can't get behind him. I refuse to watch his stuff. Need to go back to the castle, find the secret badge. Secret badge. I mean, it didn't seem like there was any place I couldn't go to. After the Destiny stream where he revealed himself as racist, I had to stop. Yeah, Yeah, I can't. Fuck JonTron. Kind of a lolcow given his past, but there's some clipped memes of his crash outs from past vids that make me laugh. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I don't like watching his stuff. I don't even like the memes. I don't like feel great about seeing because it's like I don't know. I just don't like seeing him in anything. Like the whole like change my mind thing that's got Steven Crowder on it. Fuck that. Just because Steven Crowder is on there, I don't like it. I get that outside. How I feel about him is the same way I feel about Aaron Hansen. They can both kindly take a hike and get lost. Oh, if only. If only. Try to win over the crowd? Sure. What about Peanut Butter Gamer? I've heard he's fine. I've heard he is perfectly fine. Like, probably like the only normal Boots person who didn't turn out weird. John did something with Steven Crowder. No, not that I'm aware of. God, no. I'm just saying, like, I don't really like looking at like JonTron memes. The same, just like I don't like looking at the Steven Crowder change my mind meme. I just don't like looking at them. Less said about Pro Jared, the better. Oh my god. Oh god. The whole Pro Jared thing is just so fucked up. And like, not even like. Like, skeevy is like the best way I can put it with Jared. Like, dear God. I mean, like, I still, like, will check in on his Final Fantasy videos whenever they crop up, just to be like, okay, what is he feeding people? Just to kind of, like, know what I'm going to be getting into in the future. And, like, my God, he has such a low opinion of his audience. That or he's fucking stupid. Just based on, like, his comments about, like, the dialogue in Final Fantasy XII being, like, so complex and layered. I'm just like, dude, like, you didn't have to explain that. That was all really self-evident. And from what I've heard from people who have known him, like, he is kind of just that stupid and oblivious. Yeah, outed himself as a hard right weirdo with like really extremist views, noped out real quick. It's crazy he still has a fan base after that. I mean, a lot of JonTron fans either don't know or don't care. Either don't know, don't care, or like, hell yeah, based because you don't like immigrants. Even though like John's family themselves are immigrants. I met Jared at a convention back in Texas in 2018 when I was early in my transition, and while he didn't flirt with me, looking back, it was so fucking weird. I met him at a con, like in passing, and he was down for a photo. So like there was like there wasn't much of an interaction, but like there is a photo of me with Pro Jared on like my Facebook or something. But like that was like 2014. That was over 10 years ago. Really goes to show that people are way too invested in other people's personal lives. A little bit. You can use Goombella to tattle on the enemies to reveal their health bar. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I really need to do that, though. She probably would be better to use here, though, just because she can actually, like, hurt enemies in the air. But she doesn't have much else going for her. Wasn't really about caring about JonTron's personal life, but some of the political stuff he said around that time was really not okay, and why a lot of people don't like him now. Yeah, that's why I don't like him. I don't want to support a fucking asshole. Scott the Waz was the only YouTuber I fully trust. Yeah, Scott seems legit. I don't hate Scott. Can't hate Scott. Pro Jared's FF videos suck in general. Yeah, they do. Like, his FF11 video, like, yeah, sure, like, it was, like, the first, like, first time a lot of people really got any real exposure to 11, but it was all systems. It was systems and experience with, hey, the experience is good, but, like, doesn't talk about the story at all. He's like, oh, the story's not important. It's like, yeah, the story does take a backseat compared to everything else, but it's still good and it's still worth talking about, you fucking schlub. It's also what was happened for me just in passing. If I took a photo, it's long gone now. The thing I remember most about that convention was that there was a person in full cosplay gear as Sonic Chew. Oh, God. Oh, God. Not familiar with the Pro Jared side of things. Oh, my God. The Pro Jared... The fall of Pro Jared. Like, that's... Ooh. Ugh. It's something. The extremely condensed version is that he and his wife were apparently in an open relationship, and he started doing stuff with, like, a mutual friend of theirs, and while on the side, he had, like, a Tumblr that's, like, he allowed fans to send, like, nudes to. Like, he would vet them by just asking, are you over 18, apparently. But, like, you know, age aside, you know, assuming that everything was above board on that front, like, that's a fucked up power dynamic, my dude. That's not cool. Like, that alone is, ugh, that skeeves me the fuck out. It's like, you know, I brought this up in other streams, but, you know, I went through a breakup recently, and, like, the question has come around here and there among some friends, like, about, like, if I met someone and it was working, but they were a fan. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I could never. The power dynamics are really fucking skewed there. That skeeves me the hell out. No, fuck that. The Angry Video Game Nerd is pretty good. James is, like, terminally offline to a fault. Like, he appeared at, like, Stuttering Craig's The Real Game Awards, even though, like, Craig's a fucking, like, right-wing grifter now, too. Like, James knew Craig from the Screw Attack days. So he, you know, he looks at him as a friend. I'm not going to begrudge him for that. But, like, holy shit, dude. Like, actually think about this stuff. Like, sometimes you do need to, like, think about these things. Alright, so there's the badge there. How would I get to it? What would I have to do with this? His FF8 video really annoyed me. There's so many times where he's just blatantly wrong and isn't paying attention. He doesn't understand Sephiroth and Jack's Kefka to the moon and back. Yeah, pretty much. Like, his opening to his FF6 video, like, oh my god, like, this is, ooh, man. Like, I get you're trying to seem, like, somber and, like, really deep, but you're just coming off, like, really cringy. Jared's situation, generally what put me off of polyamory. That whole thing was so messy that I was convinced poly just doesn't work. I mean, I've got friends in poly relationships. They're making it work. I'm happy for them. Like, I can't tell you how to live your life. I'm just gonna say the heart wants what it wants. And that's not to, like, defend Jared. That's just to, like, you know, let people know, like, hey, his behavior does not have to affect how you conduct yourself in relationships. Could have just made an OnlyFans. He wasn't doing it for the money, is my understanding. But it was, like, it was a back and forth thing. He was, like, he was getting nudes and he was sending nudes. And some of them have come out. And I've seen, like, one or two of them. Dude's hung. Dude's fucking hung. I know we're, like, dogging on him, but dude's packing. It's kind of funny. He looks like that, but he's... Jesus Christ. Yeah, I heard about that stuff in passing, but didn't get the full picture. It's really weird if that's what happened. Why can't people just be normal and not creepy online, man? I don't know. Sometimes, like, when you're young, you can get it out of your system. Sometimes, like, you really just gotta fucking touch grass and talk to actual fucking real human people. I also don't like beat 'em ups. His videos are very clickbaity. I saw like some of his stuff back in the day. It's like, it's whatever. Beat 'em ups is whatever. It's fine. You have to. I understand that like apparently he has like gotten a little worse. He's gotten a little more desperate, but I don't know. I can't judge. You have to talk to the red skeleton, then fight through the horde. You have to fight. Because I could only like push back. Jared makes my skin crawl. There's another cursed power-up that lets you slide through gaps. Oh, okay. I'm talking relationships between a YouTuber and fans. I matched with Cybershell on Tinder. He's like a Sonic YouTuber, right? I know that name. After moving to Seattle, but we never went on a date or anything because I made the mistake of asking if he was Cybershell and he never responded. I mean, like, hey, you know it was a mistake now. But like, goddamn. Like that's awkward. That's awkward. I don't know if I could use Tinder again, because like so many people are there for hookups. I met my last partner through. Oh, okay, that's how you do it. I met my last partner through Hinge, and that lasted a while. And I thought like there was more going for that system, but it is what it is. I'm not in a position to like throw myself back into the pool, because like I'm not expecting to stick around here for too much longer. So starting anything right now, just it can't last. Ow. Nintendo YouTubers are hard to trust nowadays because it feels like they're just walking Nintendo sponsorships. There's an ick to that content that annoys me, like Nintendo can do no wrong. Yeah, I get that. That is pretty pervasive. My partner and I met on Timey. I'm not familiar with that one. I'm very happy with him, but we're unfortunately on break right now. Oh, I hope things get better. Hope it's not a permanent break. Oh, it's the same letter. I want to use Tattle on the mini-boss. Oh, I already did it, so. Every beat-em-ups video I see nowadays, like, Nintendo is the best corporation of all time. Switch 2 will heal cancer. Just like, can you just be normal about Switch 2, please, and not glaze? It's amazing that, like, the glazing actually, like, works. Because usually, it's the negativity that gets people to click. So that's very surprising. Timey is a queer dating app. Ah, that explains why I'm not familiar. It also basically advocates for chasers. And what I mean by that is their ads like, want to try something with a trans woman? Dear God, that's oof. Like I don't see myself using that because, like, I don't talk about it much. I kind of hinted at it a little bit in the FF5 video. Like, I'm ace, but like I'm hetero-romantic, asexual. So it's like, yeah, could I be on there? I guess. It's not, probably not going to be, like, a great experience for me. Because, like, like, to that thing, I'm obviously, like, I'm not a chaser. Trans women are women. They're just people. But, obviously when you're younger, or at least I hope that, like, a lot of people... that not just me have like this kind of experience, as it were, but learn about trans women, and accept trans women are women, and then comes the inevitable question from someone: would you date a trans woman? And at the time, I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to worry about that unless I find myself attracted to a trans woman. And the long and short of it is, I've come to reassess that question recently. And I basically said, I don't care. Trans women are women. I don't care. Because, like, I don't like any genitals anyway. Obviously, I have a preference. What's really going to move the needle there? For me. dating apps make me nervous too. But also just like, you know, it's very different experience using a dating app as like a dude versus a woman. Because like women, you know, usually going to be like swamped in likes. And I know this is going to sound a little manosphere-y, and that's not what I'm going for. I apologize if it sounds like it, but like it is kind of harder for men, just because like there are like so many men who are just so desperate that they'll just like hit like on everyone, like on every woman. Of course, I'm talking like hetero, like, you know, hetero men specifically. So it's so men don't have nearly as much of a great time. I mean, like, not to say women have a great time, you know, because there's always going to be assholes, but you know, both have problems, just different kind of problem, kind of like the inverse of each other, you know. Oh, I'm gonna need coops for this. Damn it. It's not what I wanted. Wait. No, wait. I see. I see. Interesting. Very interesting. Give key. Catch up. That log actually makes a log about enemies encounter. All right. Like, I want to get Switch 2 at some point. I'm pretty sure, and I'm sure the upgrade will be worth it when I do. But they act like overly influencer about the Switch 2. Like, you're crazy if you don't have it on launch. I'm poor, man. I'm poor, and there's nothing here I want immediately. Well, very little. It's important for 100%. I don't really care so much for 100%. Just like finishing the story is enough for me, admittedly. All the other stuff, game key cards, physical games being more expensive, and other shitty stuff Nintendo is doing is swept under the rug, whereas I feel other Sony YouTubers do call out Sony. Yeah, with Nintendo YouTubers, like, there's, like, that kind of almost close relationship. They don't want to, like, risk losing access. I mean, that's, like, just influencer culture in general. Whereas I don't have that. I don't have ties to Square Enix. They haven't reached out to me for anything. I'm not treading a line. Will I eventually? We'll see what happens. My partner's a trans man, and it helps that he understands the dysphoria and everything that comes along with being trans. I think that's one of the best parts of our relationship. But we definitely move too quickly. There's no denying that. We both push each other far too quickly, but I think that's also because I had just gotten out of a relationship only about 4 months before dating him. Oh, I can understand that. Like, I have several trans friends, and, you know, I talk with them about, like, their experience so I can, like, try and understand instead of just be sympathetic. And I can only understand the dysphoria in the abstract, but, you know, I try to at least be sensitive about it. Yeah, like, sometimes my old buddy Jesse always told me sometimes the best way to get over someone is to get under someone else. And that is a very your mileage may vary thing, because, like, it's one thing to heal the heart by healing the body, but jumping right into a serious relationship so shortly after getting out of one, that's a whole other thing. And I've kind of had to struggle with that a little bit as of late, because I'm I've only been out of it for almost 3 months now. Emotionally, I was out of it way longer. Not to get like too personal about it, but yeah, like it's a good thing that I am not in a position to like try and pursue a relationship while I'm still down here, because it would still crash and burn, no matter what. It would it would have to stop after moving, because I don't want to come back here often. But also, like, it would not be fair to the other person to like make it a long distance thing. Fuck that. It's not great all around. Nothing good comes out of being desperate. No, never. Have you played any of the Kirby games? No, I have not played Kirby. Maybe like a couple minutes of some Kirby, but no. In my country, the Switch 2 costs more than in the US. Oof. I mean, we're probably going to see a price hike sooner or later. Didn't realize Mario and friends fall asleep in the idle animation. Yeah, I've been noticing that the whole time. My ex is also a trans man. I think it was one of those things that where I wanted to replicate the feeling of T4T again. Ultimately, if we break up, we're staying friends at the very least. I mean, hey, like, it's good to be friends with an ex. Like, I'm friends with a couple of my exes. So, you know, it's a good sign when you're able to stay friends with an ex. That, like, you know, it was that not necessarily like compatibility thing. Oh, it could have worked out, but you know that like you're fucking adults. That you're adults. You actually like were friendly. That it wasn't just like a physical thing. That there actually was some kind of connection. That there was something real, but you know, it just didn't work out. I do think I will try dating cis men again. I went from dating cis men to trans men only because of the cis ex I mentioned earlier that cheated on me with another trans girl. Yeah, and like obviously like you know, big chaser vibes off that, but not all men. Yeah, sure, but it's enough men that ruin it for all men. Like, men suck. Let's be real. Like how the remake uses cardboard and paper for its aesthetic. I did not know that. Do I only need the one key to get through here? Alright. A save point, thank Christ. But we need healing too. Progress saved. Get back down here. Bingo. Alright, so we need another key for there. Alright. Not sure how much of the US cost of the Switch 2 had tariff prices already baked in, because Japan, apparently it's significantly cheaper, and Nintendo is suing the Trump admin. Yeah, they are suing. They're suing over, like, the tariffs or some such, instead of, like, you know, infringing upon their intellectual property with fucking propaganda, which they should be suing for. Price increase could happen because of the data centers. Hold on. But I'm not sure how much Nintendo would want to raise it since it already seems pricey. Yeah, like Nintendo's in a not so great spot with the Switch 2's price. Part of me that's begun to recover from that damage. Like you said, big chaser energy from my ex that cheated on me. Tried to talk me out of getting an orchiectomy. Is that, I'm not familiar with... I can only, like, surmise through context. Like, is that like, bottom surgery? Because I'm not sure what that is off the bat. Should have known there and then that there was something off about it all. But when you're in a relationship, sometimes it's hard to look past all their flaws. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. But even though the price increase is shitty, it could still be something is justifiable since it's still cheaper than a similar PC with Nintendo. I don't know how a $500-$600 Switch 2 is. Yeah, that's a harder sell. Removal of the testes. Oh, okay, so can't produce testosterone anymore. Yeah, like if he said like don't do that, that's big red flag in my opinion. Especially because like you would approach that as something like that you wanted. Like it would make you feel more comfortable with your own body, and also just like what you're like, you know, it would stop your body from producing, you know, something that would, you know, how do I say it? You know what I mean. I don't need to say it. No matter how I say it, it's gonna sound awkward. It's not gonna come out right. But yeah, like no matter how you slice it though, that is selfish. It's like, hey, I want this surgery, and that would be good for you. And they just say no. Like, that's presumably because, you know, it gets their rocks off. Like, that is selfish. That is just straight selfish. Justified by the consumer. Either way, thank you, tariffs, Trump war with Iran, and data centers for renewing consumer electronics for the non-rich. Yeah. Shit's fucked. Definitely a huge red flag. Don't worry, I know what you mean. I did it for two reasons. One, to feel comfortable in my own body. Two, I was in a spot where I may have lost access to my HRT, and I didn't want to want to risk the option of detransitioning. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Especially if you can't get your estrogen, then the next best thing would have been to cut off the testosterone. Why aren't you blocking the enemy attacks? Because I honestly just keep forgetting that that's a thing you can do. Like, I'm here for a good time. I'm not here to, like, show off my mad skills. Ultimately get to keep taking your HRT, but it was a really bad spot 2 years ago. Yeah, we've all been in bad spots medically. Like I keep forgetting to call the pharmacy to get my prescription filled. It's been like over a week. Like I've rationed, but like just getting on the phone, that's the hard part. And I've had a lot to do since I got back from vacation, so it was just one of many things. I'm just waiting on the AI bubble to pop. It feels like more than ever people are just tired of this shit. Let's just hope it happens sooner rather than later. When it pops, it's going to be disastrous. Like, excuse me, for everyone. But that's why it has to pop. Because the longer it goes, the worse it's going to get. I know what spike traps look like. And I'm not going to fall for it. Chest that's not a chest. I hate it. Oh. Apparently this game has huge lore more than any other Mario title. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Lore is not really a concern that I have. Lore is not story. What do you think is going to happen in regards to the AI bubble popping? I only use AI to help me fix any grammatical or punctuation errors in my letterbox reviews. I don't even use it for that because it's so fucking wrong. Like they have it in integrated into fucking Microsoft Word, and it's just made the spell check worse. The bubble bursting is going to have an effect on like jobs, on the economy. Less on, like, the average everyday person as far as, like, day-to-day tasks. Except for the people who just decided to, like, co-sign their thinking away to chat GPT for whatever fucking reason. I was talking to some relatives who work in tech about AI at Thanksgiving, and I was like, don't you guys worry about the implosion? That most people just really aren't on board with it. And my uncle compared the AI craze to the dot-com boom, and I was like, yeah, but the difference is that most people were excited about and wanted computers. Not so much with this, other than tech bros. Yeah, pretty much. You're probably the only creator I've seen to actually talk about FF2 without devolving into wildfire spread stuff. Like, you have to hit yourself to level up. I mean, I tried it. I tried it because that's the talking point, and I wanted to see if there was merit to it, and God, no, it made the experience worse. It's a waste of resources using it for anything, especially for such minor things, but I can't blame people because in the job market, everyone's using AI for their resumes and applications, which blows even harder. You're basically competing with you're competing with and against AI because the application is getting filtered by AI. You have to use the stones to destroy the stones, and it's fucking stupid. Like, I've thought about changing my part-time work to something more consistent than waiting tables, but it's like, no. Like, if I it's hard enough to actually, do stuff, but then it's like getting something that fits my schedule, something that's flexible, something that won't make me want to fucking hate myself, which, like, I'm already kind of getting to that point with serving a bit. Hopefully the vacation has helped, though, because I desperately needed that vacation. I was running on fumes after FF10 and KH2. I don't think the bubble's popping yet, which I've seen a couple times. It seems localized to RAM prices coming down so far. Like, the RAM prices are coming down, but, like, not by much. That's the shitty part there. Change the sound effects of Mario's attacks. Okay, that's useless. Because of AI being used in job recruiting, it's making the job market even worse to find a job. Even in minimum wage work, it takes the average person 2,000 applications to get something now. Yeah. Like, I have a friend, she's got 2 degrees. One in business and one in sociology. And the sociology degree would be great for, like, marketing and such, but, like, fucking not hearing back from anyone. Just can't get the right people on the horn. Is there anyone that actually likes AI other than right-wingers who try to demonize anyone who isn't cishet and white? I used to use Facebook a lot for Marketplace, and often will see AI slot, mostly used to demonize and alienate different groups of people. Facebook feeds are fucking awful now, because, like, it's just a whole bunch of crap you don't follow. And there's a bunch of AI schlock mixed in there too. It's just, ugh. I have to use Facebook for the day job to like give up shifts and such, so I can't get rid of it, sadly. They've come down a lot, but still have the majority of the hill to go down still. Yeah, I understand what you mean. That's what you need for the boss, by the way. Oh, up there? All right. So that's... Oh, the thing up here or the sound effect changer? Oh. Way to change the cricket noises. Boss, this area, you might want to equip that badge. Alright. AI is really useful in programming, can be misused too, but it's a force multiplier. I wouldn't trust it. I still wouldn't trust it in programming. I don't think that, like, the resources required to use it would be fucking worth it. It's honestly why tech bros are so high on it. Their bread and butter is its use case. Yeah, I can see that, if that's the case. See, people grew up with posting AI slot pictures and filters, and I'm like, you don't see how ugly this looks, and now you're giving likeness to a slot machine. Your likeness to a slot machine. Yeah, it's like, ugh. It's all fucking no soul to it. It's just all aesthetic, but there's no actual like aesthetic to it. It's just garbage. And you call people out on it, they kind of look at you like you're the weird one, because they just kind of think of it as just a fun filter. Other than tech bros being idiots, but that's a whole other story. It is a whole other story. My boyfriend's a software engineer who has used AI to help him with his programming, but that's about it. I'm not a programmer. I could never be. Just because, like, I am so... I have enough to worry about. So, like, it's not even something I'd even attempt, personally. No one has balls to be like, this looks like shit. Someone I knew who grew up as an artist when we were in high school posting this stuff, and I'm like, you don't see how bad this is? Yeah, I mean, like, people have blinders on. Willfully. Ooh, yes, heals, thank you. Alright, let's see here. I do not like this. Has anyone with an actual aesthetic for art ever seen an AI art picture and be like, wow, this looks so good, thanks for sharing? Probably not. It's all on YouTube. It's all on YouTube thumbnails too. I hate it. Dude, so like, this was like in December. I was on one of Anthony Gramuglia's streams, and there was like a grifter thumbnail bracket, and we made like our own grifter thumbnails at the end, and we noticed like a lot of grifters just outsource their thumbnails to AI, and just like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking ugly as shit. So much appreciation for YouTubers who don't use the AI slop thumbnails. I try with mine. The Final Fantasy ones take time to put together. I went to a temp agency that's a government building a few months ago, and there was AI slop of rock legends like Jim Morrison on the walls. It was the managers, and I called them out on it. And it's like, man, that would feel so good, but then, like, they're gonna have a bug up their ass about you. And I fucking hate that that's the case. I have pride in just randomly select frames in my videos as thumbnails. Man, if only it worked great like that anymore. The only thing I used AI for was help me answer questions for upcoming tests in psychology. I wouldn't even do it for that. I wouldn't trust it. Where's it getting its info? That's the big question. I would not trust it at all. Don't do it seriously. Just have a few light fan edits of scrubs up to share elsewhere more easily. Yeah, that's whatever. All right, is it boss time? I'm thinking it's. I mean, where would the boss even be? That's the big question. I've even seen people who take existing photos and just apply shitty AI filter to them, and it's like, why would you do that? It looked better before. It took more effort to make it look worse. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, God, you got a good score. So, I mean, it's always the risk you run by using the AI. You need to go back up. You missed an open window. An open window? Most of the questions they give us in college are on our phones too. Oh, I see. I mean, I graduated years ago. Oh, I see. Open window. Oh, it's a star piece. Not even sure the man knew it was AI was the thing, but I pointed out how to detect something as AI is a thing to remember. The slop art of Jim Morrison on his right hand. He had 8 fingers. Jesus Christ, how do you not notice that? Christ almighty. Oh, I see. All right. That's insane. How do you not notice something like that? Took a break from college for a few years since the pandemic and some mental health issues I had going on. Plan to go back, and the stories of how so many students today just use AI. Oh, yeah. For absolutely everything terrifies me. Like, you can't do anything for yourself anymore? What are we teaching the younger generation? Yeah. I have a friend who was a college professor for a few years, and it's something that he had to deal with. Hold on. Now he teaches at a private high school, and it's better. Well, no, he doesn't teach. He doesn't teach, but he is faculty. And his understanding is that it is better there, but still, I could never. He also asked me how I even knew who Jim Morrison was. I think he thought I was younger than I am. I'm 31. Same. He was partially raised by a man who likes... And was partially raised by a man who likes dad rock. I mean, I like classic rock. I mean, also, like, is it really that weird to, like... for someone who is, like, younger than X age to be interested in older things? Like, come on. So glad I finished college before relying on AI before everything became the norm. Yeah, same. I graduated in 2018. Thankfully, with no student loans, so no debt. But I'm lucky. I'm lucky in that regard. I remind myself that every day. Because I've got friends who are making like $1,300 a month in payments for their student loans, or have $50,000 in student loans. It's just like, man, you're fucked for life. I'm sorry. And like they know, I'm not saying that to like be smug about it. You know, it's just an acknowledgement and commiseration. Shit's fucked. So, go to an art college and we don't have to bring notebooks. They just show us slideshows of information most of the students have to read from their phones. Oh god, I'd still be taking notes. Paid mine off. Good shit, dude. Many of my favorite things are from the 90s and early 2000s, and it was stuff I never grew up with. For me, it's a lot of stuff there's a lot of stuff I did grow up with, and some stuff I didn't, but is like conceivably from my era. Like I really like Daria. That started in '97. I was 2. I love The Simpsons. Have my entire life. Didn't go to college. Never knew what I wanted to study, and the whole thing about student loans also makes me worry. I'm not the best with money. One of my weaknesses. Hey, that's fair. You recognize that in yourself. And honestly, like, it's not like a degree helps you as much as people would have wanted us to believe when we were growing up anyway. I also don't understand why people rely on the AI models for their research, because it's common knowledge that the data pool it pulls from frequently gives the wrong information. Yeah, exactly. It's not able to discern between good and bad data. Doing basic research and sources say it was basic things. Why is it that looked upon as something people don't even want to bother to do anymore? No, what you're saying is actually correct. Yeah, exactly. Like, I do my best to vet my sources. I try to get, whatever interviews I can. I remember, like, there was a comment, I think, on the FF7 video that was just like, you're just reading old interviews for this information. I'm just like, yeah. Where else do you think I would get it? I don't have access to the people. It'd be great if I did. They're not going to give me the time of day. Square Enix PR is just going to throw out my emails. I also love Daria. I got into that like 2022. I got into it right after I graduated high school. So I was kind of like just before I was over the hill for that. Always enjoy your videos. Thank you, Nathan. Rare and valuable badges here in this castle. Oh, maybe there are. Hoops has got a thing for mice. AI's about efficiency, not accuracy. Yeah, but in doing it like that, you're being inefficient because you're gonna have to go back and fix what it fucked up. It's strange because your FF retrospectives do get a lot of views, and Square Enix has collaborated with other YouTubers like Nice Guy Prince and FFU. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure that someone at Square Enix, like, is aware of my presence. Like, I signed up for their, like, influencer website, their influencer portal, but they don't do anything with it. And, like, other Final Fantasy YouTubers are familiar with my work. Like, after I put out the FF8 video, Daryl from FF Union DM'd me on Blue Sky to congratulate me. That's how I was able to get him to read quotes from Sakaguchi for FF9. And I tried to get more FF YouTubers and content creators, I hate that phrase, in the FF9 video. And generally, whenever I reached out to them, they were like, "Oh yeah, I know your videos. Hell yeah, I'll help out." And I'm like, okay. It's very flattering. She becomes an optional party member later. Cool. Get a thief. I get that, don't get me wrong. Incorrect information from an information system isn't exactly efficient. Yeah, no. Not efficiency, just speed. Revisions be damned. Yeah. I see why she becomes a party member later. Share something about something I've experienced in my personal life. A relative of mine is using ChatGPT to research healthcare law because he wants to pursue legal action. God. Oh God. This is gonna end up bad. A healthcare provider that he believes mistreated his son. Oh God, yeah, that's. Oh. You don't want to rely on fucking ChatGPT for that. A lot of people kiss in this Mario game. I mean, people have been kissing in Mario since, like, the early days. Peach would kiss Mario, like, on the cheek. Full of romance. Koops is down bad for this mouse. Back in high school, it used to be on Square Enix's official forums, and I was surprised by how much the staff actually interacted with users on there. So I think it's really weird they've never acknowledged you. Yeah. Probably just because, like, I have a small footprint. Because, like, again, like, I don't have that many subs. And, like, people are regularly surprised by that. So... I mean, I've known people who have worked at Square Enix, but not, like, in PR. Seen a YouTube vid where someone uses ChatGPT for 90% of their script, and it was atrocious. Yeah, I believe it. I didn't have the heart to say how absolutely insane I thought that was, but I debated it. And yes, you can cross-verify that research, but why not just research it yourself? Yeah, it'd be faster to just check it yourself with actual, you know, research. Played the original Paper Mario on N64? I have not. I only just recently got an N64. And I only have the Pokemon Stadium games and Ocarina of Time. I haven't even tested it, actually, and I got it like 6 months ago. Maybe Ocarina is something I'll put up to a vote for streams. Assuming I get through Paper Mario on stream in a reasonable amount of time. Because, like, we're not that far into it. But I've been playing for like 5 hours, so I have no idea how long it's actually going to take me to finish it. How many weeks? I actually applied for Square Enix as a receptionist right after moving up to Seattle, but I never heard back. Knew I probably wasn't going to get it, but wanted to shoot my shot. Yeah, you miss every shot you don't take. Yeah, like one of my friends that worked for them, he got laid off. He got laid off in October when they did that round of them. Gib coins. Gib coins. I hope there's a save point soon. I would like that. Ouchies. Didn't realize you've been streaming that long, but yeah, I think it's actually pretty accurate. I think it came here at like 10:30 Pacific. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. but like I spent like the first 45 minutes after like actually like getting past the starting soon screen just chatting. Squeeze on through there. Oh, fuck. I should have seen that coming. Perspective's a bitch. Modern search engines have AI mode. Yeah, oh. Destroy search action. It's probably by design so you use the AI stuff. Google is absolutely abysmal to look something up on. Yeah, they've been bad for a while. Ever seen David Vink's channel? Or David Vids. I feel like I may have heard that name before, but I'm just gonna say no. I have an extension on Firefox that disables that for Google. Yeah, I need to actually like get one of those. Get an extension like that. Bingo. Let's go up these. Wahoo! Oh boy, that's 3 shine sprites. Shine get. Basically someone that covers JRPG stuff, news reviews, and all that. Ah. Good for him. I would prefer to just, like, read the news, personally. Shit. Alright, we're going down. Oh, fuck. I saw a thing. I could have gotten a thing. Is this the Mario game with the license board of materia slots? I don't fucking know. What up, Gabi? I see you skulking around. I've seen a bit of that David guy on Twitter. He kind of has an attitude and likes to fight with people about RPGs. The kind of personality is off-putting to me. Oh, he's still on Twitter actively? Eh. That's kind of a red flag, honestly. I canned my Twitter after the presidential election. I knew it was going to get a lot worse. And looks like I was right. I have another extension for Firefox called Shin Megami Eyes. Yeah, I've got that one. If I knew how to actually do it. You do it just like on the link to someone's YouTube channel. It's like I could do it for myself, but it's like, I don't know. That's egotistical, I think. I don't think that's my right. Could have just used Coops. Yeah, I suppose I could have. Met my wife on Twitter in the old days, but now when folks ask, it always comes off as, where do we meet? The Nazi bar? Yeah. Oh, it sucks. Twitter is an absolute cesspool now. I basically only use it now because of the friends I've made on there, but other than that, I do not recommend it at all. Elon has turned it to hell. Yeah, like, I've had friends who, like, said, like, oh, I'm not going, like, he's the one that sucks, and it's like, my brothers and sisters, you've already lost the fight. It's very much old-timey man yelling at a cloud to boot. He's very stuck in the past. Oh, yeah, I don't think I want to look at that, then. One thing I've always found funny about Shinigami Eyes is my favorite band, the Mountain Goats. Yeah, very pro. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the mountain goats go off. They did good stuff for Moral Laurel. Yeah, Blair White is just a self-hating woman. Blair White just hates herself so much. I quit Twitter and decided to find new friends. I just don't think it's worth it anymore. Been ages since I heard that. Yeah. Like, fucking... Yeah. I mean, I'm on Blue Sky. Blue Sky has its problems. Drop the damage your ally takes by half when in danger. Ooh. I like that. It only costs 1. Sorry, Power Smash. I was introduced to Mountain Goats via The Walking Dead, personally. When The Walking Dead was coming around, I was kind of interested. This was like freshman year of high school. But I was needlessly contrarian at the time. And still kind of am now sometimes. When everyone in my high school started like getting really into it, I was like, yeah, no, if these fucking rubes are enjoying it, then I probably would not. So oh wait, I'm an idiot. I gotta rack them up. Actually, I probably should swap out the multi bounce. Power Smash would probably be the better one if I'm fighting one-on-one. My friend's trying to get me on Blue Sky, but every other platform talks so much shit about it, and it always comes off as the social media version of toxic X hates your new partner. I mean, it's very easy to curate on Blue Sky, so it's got that going for it at the very least. The big problem with Blue Sky, there are 2 big problems with Blue Sky, and the first is that like the site staff genuinely does not understand its core user base, and a lot of people on Blue Sky just do not understand jokes. But like you can avoid the second one pretty easily by curating your following or your who you follow. Oh yeah, I tried. I'm usually chill, but like the contrarianism, like it's there. It's there. It is 100% there. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's there. It just manifests very differently now. Lost interest around Season 6. Also played every season of the Telltale game, and I'm going through that again. Their song Up the Wolves is in Season 4 of the show. Oh, fuck. I got got. I got got! You ever seen Stranger? Only just watched Season 1. I have no idea what that is. Like, that could describe so many things. Should follow the Andrew Bluett guy. He's pretty good. But Gobby, I am Andrew Bluett. Think people call you pretentious or whatever, just damn it. Or just kind of being assholes about your voice. I get the vibe you're opinionated, but not in a way that isn't just your taste or being a dick. Yeah, I guess. I also had a contrarian phase. I get it. Mine was like Breaking Bad actually sucks, when at the time I hadn't seen a single episode. When it was wrapping up, I did start watching it. I got like halfway through Season 2. I was digging it, but life got in the way. You like what you like. You're good at explaining your passion, which is why I like your videos and how you do your content. Yeah, I mean, I do my best. I try to bring a positive vibe. Stranger Things. Oh, I haven't seen a single episode, and honestly, like, I don't care. I don't have Netflix, and I don't really want to pay for Netflix, so... Like, I know piracy is an option, but, like, I just don't want to go through the rigmarole of it. Stranger Things season finale broke me. It's Game of Thrones season level bad and what people pretend The Sopranos and Lost finales are. God damn. Harsh. Never been so irrationally angry, upset at a final season of my life as much as Stranger Things. It isn't worth it. Just watch season 1 and stop. I'll take your word for it. Oh, I got hurty. Never seen Lost or The Sopranos. Neither have I, but I've considered watching The Sopranos. I don't have Do I have HBO right now? I don't think I do. It may have been... No, I think I just have Disney Plus, Hulu, and Amazon. And I have Hulu just because of Scrubs, and, like, it didn't really budge the Disney Plus sub. And then, like, Disney Plus I mainly just have so I can just, like, throw on post-season 12 episodes of The Simpsons. Because, like, I would want to get the Blu-rays for the later seasons. Everything after is the Duffer Brothers walking themselves. Yeah, if that's how you feel about it, I guess. Well, that was a waste. Oh no, they're hurting me. No. Mario! God, I need healing stop. I don't have any streaming. I just steal logins from friends and family. That's getting harder to do because they're all fucking cracking down on that shit. Fucking assholes. Please tell me there's like healing and saves before the boss. Please, God. I think Sopranos and Lost are both really good shows worth watching. Lost is my favorite, but Sopranos, I would say it's probably the best TV show ever made. It's definitely worth the hype. All I know is that he dies at the end, and it's just a cut to black, so a lot of people didn't get it. Also, Daxter's in it for as a bit part. Amazing stuff like Breaking Bad owes itself to Sopranos. Yeah, as far as like prestige television, yeah, definitely. Something I've wanted to do for a while that I don't think I'd be able to do is like a public video, just because it'd get age gated so fucking hard. Californication with David Duchovny. Oh hell no! This is not gonna go my way. Was the power shell icon blue at some deep Mario Kart lore? I wouldn't know. I didn't notice. It's a Goomba up the tower, I think, but that's it. Yeah, that Goomba, that Goomba would have fucking killed me. With everything that he's with his whole posse there. I'm gonna have to like double back here. Man, I wish there was a run button. I move so slow. I don't think that's gonna work. Go to that open window again. There's a healing thing there. Alright. No, wait, no, it wasn't here. Yeah, there was one near the open window. I just have to get back through it. Meant wanking, not walking. Ah, I gotcha. Cautionary tale making a story go past its natural conclusion. So, like, Supernatural. From what I understand, after, like, season 4 or 5, it's like, you stop the apocalypse, there's nowhere to go from there. But I don't know from experience, though. I've only watched, like, half an episode of Supernatural. I think I may have watched the Scooby-Doo episode for the novelty, but... like, and I've seen, like, the first episode or two of Sherlock. No, I was not into that full triad of Super Who-Lock. Just give me Docky Who. Give me Docky Who, and for God's sakes, give the 8th Doctor a bone. Haven't. Your roommate loves Supernatural. Haven't watched a single episode. I've heard, yeah, like, from what I heard, like, watch the first 4 or 5 seasons, then just cut your losses. Every time a show is dragged out past where it should end, it just kind of retroactively ruins it. Yeah, Californication's kind of the same way, because, like, season 4 feels like a natural end, and then, like, there were, like, 3 more seasons after that, and, like, the end of season 7, like, doesn't even feel like a proper ending, because, like, nothing is really resolved. Not, like, in a way that, like, feels satisfying or conclusive. But those first 4 seasons are still really good, and, like, each season was written as though it could be the last until they got renewed and they changed the ending. But it was always, but, like, those first 4 seasons, like, it still felt like they were building off of what came before in an organic way. Suck at watching TV and much better with film due to the 3-act structure of film. For me, a good story is a good story. 8th Doctor got screwed on the screen side, so many audio dramas, not audio books. McGann is great. Like, I've been slacking on Big Finish over the past few years just because money, and I wanted to go physical, but I have to, like, stop that. So... but I'm probably going to have to sell my Big Finish stuff to pay for the move. And thankfully, a good chunk of it is, like, out of print. So, like, I can probably get something off of it. Like, I got, like, I got most of his, like, pre-box set era stuff. There's just, like, 9 out of prints I don't have. I've got 2 out of prints, though. Embrace the Darkness and the 40th anniversary story, season 2 finale, Zagreus, which is not a good entry point. That is so continuity heavy, so continuity and lore heavy, my god. But, like, man, like, during the McGann stuff early on in Big Finish, like, they did the impossible. They, like, pulled the curtain back on the Time Lords even more, but made them more mysterious and fantastical in doing so. And it's like, my god, you did it. You crazy fucker. You crazy fuckers, you did it. And of course, there's always the great Rob Shearman plays. Those are always fantastic. I love Rob Shearman as a writer. I've been reading his short story collections. Right after my breakup, I read Love Songs for the Shy and Cynical, and that is just so, so great. No, stop hurting Coops. He didn't do anything to you. Fifth Doctor is your favorite? He's near the bottom for me, I'm sorry. He's not at the bottom. That's the 10th Doctor. The 10th Doctor is at the very, very bottom for me. Bingo! Oh, a full heal. And audio drums. 5 hours of sleep in the last 2 days. Oh, fuck yeah, I get that. Never been into Doctor Who stuff, but from the outside looking, it seems interesting. The Van Gogh episode was cool. I always say Doctor Who is a show that has something for everyone, but it is not necessarily a show for everyone. An idea I've had for a bonus video for a little while has been to explain Doctor Who to Aiden Moher just through the Magic the Gathering cards. And I think I could do it. I think he'd be down for it just because, like, the 12-hour bonus video we did breaking down every single new card from the Final Fantasy set was so much fun. And this week we are looking to finally do a follow-up on that, talking about all the cards from the scene boxes that came out in December. We've been meaning to do that for a while, just schedules were not lining up. Fell off Doctor Who with the 12th Doctor. Capaldi's so fucking good. I don't hate Capaldi's run. It just didn't do much for me. I'm surprised, though, that 10's your bottom. I mean, people generally love 10. Remember what I said about being contrarian? No, just, like, 10's ego, like, his overinflated ego, compared to other Doctors, really puts me off. I like 14, though. Turns out if you humble the 10th Doctor, I like him. But yeah, 12 is so good. His first season's rough. His stories continue to be pretty rough. Series 10's pretty good. His character arc is fucking great. It's so good. Of course, I haven't seen Doctor Who in forever since I was a kid. Honestly, I have more memories of Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane adventures, like, I didn't get into Doctor Who till I was like 17, so like the Sarah Jane adventures passed me by. I've seen a few episodes, but specifically because, like, they had doctors in them. So I saw the wedding of Sarah Jane and the death of the Doctor. Those are the only ones I've seen. And the bottoms of your feet smell like they might make a good sauce with some spices. I'll do is saute you to crispy goodness and gobble you down head first. Sounds like it'd be pretty crunchy. Wedding of Sarah Jane was huge to me. I mean, take what you can get. I only watched it because it was on my David Tennant Blu-ray set. Because, like, I had the DVDs, I swapped them out for Blu-rays. God, I don't want to have to give up my Doctor Who Blu-rays, because I'm basically caught up on the collection Blu-rays for the classic series. I can't flee this fight. I'm gonna be cheeky. Oh, I can't be cheeky. How did you know? Got into the Doctor Who through the 50th anniversary stuff. Kept seeing ads for it. Figured give it a chance. Got hooked right away. The 50th was fun. Love the War Doctor. And John Hurt's run in Big Finish was pretty damn good. I have not heard Jonathan Carley as him on The War Doctor Begins. I really want to. His voice is spot on. Jacob Dudman, who did impressions for, like, the 10th, 11th, and 12th Doctors at Big Finish for a while. He's in the new season of Scrubs as one of the interns. And that blew my fucking mind. It's really funny watching a stream of this out of context. It's making me want to go back to this game more. I love the goofiness of the Mario RPGs. There's a charm to them. Like when you use Goombella's tattle at the start. That's what I'm going to do, yeah. Really feel like you should give the Sarah Jane Adventures a shot. It goes a lot into Sarah's character. I have a firm grip on Sarah's character as it is. I don't really want to go watch through a show made for, like, younger kids. Is the new season of Scrubs good? Yeah, it's good. Like, and I've watched. I haven't finished season 9, but I have watched like a chunk of it in the past, and it's like, it's fine. Like, I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. It's just fine. What up, Pixelato? Thanks for making the jump back to YouTube. Hooktail's actually a girl. Okay. Did not know that. Good enough. 20, attack is 5, defense is 1. Stinky, fiery breath. Even when I was watching it as a kid, I never felt like they were giving me something dumbed down, surprisingly dark in a good number of places. Yeah, it's just, I've got enough to do, and I don't need to load up even more with a Doctor Who spin-off that I'm not that interested in. If I want more Sarah Jane, I'll just go back and watch stuff from the 3rd and 4th Doctors. Well, 4th Doctor, because Pertwee's last season isn't on Blu-ray yet. Where I used to live in the UK, Bristol was used all the time for outdoor sets. It wasn't unusual to leave the office for lunch and can't get to the sandwich shop because Clara had to do 20 takes running down the road. Oh, man. Surreal. I just show up KH2 video, you killed it. Thanks, man. It was a lot. It was a lot of work. I'm glad I got the vacation right after. Damn it. Really wish they would remake Mario & Luigi Bowser's Inside Story for Switch like they remade this game. That was my favorite Mario RPG, but they probably won't since they did a 3DS one and it flopped. Yeah, that's usually how it goes, isn't it? The only thing with Doctor Who I still haven't watched are the 1st and 2nd Doctors. I've tried. Their content's just so damn slow. The thing with them is that don't binge it. That's the thing. That, like, a lot of people make that mistake. We'll watch like 1 episode a day, and it's like, don't like start off with like the start of their tenures. Just like hear out like what are some of the good ones, what are some of the most accessible ones. Just go for those. The 2nd Doctor I think is much easier to get into than the 1st, personally. Okay, so it's tying me over till 2027. Hope so. I've got to do the fucking Days video next year. Hope that turns out well. It's like KH2 video is not doing quite as well as I thought it would have, but hey, there's been a gap since FF10, and then it's been 2 years since KH1, even though people have been begging for KH2. So I wouldn't have gotten into Doctor Who without it. Funny enough, The Wedding of Sarah Jane was my first time seeing the Doctor. The first Who at the time was David Tennant. Yeah, I mean that's kind of surprising. Usually people would you'd think people would be more aware that it was a spin-off of Doctor Who. I can understand that with Torchwood, not people not knowing that it's a Doctor Who spin-off. Didn't even know how much I missed by only playing the original game. I'm planning to get on 2.8 to play the final mixed version. It's 2.8 is Dream Drop Distance. That's not KH2. 1.5 plus 2.5 as KH2. KH2 FM added so much stuff to KH2 gameplay-wise, it almost feels like a different game. 1FM added stuff, felt more ancillary. KH1 Vanilla felt more complete to me before FM. Well, internationally, we already had most of those new super bosses, so there's that for KH1. Blocking, just press. Yeah, I know. I'm not thinking about it. I love the ending of the KH2 video. Immediately after watching it, went to go jam out to Welcome to the Black Parade. And you're damn right. I remember KH Crazy Files. Yeah, I knew someone would. That I had that ending in mind since I started writing the script in July. Oh no, she ate toads. No, toads are a dime a dozen. Who cares? They'll just spore and spore and make more. Talking about BHK and you had regular Pat talking over the negative KH2 review. It got an audible laugh out of me. I think your KH2 may be one of the best yet. Very well made. I think it's one of my better ones, and it's honestly surprising it came together as well as it did. I thought more people would be saltier about the fact that I didn't have a whole section dedicated to the music, but like I don't have much to say about KH2's music. Yeah, it's good, but I don't, like, as far as like thematically, I can't parse much. So I just kind of like tagged some stuff onto the end of the main body at least. Funny thing is, I don't even like Kingdom Hearts anymore. Fell off at Days. I couldn't understand what was going on in the story anymore, but the ending of the video made me nostalgic. I mean, like, Days throws some stuff at you, but like the core still hits. Birth by Sleep was good. Coded, who cares about Coded? Dream Drop Distance is where things started to really get fucky. I never had an issue following any of it personally, but never played any of the Kingdom Heartses, but I feel I have a great understanding because of the retrospective. Play them. Play them, Gobi. Gobi. Like the first game is still fantastic, no matter how you slice it. Skip the Chain of Memories remake, play the original GBA version of Chain of Memories. Oh, it's a blue Koopa. Definitely disconnect between the fan base that stop at KH2 or the people that keep on Nomura's wild ride. Dream Drop Distance can make or break a fan, but I still kind of like it in a weird way. It's not as confusing as some make it out to be. It's like the Futurama bit. It's like, Kingdom Hearts isn't complicated, then explain it. Now, that's impossible. Because, like, so many people who are, like, dyed in the wool, like, they'll, like, dive into the deep end in explaining stuff. And it's like, no, don't do that. People will, like, wikify it and, like, try to read wikis, and it's like, no, don't do that. Like, just literally just play the games. Just play the fucking games. His dad's alive. Who knew? Must have been digesting for a long time. Thought about buying them on Steam, but I feel like I gotta wait till they get even cheaper. Square Enix is weird. Every time their games go on sale, there's always like $20. I mean, like, you're getting collections of games out of it. It's still worth it. Like, 1.5 plus 2.5, that's like $20-25. You're getting KH1FM, Recom, KH2FM, and Birth by Sleep FM. You're getting 4 full games and then 2 cutscene movies. One that's mediocre, but with one that is a mediocre movie that does not do its story justice, and a pretty good movie that is for a mediocre story. 2.8, that's a bit pricey because you're getting Dream Drop Distance, which is a very, very contentious title. You're getting 0.2, which people really like, but it's basically Kingdom Hearts 3 Ground Zeroes. And Back Cover, which is good, but you can watch it on YouTube. Like, if you got a 3DS, play Dream Drop Distance that way. Because, like, it's cheaper. A bit. Actually, yeah, it's a little cheaper. It goes for, like, $20, $25. A lot of stuff going on in the games, admittedly, but honestly, just playing the games and reading the in-game journals makes it pretty understandable. Sometimes it even over-explains stuff. Yeah, like, people stop reading... A lot of people skip over the reports. I have all of them on emulation handheld. I'm trying to work my way through all Square Enix's stuff, currently doing the Mana series. I've got Legend of Mana on my list of things to do. Like, just to play in my own time. Maybe on stream. As research for FF11, because Koichi Ishii felt that going to working on 11 felt like a natural extension of his work on Legend of Mana, and I want to understand where he was coming from when he said that. And Mr. Mario here. I thought I turned off the subscription notifications, but thank you for the thank you for subscribing. I cannot pronounce that. I'm sorry. I hate when someone goes, "This feels like Kingdom Hearts." Feels so derogatory to me when someone says that about an FF game like 16. Yeah, it really does get grating when someone uses Kingdom Hearts as a pejorative, because it's kind of like, yeah, you don't understand what's going on here. Problem is really people play 20 years worth of games marathoned and without processing stuff, and they get overwhelmed and then come to the conclusion it makes no sense at all, or they just read a wiki, or they like read a wiki or a plot synopsis or like a story recap video, or watch a story recap video. No, just experience it as it is. Kingdom Hearts 3 Ground Zeroes is what one of my former coworkers called it. I mean, that's what it is. It's good, but it really is just an extended standalone demo of KH3. And it meant a lot at the time, because we got it in, like, 2017. But these days, it's still worth playing, especially if you really like Aqua from Birth by Sleep. And it actually, like, gives her, like... It gives Willa Holland, like, some actual, like, good voice direction, but... KH is his favorite series, and he took a week off of work just for the release of KH3. I was prepared to do that, but I didn't. I didn't marathon KH3 in one go. I played it over the course of a few days. Is this getting its own video? No. No, I'm not doing a Paper Mario video. This is just to help. I don't know if you saw like the Skeets or the community post. I'm trying to shore up money to move in September, move to New England, and part of that means I'm probably gonna have to sell like a chunk of my games. So I put up a poll to ask, like, hey, out of these, what do you want to see me play? So I can actually like play some of these games before I sell them. And Paper Mario won in a landslide, so I was like, okay, I'm playing Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. So yeah, this is just for streaming, a little bit for fun, a little bit of fundraising, but I don't have like a counter or anything. I just put like goals on the thing for super chats. 90% they watch a bit of it, yeah. Like just fucking play it. Oh, but I don't have time. So then don't get into Kingdom Hearts. For a guy who likes Kingdom Hearts as much as he does, it's also really weird. He at least at the time used 4chan lingo, and I heard him call me oh god. I mean, like, there are people who get into Kingdom Hearts for the gameplay, and there are people who like just there are Star Trek fans who don't understand Star Trek, and that sounds like that kind of deal there. Looks like the princess is in another castle. Get the fuck out. No, you can stay. It's fine. How many chapters are there in this game? Because we just finished chapter 1. Oh, hey, I said the princess. Isn't there, like, some really fun banter between Peach and Bowser in this game? It wasn't just gameplay for him. During the winter, one of his hoodies was Sora's hoodie from KH2. Oh, that sounds so cool. Too bad he's such a piece of shit. It'd be nice to have you stream on a regular basis. I mean, I'm going to try to. I'm going to try to do, like, Fridays, like, at least twice a weekend going forward. I'm going to try. Kingdom Hearts fans are sadly not immune to right-wing propaganda or weird bigotry in my experience. Yeah, there are shitty ones. Like, there's a Discord server I'm in who someone came in and no one really interacts with them. But, like, at one point, like, the tariffs were brought up. And we were being very critical. And this person was like, but the tariffs are good. They're bringing money into the country. And, like, everyone was just like, the fuck are you talking about? You are so fucking wrong. They're still in there, but still no one interacts with them. It's like they haven't really violated rules. They haven't, like, made anyone uncomfortable. They haven't, you know, been like a right-wing fucking chode asshole. Like, they may have just been misguided. They're very awkward, I could say that much. Not all lollipops and rainbows, I assure you. We're quite nasty. Here bothering a bit every now and then on your streams. Good to always have you. Always good to see you, dude. KH and FF needs fans need to play other games. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts fans need to play another game, for God's sakes. Like, so many people are just like dying during this drought of Kingdom Hearts news and info and the wait for Kingdom Hearts 4, and I'm just like, I'm perfectly fine. I can wait. Like, for the love of God, play a Final Fantasy that isn't 7, 10, 14, 15, or 16. For God's sakes. He ended up quitting all because I needed 2 extra days to recover from the procedure mentioned earlier. Requested a week off, but I needed a few more days to recover, and he exploded over it and quit. Yeah, well, looks like he didn't have the stones to stick around. That was bad. That barely worked. You had more stones than he did, and you had them removed. That says a lot. Anytime someone brings up the tariffs in a positive light, I have to wonder how they function in their everyday light. Chickens for slaughterhouses. Some of them are stupid. Others are willfully stupid. Thought I'd missed the stream. I mean, we're gonna wrap up in a bit here, but I'm probably gonna do like a little bit more just chilling for like maybe like half an hour or so before I go to get some dinner, start dinner or whatever. Because I've been going for a while. Longer than I thought I would. Terrible day. Just had to use Urban Dictionary to look up what that word meant. Hmm. Terrible pun, 7 out of 10. Yeah. I've had worse. Should have kept them in a jar so you could hand them over and tell them to grow a pair. Good. Found Pat's vid on best ships, gummy ships specifically, not romantic ones, to be pretty fun. I think I watched it. I can't remember. But, like, he's going through the Final Fantasies in, like, release order now. He brought that up on the after show, and we talked a little bit about that. He's on 5. He's not far in 5. He had to, like, stop for a little while so he could actually get back to working on videos. But he's been enjoying the journey. He really liked Final Fantasy IV. And it kind of like, yeah, he really liked 4. He liked 5. He knows what he's in for 6, and he's really looking forward to that one. We had such a good time with that after show. Like that, I really enjoyed doing the show with Pat. Pat's just so great. And he and PJ, because I did the after show on Chain of Memories with PJ. He, like, I'm so glad that, like, I got on well with them. And I learned through them that, like, just, like, that, like, I'm not an unknown quantity among, like, the Kingdom Hearts fandom. Which, like, it's kind of fun to know. Because, like, I've never been more involved with the Kingdom Hearts fandom than I am now, and even then I'm still on the fringes. What's that? Regular Pat is one of the rare KH tubers that has good random ideas for videos and actually pretty funny. Yeah, like, Pat, he said that he's he's not too worried about the drought in news because he's so focused on the past. Like, he's fine, and I'm happy for him. Like, we talked about a lot in that after show, like the state of the fandom, the state of discussion on the series. Same, and I brought up the same questions with PJ. They both gave very interesting answers. If you're not listening to their podcast, No Sad Face, definitely take a listen. Their first season, they just talked about the individual games. This season, they're talking more about, like, fandom history. So it's been really interesting. I haven't listened to their March Caprice episode, but their March Caprice episode is, like, more of a fun episode. Like a 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon sort of thing. Love 4 so much. One of my favorite games of all time. Easily in my top 5. I respect the hell out of 4. I think it's really solid. But it's not something I find myself going back to often just because, like, there's not much differentiating playthroughs from each other. And that's a me thing. But I think it's good. I think it's good for what it is. There could be a teaser trailer for KH4 at D23. The grand re-reveal release date for the 25th anniversary. Some people are thinking they're gunning for the 25th. Who knows? Also prepared for nothing until next year. Yeah, I'm just prepared for nothing. Is it worth listening to if I don't care about Kingdom Hearts that much? I only watch your retrospects because I watch all your videos. Oh, hi, it's Vivian. If you care about, like, if you liked the Kingdom Hearts videos, then then I would say they're worth a listen. They're worth a listen. If you're interested in the culture surrounding it, they're worth a listen. But there are other after shows. Like I did Final Fantasy X was the pilot after show. I did that with Kyle from Brain Lords. And Final Fantasy VIII, that was the first official episode, and I did that with Ty Shelter from Fun Factor. That was a really good one. Because we came at 8 from 2 very different perspectives. And the next after show is either going to be Final Fantasy VI or Kingdom Hearts 2. And I've got a guest in mind for I've got guests in mind for both. But, you know, we'll see how things shake out. The thing KH fans have to accept at this point is that we'll get news when we get it. We can't control what happens because Disney is the one calling the shots, not Square Enix. Sometimes no news is good news. Sometimes it's Disney, sometimes it's Square Enix. Like, the reveal of Toy Box was held back for D23 at Disney's request, for example. But I think fans generally understand that we'll see it when we see it. They're just very impatient. Because this is the longest stretch of time that we've gone without, like, anything new that's Kingdom Hearts. Which is kind of crazy to think about, but it's true. We, like, no... Like, the most we've gotten is, like, the Steam release of this whole series, save for Melody of Memory. I mean, yeah, we got Melody of Memory as well, back in, like, 2020? 2021? 2021. And the cancellation of Missing Link, which... A lot of people were super upset about. I don't like the mobile game idea. I don't like the gacha stuff. So I was just like, hell yeah, it's dead. But like, Pat commented on it with something very interesting in the after show, and I'll leave it at that. You can take a listen there. The only podcast I listen to personally is Sardonicast, and that's just because I really like Adam and Jake. I listen to a few. I listen to Who Is My Doctor? Well, I'm behind on it, but I do listen to it. I'm a patron of theirs. Escape from Vault Disney. Obviously, I always plug them. Brain Lords. I've been listening ever since they had me on last year. And don't tell Kyle and Jorge, but I'm looking. They're getting me back on soon. They're getting me back on Brain Lords soon. And Insert Credit. I listen to Insert Credit as well. And Fun Factor, of course. And don't let anyone tell you, but I recorded something for the next episode of Fun Factor this morning. Like I'm not on the show, but I'm making a little cameo. Can't believe I'm kidnapped again. Again! Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I'm just playing other stuff. Kingdom Hearts is not the only series I play. Yeah, same. Like, I can take my sweet time with it. The only real fear I have about KH4 is for them to pull a Versus 13 to 15 where a game gets rebooted and skips a console generation. Given how the RAM situation is going, I don't see it as likely. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, Sony, like, is trying to project an air of confidence with PlayStation 6, and so is Microsoft, but, like, nah, like, they have to see the writing on the wall. If they don't, then they are fucking blind. Oh shit, now I'm playing as Peach. Regarding mobile games, I gotta say, I'm so disappointed that the latest Dissidia game is mobile. Yeah, we all are. It's obviously going to shut down in like 2 or 3 years, like most of Square's mobile stuff, and I hate seeing that Dissidia turned into mobile gotcha stuff. Yeah, my understanding is that, like, Nomura was like, well, we've already done the thing that everybody liked with Dissidia, that's why we're doing new stuff, and it's like, no. Like, people liked the old stuff. People liked Dissidia as, like, a fighting game that wasn't competitive. Of course, this is just me kind of, like, almost being an outsider looking in, because I haven't played much of, like, actual Dissidia, so. But, like, even I was like, man, this is not the way. Just give us a Duodecim remaster. Yeah, literally, it's that easy. It's that fucking easy. Just remaster Duodecim. NT was pretty nice. I didn't have that big a problem with NT from what I played, but, like, I didn't play much of it. I mainly just played some multiplayer with, like, some friends, and that's basically it. They tried to turn it into an esport, and I think that's kind of where it faltered. They should just stop trying to chase mobile stuff. It alienated both audiences they target. Old fans don't like mobile, and mobile players probably don't care about Final Fantasy. It's the Japanese audience that they're trying to court mainly. The commuter culture. Like, playing games on your phone, that's a huge thing there because of all the trains and stuff. The commuting. It's worth it. They make their money. And it sucks to say, it sucks that that's the case, but it is what it is. Shut down like 3 months after I got it. Oh, NT, yeah. NT was dull to me. It was just esports schlock. Yeah. That's basically all it is. And that's the worst part of it. Like, there is a story, but it's like, man, I am not here to figure out how to actually, like, play through the story and get cutscenes and stuff. I'm out. NT was fun with friends, and I think that's it. With randos, I think it's terrible. But if you play with friends, then I can enjoy NT. The game's completely dead now either way. Yeah, it's friends only. I'll thank Dissidia for this. It helped me get into fighting games, and Stevie Jones, thank you for the subscription. I could have sworn I turned off... Yeah, I turned off subscriptions. I guess follows. It's probably counting, like... Or is it... Maybe it's just... Maybe this is only, like, going for Twitch. I don't know. Something to figure out another time. Pumped nearly 700 hours into Guilty Gear Strive. Jesus Christ, woman. Jesus Christ. It's a lot. I don't even know if I could put 50 hours into a fighting game. Well, how many hours have I put into Dragon Ball FighterZ? I'm checking this now. 55.2 hours. I've only put that much into Dragon Ball FighterZ. I had my fill. Goddamn. But then again, like, I'm not a fighting game person, and I suck at them. He is marvelous. Oh, this is an AI. Played a little during this stream. Play what you play. Story blows, it's so empty. That's a shame. It's insane that they haven't remastered Duodecim, the one people actually like, but will make NT and Duellum stuff no one asked for. I mean, like, there is an audience, it's just not us. You know they can do it simply because they ported Type 0 and Crisis Core. I mean, like, they remastered both of those. At least they remastered Crisis Core. They put a lot of work into that. They do almost certainly have the assets and code base and such for Duodecim. I don't see why they wouldn't, but who knows. I also own 5 Bridget figures, goddamn, and bought the anime series Dual Rulers on Blu-ray, even though I thought it was incredibly mid. You got to show your support, I guess. Dude, I don't think I have any figures of anything, but you know, it's hard to display shit. I just don't like spending a bunch of money on a figure that's just gonna sit there and do nothing. But that's just me. Like a model kit, that's something different. Like I have a model kit of like Cell Games era Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. But that was like small, that was simple. I would like to get Super Saiyan 4 model kits, but you know, just money, time. It's not something I should be putting money towards right now. Opera Omnia I only like because it felt like a nice celebration of Final Fantasy having every character from the series. Cypher and Zack having a squat match was fun. Oh god. The computer wants to spy on the princess. So this can only end so well. In the Japanese version and the remake, Tech has a red light, but they changed it because of a certain movie. Ah. How? 2001. It's just too weird.
I'm the world's best computer. I am perfect.
Nah, I can't do it. I can't do it, Damian Clark. One of them is a model kit, and I still haven't built it. 2 of the others were gifts. My boyfriend went to Japan back in October and got me the Nendoroid of Bridget while there. Oh. Should have slapped him for that. Fucking Nendoroids. Ugly as sin. They're just mini Funkos. I have 4 Funkos. And I decided no more. I got all the Bebop crew, and they're still in their boxes, and I kind of keep them like semi-hidden, and I'm just like, those are going to be the first things to go. I don't know the value on them, but they got to go. I'll sell them as a lot. Hopefully that market hasn't totally burst yet, so I can like make some scratch. I'd like to see you play Super Paper Mario for a specific scene with Peach. I don't have it. Not going to play it. I don't, but I'm not spending $100 on, at best, maybe $30. Yeah, PVC, man. Love tells you when you want to be with a person forever. It makes you feel happy. Just to see that person happy, smiling, having fun. When you love someone, you'll do anything to help when they're in trouble. Yeah. Yeah. Can't tell you the malfunction because it's just too weird. New line to submit on tickets at work. Love's not something you comprehend, you feel it. Yeah. Because it doesn't make sense. Love does not make sense. Like, it defies logic. But then again, humans are illogical beings, so. You teach me to feel this thing you call love. Oh, God. You don't like Nendoroids? If they're the ones I'm thinking of, no. I mean, I'm not big on like kind of like cookie cutter figures like that. Cookie cutter like chibi figures. I have to Google this because I have to make sure I'm like remembering what Nendoroids are. Yeah. Okay. Not kind of what I was thinking. Yeah. No. Not for. Yeah. I'm not big on them. They're just clutter to me. Like those figures conceptually, but yeah, they're way too pricey for someone like me. I don't even know the price. I just don't like them visually. If I had more disposable income, sure. Can barely afford new games and consoles. Tech these days. Oh god, yeah, the tech. Something I want to do when I move, I want to get like a soldering iron and actually be able to like do my own maintenance on consoles. Maybe like install some ODEs or whatever. I need to get my Xbox serviced. I need to hit up John to ask him like, hey, like where did you get those capacitors? Because, you know, I want to actually, like, you know, make sure that my Xbox is good to go so that anything that's going wrong with, like, Halo 2 is, like, just on the game itself and not, like, a hardware failure. Like, I'm sure that, like, the place I got the console from, like, swapped the capacitors, the clock capacitor, but, you know, I just want to be certain. I understand you're angry. That emotion I comprehend. You need not teach me now. Cheeky fucking computer. Models show that you have a passion for anime. Funko Pops show that you have a passion for letting your wife fuck someone else. Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't know. That's, Quote my favorite film. Falling in love is like a socially acceptable form of being crazy. Hitting a little close to home there right now. Original Drewby equipment. Ah, goddammit. Saw this really amazing Zidane and Zidane statue figure set, but I'm not selling my kidneys for it. Yeah, no, like, they had like a $13,000, like, Terra on the Magitech armor statue. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Nendoroids on average cost 50 to 60 bucks. Jesus Christ. God, no, that's not worth it at all. They're like, what, like 6 inches tall? Fuck that. Meant Kuja. Ah, Zidane and Kuja. Wall-E sequel where he must purify the earth of all the Funko Pop land filled with wasteland. I mean, that's kind of Wall-E 1. You don't need both kidneys. I mean, yeah, that's true. You don't need both, but, you know, it'd be better to have both. Yeah, like, I know. 50 to 60 bucks for a small figure like that is so fucking stupid. That's like 10 bucks. Where else is Square going to get the money after developing one game for 8 years? Selling it. Could never be one of those peeps who drop thousands on a figure like I'm not made of money. I can't drop thousands on much of anything. The last thing I dropped thousands of dollars for that wasn't rent was my MacBook. And that was because I was doing a lot of work for Quentin Reviews at the time. I should reach out to him, see if he's got like some grunt work, just to like shore up the numbers. But last I checked, he was a bit light on cash, so I'll ask him. Because I was his number 2 guy for a hot minute. They had an FF7 remake demo for the PS3. That was not a remake demo. That was a tech demo. They never planned on making that a remake. That was just for demonstration. That was just for demonstrative purposes. All that demo really did was convince them to take Final Fantasy 13 to the PlayStation 3. That was that impact. Of course, the public does not receive it that way, obviously. Have a good night, Pixel. Hope to catch you next time. Those expensive figures are rich people hobbies. Honestly, gaming is becoming a rich people hobby too. It was always a luxury, but these price hikes are fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. And it's just gonna fucking get worse. Yes, save. Closest time I got to dropping $1,000 was doing room renovation and spending a ton on getting stuff from IKEA. Yeah, that's something that I'm not looking forward to whenever I move, is like having to buy furniture. Because like I'm bookmarking places, and the most recent place that a friend sent to me is fully furnished. Really tiny. Really tiny studio that someone has on their property, but it's fully furnished. And like, yeah, sure, that would help. All the utilities would be included, but like, man, I need some space. I'm honestly considering like a loft. Open concept, be a little harder to record voiceover, but you know, just throw a blanket over top of the booth. Kind of sorts itself a little. Going to increase the price of your RAM. Goddamn. Can we for a second focus on the Mario game and less on Final Fantasy? I'm sorry if I'm being kind of negative here, but the pacing feels slow. Yeah, I'm trying. Play Mario Kart on the Switch too. Sure, Mario. $600. No, Mario. Move eventually, but in a slightly refurbished place. Yeah, it's just tough. Everywhere is expensive. Please wait at the rear of the room. Hello, underlings. He was mooning over. Oh God, that's a way to say it. I'm dying to hear the rest of your hilarious story, Mr. Comedian. Do share. Your surliness. Surly only looks out for one person, and that's Surly. Has Bowser always been ginger? Yeah, kinda. Did the Koopas moon each other? I don't want to think about it. Ah, Lord Bowser. Oh man, she's tuckered out. She old. You're grumpy. Oh dear God. Not ashamed to say that the Mario RPGs are my favorite part of the Mario franchise. I wish we got more of them. I know newer Paper Mario is contentious, but these games just have so much charm. Yeah, Nintendo just doesn't really understand the appeal of the Mario RPGs, it seems like. Like, Paper Mario, the appeal is in... like, the paper part is incidental to the appeal. And yet they just seem to have just kept doubling down on it. On the craft aspect. Doesn't seem to understand the appeal of very much anymore. Yeah, I guess. Horizon Star Fox fan. I mean, Star Fox has like been the same thing every time, just from where I'm standing. Fried eggs? Not fried. Scramble them. Ever since Sticker Star, the whole thing has become paper. As much as I don't like his content, Chugga Conroy did a really good video dissecting why the new... I mean, I don't care for Chugga either. And then, like, he was, like, creeping on Lady Emily in her DMs. And I was just like, yep, nope, tossing you out. Tossing you out fully, for realsies. At least F-Zero makes us look better. By comparison, yeah. F-Zero fans are fucking dead. They're they've starved to death. Dragon Quest Builders, Animal Crossing, but with Pokemon on the Switch 2 just made a more $1 billion because Pokemon, so what do I know? The masses love Pokemon. I've heard it's really good. So. Let's remake Star Fox. Let's remake Star Fox 1 for the 4th time, you mean? Why my evil plans? Because you clods always goof off. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Minions goof off. Bowser, get better help. Asking for feet pics. Is that what it was? Jesus Christ. People are allowed to get off to whatever they want so long as it's not illegal and also consensual. It was so weird. I already wasn't a fan of his stuff, but that situation put me off of him completely. Just recommended I watch a Sticker Star video, and I did. He's a Let's Player, so I was, I didn't care just because of that. Then I didn't think he was a bad person or anything. Then, he asks for feet pics, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, my dude. What the fuck? Get better help or get better help. The first one, not the second. Definitely not the second. Yeah, that's something that kind of I have thought about, just relations, not romantic relationships with other YouTubers, but just relationships, friendly or otherwise, really, with other YouTubers, professional relationships, friendly relationships, and just not wanting to be misconstrued. And thankfully, it's been easy, just act like a regular fucking person. I thought about reaching out to Lady Emily to read a quote or be part of the BHK montage in KH2, but then I saw her contact email on her channel is through Nebula, and I'm just yeah, that's probably not going to happen. Plus, just the Nebula people on Nebula just seem so insular. There's, I don't want to say there's an ego, but I don't know, there's distance, as it were. I don't know. Sticker Star must have really broken the Paper Mario fan base. I never played it, but the way people talk about it makes it sound like a traumatic event. Yeah, that's what I hear. I generally speaking, I've heard it's not even a bad game. It's just not Thousand Year Door. Hope you had a nice Easter long weekend. All the best from Down Under. Thanks, Knight. It's been a weekend. I haven't celebrated Easter. I didn't even realize it was Easter until after I was out and about. They changed Airhead to Lunkhead. That sounds like a load of bunk. There's definitely a little bit of an ego there, but I do still love Lady Emily's videos. I love her videos on Doug especially, though. Yeah. I'm not saying, her work is bad or anything. I love her work. I'm never going to say she's a bad person or anything. And I don't know how much of it is, actual, ego, huffing your own farts kind of thing. And I want to assume it's not. But, when you are part of an exclusive club, and especially when she's, got the ear of people like Lindsay Ellis and Dan Olson, it's kind of hard not to feel, really, really good about that, I assume. I'm not trying to say bad things about any of these people. I love all these people's work. It's just, there is a disconnect that some of them have. They try to separate. Some of them have tried to separate themselves from their contemporaries, and that's fine. That's their right. I don't want to say that they owe anyone anything, because they don't. I don't know. I just think about this stuff sometimes. Sometimes I get too in my head. Gameplay with Sticker Star is truly putrid. Oh, that sucks. I don't know, but they changed it in the remake maybe because of the candy brand. Maybe. I can imagine that. I wish I knew people in my life who like video essay stuff, but all my friends are mostly into, well, Markiplier and Game Grumps. I will say I'm not into Markiplier's videos, but I did love Iron Lung. Marka who? We already gone over Game Grumps. I don't like Game Grumps, but I don't know who that other guy is. Is it a guy? I don't know. didn't stop there. Each crystal star shall point to the next. That's what the books say, which means if we take the crystal star we found back to the 1,000-year door, it means the location of the next crystal star will appear on that magic map. Exactly. Come on, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Oh, we're all fully healed. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. If Sticker Star had basic attacks, it would have been fine, but making every attack a consumable item really hurts. Oh my god. That's terrible. Alright, you know what? Let's take the star to the door. Take the star to the door, and then we'll do some wrap-up. From my understanding, based on the full chat logs, there was consensual role play, but Emily eventually ghosted, which she absolutely has the right, but just didn't register with Chugga at first. Okay. Markiplier is one of those normie mainstream gaming YouTubers that I understand, but don't really have an interest in. I do occasionally see him playing horror games, which look fun, I guess, but that's it. No idea. I mean, I don't follow Let's Players, because they're just all, like, the same to me. All screamy, shouty people who, like, play up reactions for the camera. Got mail from a princess. That's so cool. Man, you don't know anything about me, do you? Alright, back to the door. Oh, fuck. I tried to stomp. I tried to do stompies. Fuck you. There's also consumable stickers that you need to use to progress, and if you don't have it, you need to backtrack and scrounge around for them. God damn, that sucks. I respect Markiplier as a dude, but I don't really like how the Let's Play genre shifted to glorified reaction content away from the informative but entertaining format. Yeah. I mean, like, Let's Plays have hardly ever been my thing, because it's just like, I don't know. It just feels like too much of a time sink for not really much. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Ow, I hurty. Gotta head out. This pizza ain't gonna order itself. Thanks for the games and chats. Have a great evening. You too, Gobi. Thanks for stopping in. You take the badge off now, by the way. You don't need it anymore. Yeah, I should probably do that. The Mario equivalent of stepping on a Lego. Yeah. I don't need to bother with the small fry. Oh, fuck. I'm used to having a jump that actually, like, carries you. The only Let's Play I ever got into, like I mentioned, was Clement. Really enjoyed his video essays now. And sometimes I do still fall asleep to his LPs. Remind me of a more carefree time in my life. Yeah, that's... I do that sometimes with Some Call Me Johnny. Like, I try to keep up with him, but, like, I've just, like, drifted so far from those kinds of videos. And it's just like, man, John, like, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I do wish, like, that it was easier to keep pace with you. Just, you know, just because of tastes. I still want to meet him. I want to go to Too Many Games some year and actually meet him. For the Let's Plays that are more like a guide or commentary like John Awesome or Big Clingy. I don't know. It's all the same to me. Who are you? My name is Dazzle, and I collect star pieces. Ooh. What badge do you want to trade for? Sound effects. Never succumb to a first strike? Hmm. Nah, I'm good. Enjoy Vinny, though. Vinny Vine Sauce? Yeah, I'm surprised he watches some of my stuff. Like, that really surprised me. Never really liked Johnny's videos. His videos came out around the time Matthew Matosis got started and felt like it was beginning of video essays being a thing. Felt like that was more, I don't want to say mature, but more well fine to your taste. I get that. I started watching John like between junior high and high school, so like I was young, and I've, you know, he's a chill dude. I respect him. He's fun. Oh, you're the fortune teller. You're not what I want. Fuck you. Oh, wait, no, that pipe there, that leads to the 1,000-year door, doesn't it? One of them. Yeah. Nope. Probably going in the very, very wrongest of directions. Or not. Whoa. I don't have time to waste on you. It is weird to think about how technically things like AVGN lead into Nostalgia Critic, which then formed into the video essay genre, which we are still at to this day. Well, yeah, kind of, and... in a roundabout way, Doug did have a hand in that, I guess. Ultimately, I think video essays are here to stay with just how many views so many video essayists get. I mean, yes and no. I mean, there's always a new trend around the corner. And with the number of people who try to present their stuff as a video essay when it's like a plot recap or it's just like not all that deep, there are going to be people that are going to get tired of the genre because they can't separate the wheat from the chaff. Like, people look at the length of my videos and just assume that it's garbage just because of how long it is. And I get it. Not really into Channel Awesome or AVGN, but NC's It 1990 video is still one of the funniest videos of reviews I've ever seen. I barely remember it. Like, there are certain bits I remember from the original run of the NC. I don't remember the It one really at all. All right, we know where another one is. I don't have a clue where that is. Neither do I. Oh! Oh! That's be random crap that has nearly nothing to do with the original topic. There's a fine line there. I watched Doug religiously back in middle and high school. Thought he was a genius. Now I realize he's not all that smart. He says something incredibly stupid in his top 20 films video. I mean, he says something stupid all the time. He can be genuinely insightful. Sometimes. But then it's outweighed by all the other bullshit. Great tree in the Bogly Woods. Yeah, those are odd creatures. Something in regards to Spirited Away, calling it one of his favorite movies. I love this movie so much that I hate it. Emotionally, I think I can kind of beat in, but yeah, like, it doesn't read well. It's certainly something I don't think should be said. At least not, like, so ineloquently. And this is coming from someone who doesn't really like Spirited Away. Is Doug a lolcow, or is there some sort of scandal that put him out of people's good graces? Doug, for some reason, like people who would call him a lolcow, and probably have in the past, like they kind of are almost ingratiated to him now, because he was like on Smiling Friends, and just because of that, all is forgiven and redeemed or whatever. It's like, it's so fucking stupid. Doug Walker is a fucking idiot. And, like, I talk to people who were on Channel Awesome, and, like, sometimes the topic does come up. Doug's a fucking moron. And from where I'm standing, he's culpable for all the bad shit that happened with Channel Awesome. He didn't initiate it. He didn't do anything. But his inaction speaks volumes. He was at best a useful idiot. But that's me talking. Don't put that on anyone who actually was part of the site. That's me talking. He's definitely someone trying to cling on to relevancy. His videos used to get millions, now struggled at 100K. Yeah, like, Channel Awesome's not doing so hot. Lady Emily put it best. When I see Doug making an appearance on Smiling Friends, I don't see it as a victory lap showing that he still got it. I see it as an aging rock star who's still on tour and playing on the Irony Poison Nostalgia circuit because that's what's left. More or less, yeah. That is more or less the Doug Walker oeuvre at this point. Because he's... Luigi? Hey, big brother. Fancy meeting you here. What a coinky dink. That's more Waluigi. Princess Eclair of the Waffle Kingdom. Whatever you say, Luigi. Some Waffle Kingdom cabinet members? What? I'm tempted. Is it actually a long story? Because if it's long, I'll call it. Can't speak to that situation at all, but that is an unfortunate fall off. Unfortunately, AI slop and the anti-woke critical drinker shit is on the come up in the algo. That's always been on the up. The critical drinker shit. It's very long. Okay, we won't listen to it today. I have a running joke with my friends where we call To Boldly Flee the best movie ever made, and I call Doug Walker my Lord and Savior. I think a lot of people have that running joke. I didn't watch To Boldly Flee. I never even finished Suburban Nights. That is the second time in the past 24 hours Suburban Nights has come up. But I watched Kick-Assia a few times. Like, I do have a bit of a soft spot for it. I'm not going to watch it again. But, like, there's a charm to Kick-Assia. It's not worth going back to because of it, but there is a charm to it. Trying to get a lot of really strange people on Smiling Friends just because they have a cameo on there doesn't mean they're an amazing person. Nah. And I've kind of soured on the Smiling Friends creators and fan base since I've heard stuff about harassment towards a voice actor who wasn't on the show, but, you know, just a working voice actor. So, yeah, I don't have a very high opinion. I haven't watched the show. I'm definitely not going to watch it now because of that. I've seen To Boldly Flee once, never again. Never watched Suburban Nights. I'm not going to go back to watch any of it. Like, I know, like, To Boldly Flee put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. Well, the mouths of basically everyone who was on the site, because, like, it threatened their livelihood that the critic was going. But, like, we all knew that. That's not new info. It says someone like Critical Drinker can make a 2-hour-long video about Snow White remake being bad because of Rachel Ziegler and other dog whistles and not because the movie is shit. Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, too, like, people like him, they just crank shit out. They don't do any fucking research. If they do, it's, like, the most cursory shit. So it's like, how do you combat that? Like, are they rolling in it? Maybe. Just because people will just keep coming back to the outrage peddlers. And as people wake up and cycle out, more people will get taken in. Like, where's the point of diminishing returns with them? I'm waiting to see it. But then again, I don't keep as close an eye on it as, like, people like Ant do. Like, Ant rolls in the shit. Like, not because he enjoys, like, taking it down. He enjoys interrogating it and showing why it's shit. And you know what? Good for him. I will join in on occasion whenever I can. He usually streams on Tuesday, so that's why you usually don't see me on Ant's streams. But I try. I try to be there just to be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? I feel like 2017, The Last Jedi, was the real turning point for the right-wing grifter and media YouTubers. I don't remember that pipeline being a big thing before that. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. The Last Jedi broke a lot of people's brains. Cranking shit out, every major news outlet. Ugh. Yeah, that's... Unfortunately. Anyway, it is. I've been going for over 7 hours. I didn't have lunch. I'm hungry. I'm hungry and I'm tired, and I want to get to bed at, like, a decent time so that I can, like, get some shit done before I go to work tomorrow. But this was fun. Thanks again, Wastron and Emily, for the super chats. It always helps, always goes a long way, even the littlest bit. And a lot of friends who fell into the alt-right pipeline. It's really fucking weird. I had a friend who was in the patron Discord for a minute. He's not anymore. Who was kind of in the pipeline. Like, it's one of those things where, like, there was effectively no difference between whether or not he was or wasn't, because he acted like someone who was. And he dead named one of the moderators. I don't think it was malicious. I think he just didn't know, even though it was really fucking obvious. And, like, it really fucking upset me, man. Because, like, he was cool. And then he just starts going on this fucking tirade. And, like, I had to, like, I couldn't be there to actually, like, monitor the situation myself. I had to leave my mod for that. And, like, say, hey, keep an eye on this. This is going to get ugly. Don't use kids' gloves just because he's a friend. And yeah. How do you join the Discord? You have to be a patron. Yeah, it's a patron perk. Like, literally, like, the lowest level of patronage. You don't have to be, like, a high level. We keep it chill in there. I keep an eye on things. It's a nice place. I try to keep my house clean. And kicking him out, that was tough, but had to. Had to put my money where my mouth is. If I'm gonna make this a safe place for everyone, I had to show it. I couldn't let it slide. So I'm not the one that kicked him. My Melody was, but you know, I told her don't use kids' gloves, and that set the tone. Awesome, thanks, Emily. Yeah, we're gonna call it here. Do I heat up a pizza? Do I heat up some popcorn chicken, or do I go to Culver's? Because I'm fucking hungry. I think I'll do Culver's, but I gotta catch up on some DMs. Yeah, thanks everyone for stopping in. I'll make a community post when I know when I'm gonna go live with this again. It might be Friday, it might be Saturday, it might be Sunday. I'm gonna try to do two days next weekend. probably not as long as I want to spend time working on the 10.2 video. And we'll see how that goes. But yeah. Awesome. Hope to see you in the... Hopefully, if you've got your Discord connected... As soon as I say that... As soon as I get the Discord connected... If you've got your Discord connected to your Patreon, then you should be automatically popped into the server soon. If not, I'll just... It's on the Patreon page. I can just send you the link through Patreon if you don't have your Patreon connected to your Discord. It's fine. I'll do that before I get dinner. But yeah, again, this is like a Midwest goodbye, and I don't even live in the Midwest. Thanks everyone for stopping in. Hopefully we'll do this again a couple more times next weekend. We'll do this again soon. I want to try and play all of this game on stream if possible. We will see how it goes.